Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene City Council Successor Agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting right now, 7:17 p.m. Wednesday, January 12, 2022. Roll call.
Thank you. Mayor Ta,
Here.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Doe,
I'm here.
Councilmember Ho,
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, we have salute to the flag will be Vice Mayor Menzo. Invocation will be City Attorney. So please stand.
Thank you. Please join me in saluting our nation's flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to once again come together to conduct the people's business. We ask that you would help us to be wise and to conduct ourselves civilly as we seek to do what is right for this community. We ask you to be with the council in particular as they make decisions. And we just commit this to you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and City Attorney. Next, we have City Attorney closed section report.
Thank you, Mayor. There were 3 existing litigation cases, Cameron Nauerhase, City of Westminster, Jose Flores versus City of Westminster. On those first 2 ones, there was a motion made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Monzo, approved 5-0 to allow Sergio Bent of Bent, Carroll, and Kroll as a firm to serve as a co-counsel in those 2 cases. And then also a separate motion that was made by Ho and Doe concerning the 3rd case, which is Alan Aoki versus City of Westminster, that was approved 4-1 with Councilmember Nguyen voting no, to basically, again, have Mr. Sergio Bent act as co-counsel on that case. And we will probably be coming back with a next following meeting with an agreement with that firm to allow them to serve as co-counsel. Concerning the second item, there was a discussion on that, and council provided direction. On the third item, that was briefly discussed, but they continued that discussion until the end of the council meeting tonight. And with that, there's nothing further to discuss or to announce.
All right, thank you so much. Next, we have ex parte communication. None. City Clerk report.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we did also have late communication that has been included in the agenda packet relating to item number 6.3. And just want to provide that we'll be having upcoming redistricting workshops coming up beginning this week on January 15th from 10 to 11:30 at Merriam Warren, January 24th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Family Resource Center, January 27, 12 to 1:30, location to be determined, and January 31st, 7 to 8:30 at Merriam Warren. For additional information on maps and tools and information, please review our city website, submit items at our email at districts@westminster-ca.gov. And lastly, I'd like to introduce our Emergency Services Coordinator, Robert Acosta, to give us a COVID update. Mr. Acosta, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Ta, council, and staff. As I was introduced, I'm Robert Acosta, Emergency Services Coordinator. Once again, I'll be providing a COVID update in the city status and response. So as we're all aware, it's no secret, COVID-19 in the nation, state, and locally has seen an unprecedented spike And this can be directly attributed to the Omicron variant, which we started to experience around Thanksgiving. Yesterday, there were well over 1 million cases reported nationally. That's the highest single day total yet. Currently in Orange County, conditions are of a serious concern and can best be described as widespread. You may remember the previous color code system where purple was the most restrictive tier of the spread of the virus. And we would solidly be in the purple right now if we were still in that color code system. Earlier this week, Orange County set a single day record of over 22,000 reported cases in a single day. So that was on Monday, we had 22,000. And to put that into context, we experienced a sustained period of less than 100 a day for weeks prior to this current spike. So it's a significant spike. Another thing that's pretty concerning for us is the positivity rate. The positivity rate in Orange County is over 25% right now. In other words, 1 in 4 people that are testing have COVID. Prior to the Omicron variant surge, the highest we saw was 1 in 10. So 1 in 10 was back in July in the current spike, and today we're seeing 1 in 4 people. Over the last few weeks, I've been in constant communication with my peer group from surrounding cities and also representatives from the Orange County Healthcare Agency. Many surrounding cities are modifying workplace protocols and they're canceling or rescheduling community events, similar to some of the workplace protocols that we've adjusted. The CDC, CDPH, and OSHA, they've modified COVID safety protocols 3 times in the last 4 weeks. So we're adjusting the relevant workplace practices to reflect these changes. But having 3 significant changes in a 4-week period is very challenging, and we appreciate the patience of the community and the workforce as we work on compliance. An example of a relevant change was when the CDC reduced the quarantine period from 10 days to 5 days. They made the announcement late in December, but the regulatory agencies that we are mandated to follow, it's not the CDC, but we have to follow OSHA and CDPH. They did not adopt that 5-day rule for almost 2 weeks. So simply that gap in time presented some unique challenges for us. Internally, we have experienced a significant increase of employees out due to COVID. This increase has made it difficult to maintain a continuity of operations. It's a challenge that our staff has met, but it significantly has impacted our workforce. One good example of this would be the police department, which was hit especially hard earlier in the month. It required in excess of over 20 overtime shifts, with multiple officers having to work out of their class just to maintain public safety. We met the challenge, but it was, but the guys, the men and women of the police department really stepped up. This month alone, we have tracked or monitored over 50 cases of employees that have COVID. That's pretty confounding. That's more than we have seen anywhere else in the pandemic. Well over 25% of our workforce is impacted by this pandemic, and we anticipate to see more in the next coming weeks. That's the bad news. The good news, or the hope, is that currently Europe is seeing a significant decrease in cases. They spiked up just like we did, and now they're starting to spike down. Over the course of the pandemic, the United States has mirrored Europe's peaks and valleys. Typically, we have a few month delay. So if we use the past and what's happening now, this suggests that we're in this crisis until probably mid-February. We continue to monitor the health and safety practices internally. We want to provide for health and safety of our employees as well as the public. We have recently acquired a modest supply of rapid antigen tests that are for our employees. And this has proven to be instrumental in protecting our workforce and limiting the spread of the virus. That's my end of my report, and I'm open to questions if there's any.
Well, I really appreciate for your report. It seemed like issue of COVID, like new variants. Omicron is one of the most concerns that we all have right now. Yeah, it's really, it's not a good news, but thank you so much for your report. Yeah.
You're welcome.
All right, so any question or concerns from member of the city council before we ask the city manager to provide her report? All right, so I see none from member of the city council, and then city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Happy New Year. So just a couple of things to update you on. We have, so in our public works realm, we have a couple of exciting community projects, some playground renovations that are going to be happening. So there's going to be some new playground equipment at Margie L. Rice Park. That's going to have a firehouse theme to it. That construction has started this week and hopefully will be completed by February 18th. And also at Westminster Park, there's going to be a baseball theme to their playground, brand new equipment, and that's going to be starting on January 17th and should be completed on February 25th. So just keep in mind for anyone who's going to be visiting those parks, there's going to be some construction there, but definitely exciting to see some upgrades in our parks. As far as our team here at Westminster, as you know, we've had a vacancy with our executive assistant to the city manager. And so, with the person who left previously, we haven't had one for about 6 months. And we've actually had our city council secretary fill in for that. So that's been of great help. But I'd like to announce that we have an executive assistant to the city manager who started with us on last Monday. His name is Brian Mondragon, and he is definitely going to be an asset. So if anyone, needs to talk to me, or, you give me a call and you get someone, you would be getting Brian. In our HR department, which has been a department that has been, called on a few times, very vital to this organization. They have hired a couple of new employees as well to help out and to also replace, some folks who have left and are leaving. So I'd like to welcome Roxana Ramirez, who is your new HR analyst, as well as Brittany Fernandez, who is your new HR specialist. Also in engineering, we have Cindy Huynh, who is a new associate engineer. And that position was doing kind of what Tuan Pham, who is now our assistant city engineer, he was doing that. So I'd like to welcome these new 4 faces to our Westminster team. This coming Monday from 8:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. That is on Martin Luther King Day, but we are open. Our city council and city leadership will be having a special study session. This is going to be for the purposes of a strategic plan. This is the first time that the city is doing a strategic plan. So I'm very excited for our council and our city leadership to work together and develop something that is robust that we can use to improve our community and organization. So this will be conducted entirely virtually, and the agenda for that meeting will be out tomorrow. And of course, members of the public are welcome to tune in to that process. That is all that I have for tonight. Thank you, and again, Happy New Year.
Really, thank you for your report, and I'd like to welcome all of your new staff. Really, thank you for their support, dedication, and I hope that under your leadership, we're going to move it forward. So thank you so much for
the meeting that members of the public may address the city council regarding any items on the agenda or not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. At this time, I will be reading comments that have been received, as well as allowing members of the public to speak for a total of 5 minutes. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and read the comments.
Hold on a second. I think your
Yes.
city clerk, go before I announce that now I open oral communication. Yeah. All right. So now I open. If we don't have anything else. So I open oral communication then. Okay.
I apologize, Mayor. We're having a little bit of disconnect on the audio, so I apologize. I'll go ahead and reread that into the record. This is a time of the meeting that members of the public may address the city council regarding any items on and not on the agenda within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. At this time, we have received e-comments from the members of the public that I will be reading into the record. For those who wish to speak on Zoom, if you raise your hand at the appropriate time, you'll have 5 minutes to begin speaking. And at this time, actually, we're going to go ahead and switch to the speakers on Zoom. We currently have one person with their hand raised.
And let me just ask a quick question. Are we confident that the message or the broadcast is going out when people are speaking?
I'm fairly confident that the broadcast is out. Usually we receive information that it is not, and at this time, I'm not being told otherwise. But if
Okay.
someone can let us know, I'm sure that maybe one of our attendees on Zoom may be able to let us know if it's not.
Yeah, I want to make sure that when people are speaking, that they are heard. That's it. That's important. And it's also part of the new state legislation for virtual meetings that we
So-
make sure that that's in place.
So City Attorney, I just wanted to bring to your attention and to the mayor as well, that we did receive some feedback of earlier in the meeting in which people could not hear the broadcast, but they could not specifically hear Terry Rain's comments as part of the broadcast. And so when we're hitting technical difficulties in this format with this new resolution, we actually have to stop the meeting at that point. And so unfortunately, we were told that those comments weren't heard. So it's, I would say to be on the safe side that we would have allowed Ms. Rains to redo her comments, but I do leave that to the discretion of, the city attorney at this point, if you think that we would be liable if we didn't allow her.
If we're confident that she was not heard, I think probably give her 5 minutes to do her comments, and then give her additional time after that to make her comments that were made prior to the closed session concerning those matters. I think that would be appropriate if we're of the mind that it was not broadcast, because we want to make sure that those are in the record and heard.
Okay.
I listened to her comment in the closed session. It's posted on YouTube. It sounds clear, so I'm listening to it right now.
All right, so this is the time for public comment.
So we're going to switch over to the Zoom members. The first person is Camila Overbeek. You may begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Camilla Overbeek, resident of Westminster. First off, I'd like to address the comments made by the City Attorney after oral communication of the closed session. Mr. Bettenhausen, your letter to the DA directs them to contact you directly, not your office or firm. Did you forget about that, like you forgot about being present at a closed session meeting to discuss the Liberty Park parcel sale? Your feeble attempt to gaslight the public is blatantly disrespectful. I may not be an attorney, but I worked as a paralegal for years. You and I both know that your continued involvement is absolutely a conflict of interest and goes against ethics. Second, standard billing practices for the California State Bar are monthly cycles. Did you just go on record admitting that your firm has failed to follow the industry standard? Yes, you sure did. I'd urge this council to obtain copies of those bills and go through them with a fine-tooth comb to ensure all billing is correct. Moving on. This city spends money like water pours out of Niagara Falls. From long and lengthy meetings where council members ramble on and on with anecdotal stories, clearly not having taken the time to read the agenda and prepare, to items repeatedly appearing, to unethical and self-serving behavior. Prime examples are the Kwong Tree Monument, which many in the community expressed they did not want time and time again, yet taxpayers put the bill for all the meetings. To agenda item 5.4 and the reconfiguring of mayor and council offices. I can only imagine what a slap in the face it is to all the city employees who have been or will be laid off or have hours cut due to lack of funding to see a proposed $45,000 budget to pacify the mayor's temper tantrum and spewing of lies about being evicted from his office. There are people in this city struggling to get by, and this council is concerned with an office. Do you know how many meals $45,000 would provide to our unhoused here in the city? Mayor, multiple council members have offered to give you theirs, and for whatever reason, that just isn't good enough. I'm not saying that this does not need to be done. However, let's be fiscally responsible and do it when we aren't on the verge of bankruptcy. Next, I have great concern over the city still moving forward with the Tet Parade. What safety measures does the city intend to impose to ensure this does not become a super spreader event? Keep in mind, it only takes the Omicron variant 15 seconds to spread and infect. Will negative tests be required? At bare minimum, masks? The city's COVID infection rate jumped nearly threefold in a matter of a couple of days. This should be a huge red flag. I should know. I became a part of those statistics. I did everything right. I wore a mask, I got vaccinated, and I've now been battling COVID for the last week. While I won't become one of those who die, I don't know if or when I'll ever get my smell and taste back or when the fatigue will cease. There are many in this community who are older and/or disabled. Their lives matter too, and they deserve to be taken into account. Shelves that once held over-the-counter COVID tests are barren, and testing appointments are nearly impossible to get. I urge you all to really think about the ramifications an event like this may have. Is the fun and excitement for some worth the risk to the health and lives of the community at large? Lastly, item 5.6, censure of Mayor Ta. It's about time this be put on the agenda. His outlandish propaganda that he peddles is absolutely disgraceful. I sincerely hope this council does just that. Mayor Ta, it never had to get to this point, but you just couldn't get out of your own way. Perhaps if you spent more time working to unify the community as a whole versus placating your own ego, we wouldn't find ourselves at this juncture. I sincerely hope you take time to reflect on how to better serve the entire city of Westminster and not just a few. And I'd also just like to touch on something that Mr. Acosta said earlier, and I know it's something that I have addressed with the city manager, and that's with regard to the police department and the heavy infection rate that they had earlier. At this point, are we now going to be implementing the protocol where police officers are required to wear masks like it says in their handbook? That's just a question, and thank you for your time.
Can pause before we go to the next speaker. I'm getting reports that the speakers are not being heard on YouTube now, so staff can look into that real quick.
City Manager, if we can, and Mayor, if we could call for a brief recess because we're going to need to coordinate. We are having technical issues with the
All right,
broadcasting.
so I call for, how long that you want? How long it take you? So I
give us-
call for
give
10
us-
minutes. I call for 10-minute recess.
All right, 10 minutes, so
Thank
7:50.
you. Thank you. Mayor and City Manager, we are ready to begin and reconvene whenever you're ready.
So are we good now?
Okay, let's let PCTA know we're ready. Are all my council members back?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Yes, I'm back.
okay. Oh, and I guess we are live. So we are live, Mayor.
All right, so I'd like to reconvene City Council meeting. So oral communication. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The next person to speak is Fong Lee. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Happy New Year. My name is Fong Lee. I work for Congressman Alan Lowenthal, and I'm here to read a statement from the Congressman in support of item 7.1 on tonight's City Council agenda. The letter is written as follows. Dear Mayor and council members, I write in strong support of renaming Park West Park to Tony Lamb Park as recommended by the Community Services and Recreation Commission to the Mayor and City Council for consideration under item 7.1. The Honorable Tony Lamb became the first Vietnamese American elected official in the United States, serving as council member of the City of Westminster from 1992 to 2002. Mr. Lamb arrived in the United States as a refugee following the Vietnam War. Prior to his public service, Mr. Lamb was an active community member, serving as the secretary of the Vietnamese Lions Club in Westminster, the first vice president of the Vietnamese American Chamber of Commerce in Orange County, and many other roles. He was also a small business owner in the city, raising his family and pursuing the American dream. Councilman Tony Lamb was elected to Westminster City Council with wide support from diverse communities in the city. He was a trailblazer for Vietnamese Americans in public service and played an important role in shaping the formation of Little Saigon as we know today. His life story and achievements serve as an inspiration to Vietnamese Americans everywhere. As you know, Park West Park is located adjacent to the Mill Elementary, home of California's first Vietnamese English dual immersion program. As such, it seems appropriate to rename this park after the city's first Vietnamese American elected official. The future Tony Lamb Park will be a great addition to the list of parks named for individuals who have made an impact in the city of Westminster. Following its public hearing on November 29, the Community Services Recreation Commission voted unanimously in favor of renaming Park West Park to Tony Lamb Park. I urge the Mayor and City Council for your support and favorable consideration. Sincerely, Alan Lowenthal, Member of Congress, and thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker is Jameson Power. Please unmute and you may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening, Mayor Ta and members of the City Council. My name is Jameson Power. I'm a Westminster resident and I serve as Vice Chair of the Community Services and Recreation Commission. And I'm here tonight to speak in favor of item 7.1, the proposal to rename Park West Park after former Westminster City Councilman Tony Lamb. And tonight I'm speaking on my own behalf and also on behalf of the chair of our commission, Con Nguyen, in our individual capacities. And as many of you, I think, probably recall, I actually came before the council a few months ago to speak about this proposal. And I'm very excited to report that since that time, the item was taken up by the commission. And after a public hearing, which showed overwhelming support, the commission voted 5-0 to proceed with making the recommendation to you. And during that public hearing, we received bipartisan letters of support from our state representatives, Senator Tom Umberg and Assemblymember Janet Nguyen, along with several local elected officials and even a school board member from the San Jose area. As was mentioned by the previous speaker, Tony Lam was a pioneer. As the first person of Vietnamese descent elected to public office in the United States, he paved the way for Vietnamese Americans everywhere to enter public service and serve their communities with distinction. He ran at a time when the majority of his votes had to come from non-Vietnamese voters, making his victory all the more significant and remarkable. And his record in terms of advocacy for the community, from helping start cultural celebrations like the Tet Parade to supporting freeway signage that literally put Little Saigon on the map, is exemplary. His story of achieving against the odds and breaking barriers is an inspiration to future generations who aspire to enter public service. And I believe honoring him and his historic achievement that occurred right here in Westminster is the right thing to do. And doing so at the park that is adjacent to Westminster School District's own historic Vietnamese English dual immersion program, I think provides really great synergy. And I would just close with this. I've spoken to Mr. Lam recently, and I know this honor would mean a great deal to him. And with that, I would just humbly ask that you please approve the commission's recommendation. And I thank you for your time and your service to the residents of Westminster.
The next speaker is Roger Mindrum. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
All righty. My name is Roger Mindrum, resident of Westminster. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council and my fellow residents. I would first like to say I fully agree with those comments prior to the closed session by Terry Raines and Camilla Overbeek. And I'd also like to say a few words regarding last week's emergency meeting in the middle of the day. I have no horse in this race, so I want to give you a bit of my perspective of the Quan Tri Monument. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this entire subject. Going back to December 2020, was it, when it was originally approved? At that time of presentation and approval, there were no stipulations of council or Kimberly Ho inspecting for her approval or denial of the wording or any specifics. But that's what she decided to do so late in the process as to when that foundation was almost ready to install it. Her reasons for putting a stop to that monument was because the wording was historically inaccurate. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was her basis. Did you try to rectify the wording before you orchestrated stopping the project? And now at present time, at this emergency meeting last week, you have the audacity to approve this new huge monstrosity of a monument with still improper wording and design. If what was presented at that meeting was insufficient, then you had no business approving it. You should have told them to bring it back for a new presentation for approval or denial with those changes. You basically did what you had a problem with the original monument. It is also very disheartening to me that Councilman Doe and Vice Mayor Manzo went along with you. It's like an orchestration that I didn't really expect. With what has transpired so far, I believe the Quan Tri Victory Foundation's claim against you now and the city has teeth and is warranted. You breached that contract. You didn't provide any means of negotiating to a compromise solution. Just think now how much time, money, bickering, and heartache you could have prevented by doing what you've done. You orchestrated more strife in this community, and that's on you, Kimberly Ho. Next subject, item 6.3 regarding the conflict of interest. I agree with what is written in the staff report and by Councilman Doe. I will also add that I have several times fully disagreed with our city attorney's decisions of conflict of interest, his definitions only being about financial gain. It most certainly is not solely about finances and financial gain. Interest is in the title, and clearly the mayor and the vice mayor had serious interest at stake in the prior Quan Tri Victory Monument Foundation and still he allowed them to participate in the votes regarding their conflicts of that interest. Next subject regarding 7.1, although it appears that the Community Services and Recreation Committee has approved and recommended this park name change, I find it hard to believe that one sign could not be retrofitted for less than the proposed $25,000. Please shop around. It seems like you could stucco over the wording that's on there now and do something that's gonna not have to rebuild or remake a whole new sign. That is just ridiculous. What are they using, one of those $20,000 government hammers from the Reagan era? It just seems ridiculous. And if I have time, I'd like to say I sure hope someone decent is running for the state assembly seat Triton Kimberly Hill will be running for, because I can't imagine voting for either one of you. Good night.
That's it. Say what you gotta say.
The next speaker is Terry Raines. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Terry Raines, Westminster, back to addressing you on Zoom, sadly. I copied you all on an email I sent to the interim city clerk about missing council meeting minutes for 15 meetings over 6 years. You should pull item 3.1 and ask the same thing. Item 5.1 gives me heartburn, adding $88,000 in a consultant cost to an already increased $150,000 contract to cover staffing problems in the planning department, increasing the contract part-time planner from 30 hours a week to full-time 40 hours a week at $110 per hour, up from 105, and a contract senior planner at $125 per hour to handle mostly less complex ADU projects. The city employee pay rate for an associate planner is $34 to $44 per hour and $41 to $52 per hour for a senior planner max, and plan checkers make less. No workload statistics are provided to justify consultant costs to cover day-to-day employee duties. The contract classifies these jobs as independent contractors, but all work is directed by the community development director and staff, possibly violating the ABC test of AB9. So please consider all of this before voting. I support item 5.2 so the city can finally begin community outreach for the Little Saigon Blueprint for Investment Plan. I'm excited about the economic benefits and visibility this plan could bring to our city. A Vietnamese visitor center and or museum along with the Quan Chi Monument could be great anchors for a true Vietnamese cultural district and worldwide tourist destination that we could all be proud of. I hope the business and property owners down there step it up this time to fully participate and cooperate in this valiant effort and partnership. I vehemently oppose item 5.4. The plan and cost are completely unnecessary. The mayor, hopefully appointed annually, not elected after the June election, can have one of the offices in the chamber building, plus a second office as a small conference room, but other council members should be able to use that too if the main conference room is not available. The other two offices can stay as is and be shared by the other council members, as is done in other cities, so council do not approve this. I oppose item 5.5, also completely unnecessary. The city can enable captions when videos are uploaded and processed on YouTube. Viewers can then use auto translate feature to view automated AI captions in their language of choice after the fact. Live meetings must remain in English with no alternate language captioning. It is illegal to favor one minority over another. This council needs to wake up to reality. Measure SS expires this year. If you finally vote to put a tax measure on the November ballot, and if it passes, the city will still lose a full quarter of revenue. But instead of tightening the belt, you continue to frivolously spend our taxpayer dollars. This must stop now. I support item 5.6. I watch and translate Vietnamese media videos daily, and I can attest to the allegations made here and more. Mayor Ta and his puppets are spreading false information to the Vietnamese speaking community at an alarming rate now. Examples: 1, saying he was evicted and has no office. 2, that the city is going to tear down the statue of General Tran Hung Dao on Balsa. 3, that the June ballot measure to eliminate the elected mayor is undemocratic. 4, fully supporting the recall of fellow council members Ho and Manzo. How Mayor Ta runs the meetings is unacceptable. If a speaker supports him and violates the rules of decorum, he allows him. But if someone opposes him and does the same thing, he admonishes them. Silence the opposition. It's the true communist way. Vote yes to create a resolution of censure. Mayor Ta, you'd better shape up or ship out. It will be fun watching you and Councilwoman Ho run against each other for state assembly and tear each other apart. I support item 6.3, an ordinance related to conflict of interest for public officials. Thank you, Councilman Taido, for this great idea and proposed ordinance. I report an error in sections 2.70.040 to the city attorney. Please require all current elected and appointed officials to immediately sign the affirmation statement once the ordinance is in effect. I oppose item 7.1 because it violates section 4.4 of the city's parks facility naming administrative regulation policy adopted by council in 2009, which requires a well-defined connection between the individual's contributions and the city facility being named after them, and that the significance of their contributions must be evaluated in terms of service impact on that city facility. Tony Lam, being the first Vietnamese elected official in the U.S., has absolutely nothing to do with Park West Park or any park. He should be honored, though, with a plaque or small sculpture at City Hall, the council chambers, or elsewhere in the Civic Center. Council, your decisions must adhere to policy. I am very upset with the 3 council members that voted to approve the incomplete Quan Chi Monument design at the January 5th meeting. You completely ignored 18 public comments and even your own statements by voting yes. The monument is incomplete, factually and historically erroneous, too big, fictional, gaudy, and downright disrespectful to America. Council, you must listen to and respect the wishes of all of the residents of the city, or you'll be voted out of office. Thank you, but I am requesting an additional 5 minutes to give my closed session comments. I submitted sound bites to city staff to prove that over the television broadcast, my comments were not audible. City staff's talking amongst themselves was very loud, but not my comments. So I respectfully request an additional 5 minutes. Is that granted?
Mayor, I think we should grant that.
I mean, like, I got really surprised. I mean, like, every person, we allow only 5 minutes. So,
Yeah,
Sir,
I think-
my comments were not heard by the broadcast on the television, and by law.
Ms. Raines, let me
Go
deal
ahead.
with it.
Thank you.
Yeah, because it's a remote meeting and we have legislation that requires that the broadcast be continuous, and that if there's an interruption, we need to stop the meeting. In this case, she did speak, but according to staff, there is evidence that at least some avenues of the broadcast did not hear what she was saying. So
I move to approve that.
yeah, I would recommend that you allow her to.
I move to approve.
okay, all right.
Yeah, don't need a motion. You're good.
That's fine.
So please proceed.
Thank you. Terry Raines, Westminster. Item 1 on the closed session agenda is to once again discuss 3 ongoing employee lawsuits filed by Cameron Norris Hayes, Jose Flores, and Alan Oki, all employees of the police department. All 3 cases are set for jury trial in the coming months. I can only comment on what I know. Jose Flores was a plaintiff in the previous case against the city that went before the United States Court of Appeals, 9th Circuit. I believe he prevailed, at least in part, in that case that was decided back in 2017, yet this new case was filed by him in 2019. Ralph Ornelas was dismissed as a defendant in the Hayes case, and a request to dismiss Ornelas and Al Panilla has been filed in the Aoki case. I really hope Chief Lene and HR Director Greiner can implement true employee relations reform in the PD that will reduce these lawsuits going forward. Item 2 is 1 case of potential litigation. I don't know what the case is about, but I'm going to venture a guess that it might be related to the December 16th claim filed against the city by the Quan Chi Victory Foundation for $100,000 plus. So I will comment accordingly. The residents do not want the city to litigate this matter in court. It would be far too costly, and the city could very well lose the case. I recommend the following. 1, request fully documented evidence of actual monetary losses from the foundation, letting them know it is necessary to process their claim. It is doubtful they will be able to produce $100,000 worth of proof and justifiable losses. It was the foundation's choice to move the monument all the way up to San Jose when they could have found a location here in Orange County. 2, closely scrutinize and vet proof of losses submitted and deny costs due to travel distance outside of Orange County. 3, make a reasonable offer to settle this claim based on actual documented and justifiable losses. And 4, if need be, continue negotiations with both parties until both parties reach an agreement to settle this matter outside of the courtroom. Council, you must all put aside your political egos and do what is best for the residents of this city and their taxpayer dollars. Don't let the city attorney's office drag this thing out to pad their pockets with nonsensical ideas like anti-SLAPP motions, etc. Just bite the bullet and settle this matter quickly so the city can move on. Item 3 is a performance evaluation of the city attorney, again, the third time in recent months. Again, I have no idea if this is targeting Christian personally or Jones and Mayer in general. Jones and Mayer tops the list of those criminally and or civilly implicated in the illegal parcel sale of Liberty Park. I also believe the firm may be charging the city too much money. The December warrant register shows 79 checks were issued to Jones and Mayer for a total of $196,986.42. It is extremely troubling that this council directed the city attorney's office to request the investigation by the Orange County District Attorney's Office into the 2016 Liberty Park parcel sale. Why did council do that? Residents were outraged when they read the city attorney's letter to the DA dated October 29th by its tone and self-serving content. From yesterday's Voice of OC article, quote, "We're aware of the situation and we're coordinating with the city attorney of Westminster," wrote District Attorney spokeswoman Kimberly Edds in a Monday text message, end quote. Unfriggin' believable. The DA's office is coordinating consideration of a formal investigation with the key suspect in this criminal or civil matter. Just how stupid can the city be? Councilman Doe, as a police officer, would you direct a murder suspect to prepare the case against him to submit to the DA? Of course not. Council, you must fix this now if it's not too late by doing the following. 1, direct the interim city manager to issue an immediate order to the DA's office to cease all communications with the city attorney's office or anyone at Jones and Mayer about this matter. 2, remove Jones and Mayer fully from the ongoing private investigation and have the city contract directly with the investigator, not through Jones and Mayer. 3, at the conclusion of the private investigation, direct the interim city manager to request this matter be heard before the Orange County grand jury. If the latter is not done, I can assure you it will be done by the residents of Westminster. As I've stated before, I like Christian, but there have been many problems in recent months attributable to him and or Jones and Mayer. But I do not believe that this is the right time to change law firms. There are just too many balls in the air right now. Christian is a better city attorney than most, but yes, things must improve. My recommendation is 1, put Jones and Mayer on notice and set measurable benchmarks to track their performance and billing practices. And 2, request that Jones and Mayer relieve Christian of his duties as Placentia city attorney so he can focus 100% of his time here in Westminster. The size and state of our city warrants a full-time dedicated city attorney. Thank you for the extra time that I was granted.
All right.
The next
Clerk,
speaker
do we have any
is
other speaker
Tony
or
Bowie,
do we have any
followed by
comment
Daltran.
that need to be read?
There's a weird delay in audio. Was that Tony Bowie that was next?
Yes. Tony Bowie, you may begin.
Mute. Okay, I'm here. Did you hear me?
Go ahead, you may begin.
Yes. Tony Bowie, Recreation Commissioner for City of Westminster. I used to be Planning Commissioner and then Traffic Commissioner, and now I was Recreation Commissioner. And I will oppose the, some people said that the November 29th, they changed the name of Park West Park with 520. I am one of the people who absent, and I previously opposed that rename to Tony Lam because that one will bring more, will create bad image and tarnish the reputation of the Vietnamese American community because not many people knowing who Mr. Tony Lam is, even though he's the first council member. But for what? A lot of other communities, such as Hispanic, African American, Japanese American, Chinese American, they will question the Vietnamese community. Why did you choose the guy to rename a community park, which is the common property of all the residents of Westminster? It's not fair. And also, according to Terry Reigns, it's not doing right according to the protocol to rename the park. without consulting many groups. And you know that before Tony Lam, we have a first female mayor. Her name is Joy Neugebauer, and she's very famous and put a lot of contribution to our community. And secondly, we have another lady who is Kathy Bucho. She's put a lot of effort in our community. And also, I know that in African American, they have Thomas Sowell. We have the name Sowell, but we don't know that he's one of the best professor of African American. So there's many people who is worth to put the name in it. So don't be too change the name in order to get the vote from the Vietnamese community. That is bad practice. And I think that you, the mayor and the city council should stop the decision to change the name of Park West Park to Tony Lam Park, because not many people will know who Mr. Tony Lam is, and also the Park West Park is the common property of the residents of Westminster. So reconsider that. Also to the family of Tony Lam, I really appreciate that Mr. Lam is a good guy, but also he is not that famous and he did not contribute too much to our community. So put his name in there will create bad image for his reputation and for his family, because people will keep bringing up question, who is this guy? What is he doing? And that is not good for a family prestige. That is item 7.1. So stop, resign the name, rename Park West Park into Tony Lam Park. It's not good for the community. And item 5.6 about resolution to censor the mayor. Who did that resolution? Tai Do. You do not have enough reputation to put a resolution like that, because I read your autobiography. Your father said, those who do not work don't eat. That is your father said. And in the past 6 months, 1 year, I did not see people of Westminster did not see do any work for our community, for the city of Westminster, except that you stir up all the dirt and throw the dirt to each other. Before you throw the dirt at Kimberly Hall, you, Menzo, and colluded with Juan Q, throw the dirt at Kimberly Hall, at Charlie Chi Nguyen, at the mayor Thuy Ta, and now you colluded together with Kimberly Hall to throw the mud to the mayor. That is a bad practice. Please stop it and concentrate on working for the community. Thank you very much for your concern.
The next speaker is Dao Tran. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
You hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
You hear me? Hello?
Yes, you may begin. We can hear you.
Okay. Good evening. Number one, COVID spreading like wildfire. While we have the council meeting here in Westminster, our country breaks record of 146,000 COVID-19 hospitalizations according to the Washington Post. Orange County alone has over 1,000 hospitalizations this week. What a sad news. So what the city council needs to do to protect Westminster people from the danger of the pandemic and expect with the Vietnamese population more than half the city population, and the Tet Vietnamese New Year is coming, and the Tet parade proposed on February 5th on Bosa Avenue puts people, Westminster people and Orange County people at risk. So I ask the city council either to stop the Tet Parade or to set strict regulations for Tet Parade organization to protect your people. This is your responsibility. Number two, wasteful spending. In the agenda tonight, you will request $45,000 to move the mayor's office out of the city hall. This is ridiculous and wasteful, while the mayor's office in the city hall is not in use. You three, Ho, Do, and Menzo, you really waste the taxpayers' money for your jealousy and hatred. At the same time, you also waste taxpayers with the numerous meetings of the Quang Tri Monument Committee, with redrawing the city map in 5 districts before asking the Westminster citizens' opinions. With all of these actions, you are wasting taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. Westminster people will judge you seriously with their votes. Number three, censoring. Another item in the agenda tonight is those requests a resolution to censor Mayor Chita. Look at you three, Ho, Do, and Menzo. You voted to remove the mayor's office out of the city hall without planning another office for him, didn't you? Didn't it mean he did not have an office to work or another work? He is an office-less mayor. What is wrong with a mobile office that his supporters made for him? Why do you want to censor Mayor Chita? You censored Charlie Nguyen with nonsense reasons. Is it not bad enough you are sided with Kimberly Ho's low-class, barbaric language of gangsters during city council meeting in Vietnamese that shocked the community to our core of her behaviors? Your censoring of Mayor Chita and Councilman Charlie Nguyen have no value at all. They just show your hatred, your revenge, and your jealousy. Councilman Do, if you don't have any bright ideas to help the city, don't create ridiculous and useless agenda items just to waste more city time and resources. If you want to be useful to the city, work on Westminster more improvement and homeless problems. I'm sure you three, Ho, Do, and Menzo, don't care what I'm saying, but I want to talk to Westminster people and hope they listen to me, that the gang of three, Ho, Do, and Menzo are abusing the power of majority, that they are dictators, they are above the law, and the Westminster citizens need to be aware and vote them out of the office and any political positions in the future. Westminster people voted council members that work for them, not for those who are in the office for their own interests and political agendas. Thank you for listening and good night.
The next speaker is Amy Walsh. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I'm in the middle of putting my son to bed while watching, but I had to say something. I really want for the people of Westminster, for those that don't know what the difference is, I'm gonna put it out there. The difference between censor and censure. So people keep talking about the mayor getting censored. That's not the case. No one is censoring Mr. Ta. A censure is when the rest of the council, or however many, decide to vote for it, want to censure him about things that he has said or actions that he has done that the rest of the council wants to make sure they separate themselves from his actions. And now that goes on in all cities, school boards. This is a thing that is done all around California and the rest of the United States. It's nothing new. I want people to realize that they're getting misinformation. And I felt the need to say something because I just can't sit here and listen to that anymore and then have our mayor not say something and correct them himself. I mean, Mr. Ta, I know that you're an educated man and you should be able to let these people know the difference. And the fact that you're not just shows me and the rest of the Westminster residents the fact that you just like to stir the pot, put wrong information out there, and then let people get heated and upset about it, and then come to the meetings and speak for God knows how long, keep you guys here until, 2 o'clock in the morning or whatnot. I mean, if we want to talk about wasting taxpayers' money, maybe we should just take it out of your city council stipend. I mean, I think that's a good idea. That could recoup some money. Maybe the rest of the council members could look into that. If the city attorney could please, because obviously people won't believe me, if the city attorney could let people know the difference between censoring and censuring, that would be great. Just so that we can, clear this up and move forward. That'd be great. Thanks. Have a wonderful night. Let's keep this short.
Is there anyone else on Zoom wishing to speak? If you could please raise your hand, and if the translator can please interpret that for us, please.
Nếu có quý vị nào muốn phát biểu thì xin giơ tay lên cho chúng tôi biết. Quý vị có thể giơ tay lên qua mạng đó là bằng cách di chuyển con chuột ở trên màn hình của quý vị. Quý vị thấy cái biểu tượng của cái hình bàn tay, quý vị có thể chạm vào đó thì chúng tôi sẽ biết là quý vị muốn phát biểu. Xin cảm ơn.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands raised on Zoom, there were e-comments that were submitted, and I will read those briefly into the record. There are 4. The first one is, according to the latest California State and Orange County healthcare data, the number of COVID-19 related cases has dramatically increased since early December of 21, right after the Thanksgiving holiday, and continues to spike with an average of 4,000 new COVID cases in the county each day within the last 2 weeks. Even this alarming increase in the number of COVID cases is considered low, as the statistics do not include results for home testing or for those having COVID-19 but are asymptomatic. The sudden surge in the number of sick residents due to the easily transmittable Omicron variant of COVID-19 is deeply concerning, as there has been an over 90% increase in the number of cases of hospitalizations, according to the latest Orange County Healthcare Agency report. Our county alone has nearly 6,000 deaths due to COVID-19, and this number continues to rise by the day. Statewide, nearly 80,000 residents have died due to COVID-19 based on all indicators. Patient numbers are trending upward, and for all the wrong reasons. The alarming increase of the Omicron variant within the past month, without any signs of abating, have prompted numerous groups and organizations to cancel or delay public events and celebrations, while numerous educational institutions are going back to remote learning, continuing to mitigate the spread of this highly contagious virus. In your area, the Orange County Swap Meet has decided to cancel this weekend Swap Meet market as the OC Fairgrounds, while the venerable Cherry Blossom Festival, to be held in March in Huntington Beach, is also canceled by the organizers. It is highly unfortunate the organizers were compelled to take these drastic public safety measures. It is commendable that they have placed the health of the public as a first priority. In light of the disturbing COVID-19 statistics, the Westminster City Council, in a split decision, approved a permit for a private organization to organize a Tet Parade in the first week of February 22 for the Lunar New Year, which is expected to draw well over 15,000 to 20,000 attendees lining in close proximity along Bolsa Avenue to view the parade. The parade will undoubtedly prove to be mega spreader event with thousands of people congregating in one location for several hours at the same time. In the same February weekend, the Tet Festival at the OC Fairgrounds will be held and is expected to attract hundreds of thousands of attendees over a 3-day weekend. This mass event is also prime breeding ground for the spread of COVID-19, and yet we've not heard from the organizers nor the government at any level concerning any anti-COVID-19 measures to either ensure the health of the thousands of festival attendees or even consideration to cancel the event altogether. The California Department of Public Health has laid out very clear guidelines for outdoor venues and events with 5,000 or more people. The guidelines are quite strict and are clearly designed to protect the health and safety of the public. 1, parade and or festival venue and event operators should require attendees age 2 and older to provide proof that they are fully vaccinated or have received a negative COVID-19 test. 2, if parade or festival attendees provide test results for entry, the test must have been conducted in the last 1 day for an antigen test or 2 days for a PCR test. And 3, parade and or festival operators should require attendees age 18 and older to provide identification and proof of vaccination at this mega event. Also, 4, parade and or festival operators should also have in place and enforce mask wearing requirements as it is anticipated the number of COVID-19 cases with the Omicron variant will continue to explode within the next several weeks prior to the Tet Parade and Tet Festival. The post-holiday increase in COVID cases pose a troubling trend, but was predicted by many healthcare professionals. Government staff and parade and festival operators must work closely together to enforce strict anti-COVID safety measures to protect the public if this event is to happen in February. As a media company serving the Vietnamese American community, we would like to know specifically what anti-COVID measures, if any, is the county taking to protect and safeguard the well-being of its residents, visitors for the February Tet Parade and Festival? Are there any clear mandates or guidelines the county requires the Tet Parade and Tet Festival operators to put in place in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19? If there are any requirements that the operators must follow, then how do these protocols being implemented and fully enforced by your jurisdiction? These are reasonable health and safety issues the community would like to know in light of the ongoing COVID surge. If the operators in the county cannot logistically implement all of the anti-COVID measures, what alternatives are available for the parade and festival event short of cancellation? Thank you for your help, and we look forward to your detailed response soonest. Sincerely, Nam Quan Nguyen, Principal Trust Media Network.
All right, so is there any public like comments need to be read? City Clerk?
About the people that made them than what they supposedly commemorate. Imagine that memories of individuals are bound up by a common interest, repackaged for public consumption, then sold to us as a commemoration. Co-Chair Kenny Wong presentation on Quang Tri Monument was definitely a compassionate speech, interspersed with recollections of a captain from the ARVN, a photo taken on or about September 16, 1972, the loss of his country to an invading force and cherished memories. I sense his hurt and pain and the pride that on that day he and his brethren fought and won a decisive victory. The victory was for naught. Let's get this right. It's a time to honor the uniqueness and memories of those fallen. This monument fails. In contrast, a memorial is built to honor soldiers that paid the ultimate sacrifice and remember the uniqueness and value of those dead soldiers. This helps us keep the memory of those people alive. The Vietnam War was divisive then and it is today. And he quotes, "How to remember Vietnam, the impetus for a memorial spring not from contemporary pride, but from later guilt about the men and women who served. Were they heroes or victims? The nation remains in deep conflict about the war, but with time, all Americans have joined at least in a sense of pain for those who died. A memorial that emphasizes the names without offering any conclusion about the war reflects the truth about how the nation remembers Vietnam. Critics of the memorial would like something more assertive, a Vietnam version of Marines raising the flag at Iwo Jima. Perhaps that would create a shallow monument to politics. The Vietnam dead deserves better." End quote. The committee members are primarily ARVN and have a vested interest on how to portray the events of Quang Tri, whether it is guilt, personal pride, or their own honor. Councilwoman Ho reportedly has a parent that commanded an artillery division. Other committee members held higher ranks in the service of their country. No wonder why the depiction is militaristic. No wonder why public input as to design was predisposed. The only public discussion held in December was 3 submitted proposals, of which 2 were never discussed. There were no YouTube discussions pertaining to this design, nor who, nor why certain insignias should be honored over others. The monument should include all, not the special interest groups that seek to honor apparent or self-gratification of their own self-worth or importance. It should bring about healing. For some, it may be an effort to alleviate their sorrows for failure to win the war. Correctness set aside, the committee and council voted to proceed and approve something they could not explain. In short, the committee wanted, in quotes, "You would prefer a piece of suitable sculpture on the model of memorials to Gettysburg or Appomattox. Bosh. Such memorials gather moss in every village square from Mobile to Manchester. Washington is full of suitable sculptures, and with perhaps half a dozen exceptions, they are dreadful pedestrian examples of the stone carver's skills. These suitable sculptures arouse no emotion whatever. The proposed memorial, believe me, will pack an unforgettable wallop," end quote. One of the best Vietnamese war memorials is Maya Lin's The Wall. Simplistic, abstract, and avoids a political commentary, but focuses on those who gave all. It is also one of the most visited sites for monuments. If the city wishes to encourage visitors, they would do well to reconsider design. Lastly, the mayor cautioned members against having a non-sanctioned news presentation. Sunday, a news conference held with several committee members present and Councilwoman Ho. This was a flagrant, in-your-face insult to the council. The council has no recourse to disband the committee forthwhile. Councilwoman Ho be reprimanded and recluse herself from further discussions on the subject. Council should reappoint new members, preferably more representative of the ethnicity of the city, and to reevaluate the correctness of the depiction. Then there's a lack of candor and questionable ethics. No decision, no outside meetings, no pre-planned nor conceived depictions were allegedly made before December 21st. How then can you account for a miniature replica of the monument presented? It takes time to design, construct, cast, and patina, even a smaller version, but it was done under 2 weeks. What artist can do that unless paid, given assurances and promises to the contract to be his? By whose authority? Perhaps the most unfortunate aspect of this memorial is that instead of beginning a healing process and reconcile a grievous war, it will add another controversy to this controversial period in our history. If the design invites divisiveness instead of healing, it should not be built. General George Patton Jr. was quoted saying, "No person ever won a war by dying for his country. He won it by making the other poor, dumb person die for his country." Although popular and resonant well with his troops, the military did not disseminate those comments because they were considered crude and tasteless. I submit this monument is similar, given it on neither the level nor importance of neither Gettysburg nor Appomattox. Bill Vedder. The next one is from Bob Chris. I cannot believe this is America, and as a sole American Vietnam veteran member of the Quang Tri Committee, there is such a concerted effort to exclude patches of America's significant contribution to victory, Lam Son 72. Why? The superior air power of the US was needed, and other American contributions were necessary for any victory. There was never a defining concept of division and above to exclude those to be honored from both the American and Vietnamese side. Concerning the Vietnamese patches, I, as a committee member from November 2021, requested the identifying name of each of the Vietnamese patches in emails, texts, in person, and finally received a listing that we had to work at it to match up, as they could not be identified because they were not clear and fuzzy when made larger. Received from Saturday 1/8/22, the day before the press showing 1/9/22 of the depiction design. With quick research of several research scientists, it seems those selected by the committee Vietnamese members are not all significant, certainly not all division and above. Maybe patches that represent the military branches of the coalition, where the members make up the Quang Tri Committee members, some not mentioned in any literature on Lam Son 72. May represent Councilwoman Kimberly Ho's Military Fathers Association with artillery, where some should probably be eliminated from the monument. This is an example of the way the committee has been run from inception. The democratic process, majority vote predetermined 10 Vietnamese, 1 American with major public dissension, some committee members agreeing with America's dissensions and involvement. During Sunday's press conference, a Vietnamese politician, Phat Bui, indicated he allowed the Quang Tri Monument meetings, therefore had to hear me and Conrad Gomez, the only American Vietnamese veterans on the committee, with plenty of general public dissension and some committee dissensions, where the committee's majority voted to not recognize all American patches as important for the front of the monument, where Phat supported the choice by the committee with the democratic process of voting majority rule. Anti-American positions all the way. He, being aware of the exclusion of American patches, had to know of the behind closed doors voting without public participation, no transparency, completely ignoring other public depictions submitted, possibly Brown Act and code ethics violations. Vietnamese media has referred to the Quang Tri Monument as Phat Bui and Kimberly Ho's monument. Monuments should be built without political ramifications and to honor those that pay the ultimate price and still suffer today. This is not what you have before the City Council. The proposed monument is militaristic, not simplistic and abstract, avoiding political commentary, and should focus on those that paid the ultimate price. The 10 American patches need to be on the front of the monument, along with 10 of the most significant Vietnamese patches. The rest of their patches, after vetting and verification of their significance and whether or not they are merely representing the military representation of the coalition committee members or Kimberly Ho relationship. Sad, though, that this will not take place where the Vietnamese committee members represent the coalition and Kimberly. Let us have the Quang Tri Victory Foundation military representatives review the patches and give comment. This monument speaks volumes with the simplicity, and when listening closely, the monument tells us more about the people that made it, the committee, than what they supposedly commemorate. The committee has canceled out the American Vietnam veteran, actually canceling out America and the general public that showed significant objections. The monument before the City Council that is not historically accurate, all-inclusive, recognizing America's contribution to victory should not be placed in an American public park, taking up precious public use land. This is America, and we all should be Americans first. Incorporate the monument with the Bolsa investment efforts, placing it on public land, creating a cultural and historical district with the Vietnamese Museum and Visitor Center. The City Council should not be dominated by Vietnamese feuds, changing the landscape for their own political purpose for a country that no longer exists, commemorating their foreign war battle with a short-term victory, losing their country a couple of years later. This is America. Still, misspelling of words supposedly to be corrected. The little To Quoc Chi An, which is Vietnamese, should have the same title in English above it and not below it. Next, the titles with Retaken or Quang Tri Citadel 1972 Monument should be on top of the title in Vietnamese. The military narrative that is to go on side needs to be redone and replaced with the narrative of bullet points by a professional writer identifying Lam Son 72, commemorating those that pay the ultimate price and those that still suffer today. It seems apparent that the model already created for the public depiction presentation this past Sunday, the designer had already been chosen behind closed doors. It looks good, Wednesday's council approval with things to be worked on, and 4 days later, a working model. This is what we have been saying. None of this was decided by the committee in public meetings. What is the name of the designer and their background? Mayor Tri Ta cautioned against public presentations last Sunday. It has been documented to the city staff that this going on in the Vietnamese media during the entire committee's existence, advertising, indicating the approval of this depiction, even though the council had yet to vote on final approval. As an American citizen, council member, your first obligation is to America and all the residents of Westminster. When you vote, it will paint your portrait, which will tell your story. For some of you, there are unsubstantiated lies being spread about you. This is the Vietnamese way. Do not let them call you a racist or other slanders control your vote. My soul is open, whether it be the Quang Tri Victory Foundation or the Quang Tri Committee. God knows my vote. And then the last comment was submitted. It is written in Vietnamese, and then it has this written in English. We, the people of City of Westminster, and others requested the mayor and city council to rescind the decision to change the name of Park West Park to Tony Lam Park, because this decision will create a bad image and tarnish the reputation of the Vietnamese American community, and is signed by some. All of these have been included in the agenda packet on the city's website, Mayor. And that concludes tonight's presentations on oral communications.
All right, so thank you so much for all the comments. I don't see any hand raised, and our city clerk already read all the public comment through email. So now I'd like to close oral communication.
Mayor, before we move on to the next agenda item, which is consent calendar, Mayor and Council, due to the widespread and overly concerned and increase of number of COVID cases, as we heard from Mr. Acosta report today, and also that we heard over the oral communications, there are overly concerns about the COVID widespread. So I'd like to work on the urgent item so that the council and the staff can discuss plans that we can protect the safety of the community. So I ask the mayor and council approve that for the urgent item. And I guess that's going to be item number 5.7, I believe so.
All right, so I second that request because issue of COVID is one of the most concerns. I believe that all members of City Council and also members from the community. So I second that urgency request, but it's still up to majority of this council. All right, so we have the motion and second to work on an urgency item regarding COVID-19.
This is an urgency request. It requires a 4/5 vote to walk it on, and it must be an issue that arose after the posting of the agenda, which this would seem to qualify based on the information presented. So,
right, we have the motion and a second for an urgency item regarding COVID-19. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember, the motion was made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Mayor Ta. Councilmember Ho.
this is a motion to walk it on.
You're muted.
Councilmember Do.
Nothing.
Did Councilwoman Hall vote it? Yes or no?
I think it was, can I go first or
Yeah, we didn't hear you. You were muted.
is it me first or
Councilmember Do.
You know what? Do we have such a long agenda? So we can put it on the next council meeting. No.
Councilmember Ho.
I would say no.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo.
Before I vote, I think it is an important topic and we must look into this. But I don't know if staff is prepared to answer questions that all council may have about this. And I would ask staff to have something prepared for this topic. It is important and we do need to have this conversation, but I don't think this is the time for it to be. I would like to have some time to research this myself and give staff an opportunity to get some data for us for any questions that council may have. So at this time, no.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your
No.
vote?
No.
No, thank you. Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion fails.
All right, so next we have consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion followed by roll call vote. there will be no separate discussion of these items unless member of the City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion.
I move to.
Can I ask?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I ask to pull
Right.
3.5?
Like to pull 3.2 and approve the rest?
You have
All right.
3.5 requested?
So,
3.2 and 3.5.
all right. So, can I have a motion to approve the rest of the item of the consent, but
Motion to
move
approve the rest.
rest.
all right, so motion to approve the rest item from the consent calendar, but item 3.2 and item 3.5 had been pulled. Who will second that motion? I didn't hear. Anyone second it?
Did I?
Who's the
did I
mover?
make that?
Councilmember Ho made the motion and Councilmember Nguyen seconded it.
Okay, got it. Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, item 3.2, conduct second reading of ordinance number 25779, amending Westminster Municipal Code, chapter 2.04, related to public official and employee interaction.
Mayor and members of the City Council, I'll go ahead and take that. Currently, that item is before you for second reading. It is in ordinance number 2579, amending the Westminster Municipal Code, Chapter 2.04, relating to public official and employee interactions.
So this item was pulled by Councilmember Ho. Did you have specific questions regarding it?
Well, I just want to go, someone to go over it briefly. This is the first reading, correct?
No, this is final adoption.
Or this is the final?
This is the final. So if you have any,
Is there any deviation from the first?
no, no, there was no deviation between first and, so there was, no, there were some clerical errors that were made between when it was approved as an, adopted as an ordinance. You know, there was missing language that, there was missing language in there that didn't say that the mayor's office was going to be moved to the council chambers. And so when it appeared as the ordinance, it didn't show that. So we made sure that that was fixed. And then, yeah, there was nothing in between the first reading and this one, which is your final approval.
Being that we are, we haven't discussed the timeline for the move of the mayor's office. And it says here that this ordinance becomes effective in 30 days from the adoption date. So we need to put in there some kind of time, you know, time specification for the move, correct? Or
So the
Yeah,
order, yeah, so go ahead, Christian, or I'm sorry.
Well,
I
you
was,
know, I think we don't, do we need to put a timelines in here? I mean, you know, the city council can make the decision at a later time, right? Right now, we just adopt this and implement, you know, put an add it to the city ordinance. Is that correct?
Yeah, my recollection, when we did the first reading, when you approved the first reading, you also added some language saying, not to the ordinance itself, you approved the ordinance, but said that in the time being, that the mayor would be allowed to stay in his office until the council provided further direction on that, something to that effect.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't.
Normal direction.
it's not stated here.
Because it would be
That's
a,
the reason I pulled it, but it
Yeah,
is
because we
not there
don't
then.
want to put
Okay.
details of a very specific.
I get it.
Right.
Into
I mean, I understand, but I just want to make sure that it is It is specified. Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
as of right now, the law, so the ordinance, which would then become the law, would just say that the mayor's office is then located not in City Hall, in the council chambers. But yes, there was clear direction from the council, which is why we're bringing up that additional item about construction future, in the meeting tonight. So yes, so we do have that direction. The ordinance itself will become effective, 30 days after it's passed, but certainly, that doesn't, if council has given us direction that you're giving additional time or,
Okay.
waiting, it's not a problem.
So the rest of the ordinance could be in effect or be effective in 30 days.
Yeah, all of it could. And it's just that we're making a change, and while we're in this change period, the council needs to make other decisions in order to make this particular section effective.
Got it.
Which concerns the council offices, the council chamber offices.
Okay.
Yes, I like to remind all members of the council, as I remember correctly, and you're more than welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, that only for the last meeting, like December 8 or something, like majority of city council voted again that separate my office from the city hall with a statement that I could allow to stay in the current office. But, as I remember correctly, on October 27 and probably in November, that was not the case. So the council, majority of the council approved to separate my office from the city hall, but without have any saying that I could or could not stay in my current office. That's what, in a minute, you're more than welcome to look into it. But I mean, I did want to have that, reminder. That's all. Okay.
But, I want it on the record that stop playing game here, okay? Because you've been on the council for 17 years, so you don't know that, once an ordinance gets passed, you have 30 days. So it's your prerogative to stay out of your office. And then you wanted to spread lies and, just so you can get the rest of the community all riled up and take sides, okay? And so I really don't. I just want to.
I think at this point.
Okay, I just want to say that because pardon me.
I think at this point we need to move to approve this. Anything else you want to talk, we can talk at a later time.
All right, fine. Yeah, I agree with that.
Move to approve. Move to approve.
Make a motion to approve. Second it then.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
No.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
No.
Motion carries.
Wait,
All right, so.
I'm sorry, Mayor. And just to read that into the record, that's to adopt ordinance number 2579 entitled, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster adding section 2.04.130 public official and employee interactions to chapter 2.04 city council to title 2 admin and personnel of the Westminster Municipal Code regarding public official and employee interactions, read by title only, waive further reading.
So the vote already.
Yeah, we just had to read it into the record.
Okay, so 3-2. That's
Okay.
all. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so next item, additional information related to city property land sale transaction from 206 to current.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. This is a continuation of the item that was presented at the December 8th meeting. At that meeting, Council had requested additional information on 5 of the 28 transactions. So this report was prepared to enhance the previously presented list, by providing visual representations of each property and a complete background of the associated sale. The staff report details the 5 items that were requested. but all items were updated and included in the comprehensive report. And going forward, this report will be updated with each transaction so we can keep a comprehensive list of all of the items that or all of the land transactions that take place. Staff's available to answer questions if you have specific transactions you want to discuss.
All right, any question from a member of the City Council, please?
Yes, I do. In regards to property 14452 Chestnut Street, ID number 8. Okay. Well, I don't have any problems with the buyers. The problem I have is with the process. Again, I asked for an appraisal. I didn't get an appraisal. And what I don't understand is how do you end up selecting this buyer to sell to when you didn't open it up for RFP, which I don't get. And so I'm gonna let you answer that. I know I called staff and I asked specifically for the appraisal, but till this day, I don't have it. Do you have it?
There was not an appraisal, as far as I can tell. Per redevelopment law, it was not required. And also it was not required to go to bid. As stated in the resolution that was approved by the council, it says that redevelopment law does not require it as long as it's in accordance with the redevelopment plan. So based on the staff report in the background that was provided in that, it said that negotiations began in December, and then this was approved in March. And that was December of 2010, and this was approved in March of 2011.
So what kind of process did you have back then?
It just says, and all I can do.
So how did you find this buyer? I just want to know, like, how did you match this buyer to the land? And
I
how
don't have
did
that
you come to the
information.
conclusion. So I mean, just a lot of
The
shady.
staff report
dealing.
says that at the direction of the council, staff began preliminary negotiations for the sale of the property. And the purpose of the sale was to allow construction of the cultural center. And then it also says that redevelopment agency wishes to sell the property to, let's see, must be approved by the local body and have a public hearing, which was done.
Okay, so who was the mover and who seconded this?
I don't have that information. Wait a second, I might have that information. I have the signed. I don't have the mover and the seconder, but I do have that it was approved with a 5-0 vote.
If you give me the meeting date, I can look it up real quick.
Okay, it was March 23rd of 2011.
Okay. One of the advantages of virtual meetings here. And that was, let's see, for Chestnut. So it was a motion made by, at the time, Mayor Pro Tem Tyler Dibb, seconded by Councilmember Ta.
With no appraisal, and so we don't even know. And how did they find this buyer? Which makes it really unfair to the rest of the buyers. Potential buyers.
Unfortunately, everyone that was involved with this, that's listed in the staff report. So, former, at the time, economic development specialist. So it was Chet Simmons at the time. Was it Ray Silver at the time who was a city manager? Don't recall.
Mitch Waller.
Mitch Waller. So yeah, so the people who are actually actively involved are no longer here. So, and there was no documentation that we could find as far as an appraisal or how anybody was connected. So.
Okay. So is an appraisal required today? And an RFP required today? Are we clear of the protocol?
I think maybe Christian could probably shed light on real estate property process as far as
Or
the city.
maybe we can like put that on the agenda for next time if you can like bring it back. Because I'm very confused on the protocol. And yeah, we could bring that back. I'm not going to waste time now, but we could move along.
Do we have check and balances to regulate the sales of city property?
So the way the sale of city property goes, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, Christian, but there are specific laws on how the city sale would be. The property that was in question for Chestnut was so RDA versus successor. So at the time, RDA was a different process on how something was sold, and versus where Aaron said there's no appraisal that's required. When an RDA property then was transferred over to successor agency, then the rules changed at that point, and I don't have what those rules were, but that, but again, either Aaron or Christian can jump in.
When it transferred to successor agency, it did not require that either. It required a comparison. But the successor agency doesn't own property anymore. In fact, later in the agenda, we have the last and final. So we don't have any other property under the successor agency. So all property would fall under the city at this point.
Yeah, as a general rule, any city property is going to require an appraisal. I'm not aware of this transaction, not involved in it. And it's a redevelopment. It sounds as though there were special rules.
It was redevelopment. It was pre-dissolution, yes.
So there may be rules to that. That's something we can look into and report back to you on. If it was non-redevelopment, it was normally city property, it would require an appraisal. Because you need
in the resolution.
The main reason for that is you need to know if there's a gift of public funds. So I can't sell a property until I've determined what it's worth, so that way I can make sure that the city's getting value.
Okay.
So let me understand something. So city property, if we decide to sell right now, then it requires an appraisal. Is that correct?
That is correct. And it was true then as well.
Okay, so back then, that a lot of assessed property that was not owned by the city, it was owned by redevelopment agency. Is that correct? And we have to follow the rules and procedure. But I understand, but can the city back then implement a different set of policy requiring a appraisal and all that stuff?
An RDA.
Could the city, could the city implement something like that back then?
I think that's the question that's being asked. I cannot answer that right now, but we can certainly report back to you on that in terms of what more of the details on this and what was the thought process.
Okay, so I mean, what I'm trying to figure out is that so it's just appear that there's a loophole in terms of regulating real estate transaction back then, which owned by RDA. Okay, but the city have no additional check and balances, and we just follow the guideline that's set by RDA. Is that correct?
Yes. Again, we'd need to look and see what the logic was at the time. It seems as though this property was acquired related to the yard. It's also, I think, the Boys and Girls Club is near there. And at some point it was determined that this was an appropriate use or better use for it. So it sold to this organization.
So let me so back then, any buyer can approach the city and express interest, and the city can pick and choose who to sell it to without competitive bid.
Based on what the RDA laws or what the rules were at the time back then, where an appraisal and bids were not required, yes.
Let me say something. Are you done? Okay, well, let me say something. There were a lot of shady practices. Okay, and I'd say back then, and I will not, I won't say, I mean, not to say that it doesn't carry on over to now. You look at properties, address 7185 Westminster Boulevard. You know, when it, because of the dissolution in RDA and the transferring of the RDA properties over to the SORA, and that's when you discovered that you got properties that were basically contracted. Like, for instance, that particular one, we almost ended up in a lawsuit. Remember that? I'm trying to get it back. I mean, it was like an open-ended contract. The owner or the prospective buyer held on to it for 12 years without ever developing.
I know something about that.
That one, and also, just a minute, and then the one 7201 Westminster Boulevard. See, if it hadn't been for the RDA coming to an end and having to close that chapter, you know, these contracts would still be out there. And those, I mean, I don't know what kind of practice is that. And so if today we're looking at it now, we have to have some kind of guidelines. I don't care what kind of properties. I know we own these, right? Don't we? 7185, 7191, 7201. You would eventually sell them, package them, and sell them. That's what you said here. So we need some guidelines. Because it isn't fair to, I know 20 years ago, 25 years, maybe 20 years ago, I remember I approached the city, and then back then it was Steve Soto, who was the economic development manager or something. And that was regarding this one property that was next to mine. I believe that was 7185 Westminster Boulevard. And that one was, he said, sold, but it was never sold. It was tied up, okay, by a party. And it was like, it was tied up by, and then that one almost went into litigation when we tried to get it back. And we realized that, our city did realize that we didn't have a contract. It was more like an open contract. This person didn't develop it, didn't purchase it. He just basically tied it up for 12 or 15 years. So how could that happen? So could we, like, I mean, I want to agendize so that we could have some kind of clear guidelines, some policies, some, you know, so that we could regulate the sale of these properties. Because I see some, and you're telling me that you're selling properties without an appraisal. And then some say, yes, you have an appraisal, and then others, you don't have to have an appraisal. So I don't know what it is. What is the policy? What is the protocol? What's the law? So could we, like, bring it back and make it clear and have some set of policies in place so that these things don't happen again? You know, I know these, so anyway, this is why these shady deals happen when they happen. Okay, we just made it was too easy for them to sell it. And
Yeah, I agree with
steal
that.
it from
I
our
feel like there needs
citizens.
to be some sort of guidelines to prevent some sort of gift of public funds to your friends if you have a council majority vote. That seems kind of wrong. I had a question for the property 7341 Texas Street. It said it was sold to Abazar in 2006. It was supposed to be meant for low-income housing, low-income families. What is the status with that? And is there if it was meant to help for to be something for built for low-income families and nothing's been built for many years, is that just going to stay vacant forever, or what's the deal with that?
I can respond to that. I'm Debbie Carita, the interim community development director. We're talking about, let me clarify, we're talking about the one that's identification number 2 at 7341 Texas Street. Is that correct, council member?
Correct.
Okay, that was, as it was described, that was conveyed in a DDA back in about 2007, and you're correct that it was supposed to be developed for low-income family. Initially, the DDA had it for a single-family home, and then it was changed. Then there was an amendment to the DDA about 2007, 2008, that allowed Avazar to develop a two-family condominium or home. And we did look into that in late November, actually, of 2020. One of their representatives did contact planning regarding the development of this property. They informed us that the delay was due to financial constraints because their organization does not borrow money. So they were, I guess, saving money to be able to perform this construction. In November, they informed us that there was going to be a new application, and we let them know that the entitlements for the application that came through back in 2007, 2008, that had expired, and that they would have to go through the process again. And as a matter of fact, I checked with the planner, and she said that this week, the architect contacted her and indicated that plans would be submitted in about a month. So that's the update with this property. So if they do submit plans, there will be going through the process again, but it will be a covenant that it would be to low or affordable housing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I remember Council Member Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo asked to pull, what was it, some details on the Golden West Circle. I don't see that on here.
Yeah, there's no pictures in there, but it's just on the image on there.
What page? ID number what?
Golden West Circle is ID 27. It's also in summary in the staff report. It's the last item.
I see 22. I don't know if I have 27. My last one. My last page is 22. ID 22.
Okay, there are 28.
Yes, I had asked for that, but I mean, I don't know if I wanted to rehash that, but that my concern with that was with that property, with that sale, was if that fire was in the best interest of the city in the long term, as far as potential revenue, annual revenue for the city, and be it that we are short on revenue, and from what I understand, that one of the other proposals was going to generate quite a few millions of dollars annually for their city, and that proposal wasn't chosen. And
well, here's
that was the concern that I had, and that's the concern that a lot of residents that know about this property just can't understand why that was chosen, and I think it went against the recommendations of staff, for that the staff was kind of blown away by the choice that was made at the time. So.
That isn't true, because I was there and I can tell you this, and I don't understand why it's not on here. I thought I saw. Did you have a report on it?
Is there somebody that
Did you read that report on that? Number 27.
Can somebody tell me what was? Can you kind of give me a rundown of the two proposals? The proposal that was offered and the one that was chosen, as far as the two, what they were.
Okay, so here I can tell you from my standpoint.
I'm asking staff.
I'm sorry.
Can Aaron or somebody tell me about?
I don't have all of the proposals. I know that it was sold for 14.5 million. There were 12 interested parties, and each let's see, it says that it was provided the highest as is offer from an owner operator for the property. I don't have the other
The
proposals.
reason I wanted to tell you about this property was because I was very much involved in, is this it? Okay. So what it was Vice Mayor Manzo, I'll tell you the story, okay? So back then, I saved our city $2 million. It was when, I think it says here, would you mind, the interim community development, or maybe Aaron Bax, could you read that background? Could you read that? Because it's too small. Please read that.
Adolfo, do you want to just read it? Because
Sure, no problem.
it's on your screen.
Yeah, it appears that the report that's in the packet was truncated. So I pulled up the original, which has all of the properties that are listed in the spreadsheet that is attached to the cover sheet of this. So as it pertains to this particular one, on June 8th, 2018, the City Council approved the sale of property. City staff had been actively seeking a buyer for the city property located at 15172 Golden West Circle. With its prime location and size, the City Council and staff had long believed the ideal purchaser would provide ongoing benefits to the city through a revenue-generating use. Council previously authorized 2 ENAs with potential buyers, but ultimately the transactions were not completed. Purchase offers for the site were collected in February and March 2018, and an open house was again held at the site. 15 letters of interest were received, all from highly qualified buyers. 12 interested parties were real estate investment firms of varying size. Each investment firm proposer provided assurances they would seek to find a retail tenant or tenants for the site. However, the ultimate user was unknown. The local retailer, 405 Cabinets, provided the highest as-is offer for an owner-operator for the property. The business was to be the end user and was able to offer documented sales tax revenues the city will collect from on-site sales. At the direction of the City Council, staff entered into final negotiations with 405 Cabinets on fine point details. The purchase price was $14.5 million.
Okay. Thank you for that.
I'd like to explain that.
Well, can I ask Adolfo a question first? Do we know how much revenue is coming from that property today?
I do not have that information. Aaron, is that available to you?
Do you have any revenue?
We have not received any sales tax from that property or revenue from that property.
Do you know why?
Sales tax is the only one I know of.
You know
I
why?
think it's under renovation. Anyway, so here's the thing that you might want to know is that when I first came on the council, I think I came on at the end of the first that was the first when the first ENA ended, and that was with Infinity, if anybody remember that. So then after that, then we approved, and then they fell through, and so so that ENA ended, and then they fell through, and our city found I think it was another company, and so that company was another, like an RV company, if you remember. And everybody has a blank stare. It's like, okay, so basically I was hoping that particular company would work out. So they made the offer 2018, and I think they got the ENA from 2018 and it ended February of 2019. So their ENA ended in 2019, and I figured they would, actually at the time they won the ENA because they offered 14.5. But when the ENA expired, they came back, they waited until I believe 2 months or a month after it expired, the ENA expired, then they lowballed us and they wanted 12.5. So that really pissed me off. And I basically said, no, we're not going to. See, number one is the appraisal. So I went by the appraised price. Appraisal was 14.5, not 12.5. So they made the offer for 12.5. stating that the building on there was not up to code and all that, but my argument was, hey, you know, it was appraised today's value with the existing building the way it was and the values in the land. So buy it for 14.5, that was the appraised value. So then I think in the closed meeting, everybody agreed with me to open it up for RFP for the third time. And see what happened was, I think they were, and I can tell you this, is that certain council members were in cahoots with them, okay? And they waited until after the ENA expired because we had to sell this property, otherwise the state would take it, right? And so they knew that we didn't have another year to open we'd do another round of RFP and have another ENA contract. And so then everybody sided with me and we opened another RFP round, and that's when we had 12, and most of them were REITs. And then we had like 3 bona fide businesses, and one of them was the 405. And so I basically directed, and I said to everybody that we just let them know that we're going to do as is. We really didn't have another year to offer to give them. And so they offered it at 14.5. I said 14.5 and as is. So the owner agreed, and that's how they purchased it at that price. And it went to 405 because of that. Now, being a businesswoman, you know, when somebody said, yeah, you know, I also know the game that these people play, that they'll say, okay, you know what, I can give you X amount of tax dollars. Well, after assessing at the time, our council in closed session, we looked at what was, you know, what was basically what they had, we made an assessment that there was no way they were going to bring in that kind of sales tax dollars. And so it went to the 405, and as is, we got the amount we wanted and we needed, because we weren't going to sell it for $2 million below appraisal value. So it's, you know, it of course, no one knew that I saved our city $2 million, 2.5 million, 2 million actually.
Well, thank you for that. Can anybody answer why staff recommended, I think it was Tom's Trucks? What was the theory behind recommending?
I think because they just, I was there too, because they offered 14.5.
No, I was asking somebody on staff why staff recommended for Tom's Trucks. Who was there? Who put that?
That was someone's friend.
So unfortunately, the staff member that was working on this at the time was Alexa, and who's no longer here. But my understanding,
it was not Alexa. It was not. It was Chet.
Well, Chet and Alexa, they were both working on it.
And that was someone's friend.
So do you know why they recommended that, Tom's Trucks?
So for Tom's Trucks, the staff recommendation was based on the annual revenue source, which unfortunately I don't have a copy. I could not find a copy of the Tom's Trucks and Dennis Dillon submittal to show what that was. But from what I recall, it was somewhere in the $4 million range, but I don't have a record of that at the moment.
So that was annually, correct?
That's correct.
So how many years would we got more than the 14.5?
Anybody can write that. Anybody can say that on paper. Yeah, you know the game. It's like, people could say, but then they don't have to stick to that. You know that. We don't make them sign a contract.
So let's move on. This is a opening up a whole can of worms. So let's move on.
Well, anyway, you asked, so I'm telling you the story, and we worked really hard to make sure we did not shortchange ourselves, our city.
All right.
We got 14.5 is what we needed to get.
Okay. We need a motion to. What are we doing? We're
The
bringing back,
motion to approve 3.5.
what are we bringing back the item on Chestnut?
Yeah, so, yeah, so you're requesting us to bring back an item regarding the policy of the sales. So from what I understand, you're looking to see what the process was to sell a property when it was under RDA, what the process was to sell it post dissolution, and then when it was successor agency, how, you know, property was sold then, and then what the process is when it is a city property.
Okay.
No, if RDA is already done and closed, we don't need to bring that back.
No, but if you wanted to know what the process, what the process would have been back then, which is my understanding, because
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Trying to save you the work.
no, appreciate it.
Motion to approve 3.5.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve 3.5. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, next we have public hearings, and I'd like to open public hearing, item 4.1. Public hearing related to the comprehensive waste management program and second reading of ordinance number 2578. So can we all have a staff report first?
Good evening, mayors, vice mayors, and council members. This item is related to the Senate Bill 1383, which is known as the Short-Lived Climate Pollution Reduction Act of 2016. This Senate bill requires local agencies to adopt and enforce the regulations to reduce the amount of organic waste disposed in the landfills throughout California. So the Senate bill is in effect as of January 1st, 2022. So for Westminster, Midway City's sanitary district is a special district that handles sewer, solid waste, and recycling activities. To meet the deadline of the SB 1383, the district board adopted ordinance number 71 to update its solid waste regulations on December 7, 2021. At a meeting on December 8, 2021, the mayor and the city council approved the introduction of an ordinance related to the comprehensive waste management program, which also referenced the district updated ordinance. Per Government Code Section 50002.3, Western Agency introduces an ordinance and also references to another agency ordinance. A public hearing is required at the second reading. The notice of this public hearing was published on the 27th of December and as well as January 3rd of 2022. That concludes staff's report.
All right, thank you so much for your report. Any question or any concerns about this item before I open to the public? So may I ask our staff that any new law, any new ordinance, or anything new from the state that our city we need to follow, because I understand that any issue about the waste management, the city need to comply with the state law. Am I correct?
Yes, as adopting this resolution, we are in compliance with the state law.
Appreciate that. All right, so if we don't have anything from member city council, I open ask any member from the public would like to comment. I see a hand raised from Ms. Terry Rand, please.
Mayor, if I may, I'm going to go ahead and read. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, changes had been made to the public hearing process in order to ensure members of the public to be able to participate remotely. So members did have an opportunity to submit comments as well as Currently, members of the public may participate via Zoom by raising their hands and have 5 minutes to speak on this item. Currently, we have Terry Raines with her hand up. Terry, you may unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening, Terry Raines, Westminster. Staff is recommending council adopt ordinance number 2578, amending Title 8, Chapter 8.16 of the city's municipal code relating to comprehensive waste management program and to adopt by reference Midway City Sanitary District's solid waste regulations, specifically Chapter 1 and 2 of the Sanitary District's regulations, as amended by Midway City Sanitary District Ordinance 71, with 3 notable exceptions. Yet, the staff report tonight does not even provide you with a copy of the Midway City Sanitary District regulations or ordinance. Although this is the second reading of this city ordinance, tonight is a notice public hearing, and therefore all related documents to this hearing item must be included in the staff report. I reached out to Midway City Sanitary District's General Manager Ken Robbins today to ask if the district has already met the first statewide mandated goal of AB 1383, which is a 50% reduction in the level of the statewide disposal of organic waste from 2014 level to the 2020 to 2020, because I did not see that mentioned in the staff report. He replied yes, so I requested a link or a document or something where I could actually view the district specific organic reduction data from 2014 to 2020, since that is the first benchmark of this bill. It sounds simple, right? But apparently not, because it boils down to, I think, our interpretation of that benchmark within the bill. I took it to read overall reduction in disposal of organic waste in landfills. But the district is comparing overall waste taken to landfills, overall waste, not organic, just waste taken to landfills from 2018 to 2021. That's what I got. In that period, it does not appear that total waste taken to it does appear that total waste taken to the landfill has reduced by about 80% as a result of collecting recyclables separately and organics separately and diverting waste disposal through the automated process at the material recovery facility through the trommel machine. I'm no expert though, so I'm going to leave the data analysis to the district and the state. The key to success in reducing organic waste disposal and meeting the targets of AB 1383 is education. The district and the city must do a much better job of educating and engaging the community about this issue. Not just about the new rules and enforcement, but provide assistance to residents on how they can meet these targets. Example, 1, provide information to residents about the various types of in-house organic waste collection and storage containers available and where they might find them to purchase. 2, provide information to residents about the types and sizes of compostable bags that may be used inside the green containers as opposed to normal plastic bags, which cannot, and where they might find those available to purchase. 3, in all communications, be sure to acknowledge and empathize that the district and the city understand that these new mandates will initially be burdensome on residents, both in convenience and financially. 4, provide very easy to understand information as to how these mandates will benefit humanity, such as saving our environment, generating compost, mulch, and various forms of bioenergy, and how that process will benefit our food supply, air quality, and also combat climate change. As with any governmental mandate, effective communication and public engagement and participation is key to its success. The old saying of you can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar certainly applies here. Rather than solely focusing on the threats of what will happen if residents do not fully comply, how about help them get there with frequent, positive, and engaging messages? Utilize a wider variety of media to achieve this. Consider the use of internet videos, social media posts, colorful direct mail flyers, full utilization of local news outlets and government television stations, direct mailed and internet-based surveys, and perhaps even some automated telephone outreach. I think we can get there, but I think we need to really engage and educate the public. Thank you.
All right, so do we have any other speaker?
There are no other members from Zoom with their hands raised, but if the interpreter can please interpret in for the.
Lúc này có quý vị nào muốn phát biểu xin giơ tay lên cho chúng tôi biết là quý vị muốn phát biểu. Quý vị có thể giơ tay lên bằng cách là chạm vào cái biểu tượng của cái bàn tay ở trên màn hình của quý vị. Xin cảm ơn.
All right, so is there any hand raised regarding this item? Okay, I don't see any. All right, so I'd like to close public comment, and now is a time for action from City Council.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question to Public Works Director? No. Does that, yeah, thank you. Does the Midway Sanitary District do any outreach, like educational outreach to educate the public? I know there's some residents, and I've seen some posts of residents not knowing what to put in what container, and if not, would the city would do that, and is it our responsibility to do that?
Yes, last year when we worked with the Midway Sanitary District General Manager and the council, that they are working on the programs, because since it's just an effective basically beginning of this month, they're working on the programs mainly to target those areas and also continue with the education to the public. This is going to be a long process, and I think that they're going to continue reach out to the public with their information, educate them on what to do on different bins, make sure that they meet their requirements. And I know that they're not going to be starting enforcement right away. They, I think, continue reaching out, investigations, and then just educate the public.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have the motion in a second to approve this item as recommended. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mayor. And if I
Thank you.
may read
Next
the title
item.
of the ordinance.
Oh.
An ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, amending Title 8, Chapter 16 of the Municipal Code relating to Comprehensive Waste Management Program and adopt by reference Midway City Sanitary District Solid Waste Regulations.
May I
Right.
make a motion to move item 7.1 forward before we start the regular business?
I'll second it.
What item? Can you repeat again?
7.1.
Okay. So a motion by Councilmember Doe to move forward 7.1 and second by Vice Mayor. Am I correct?
Yes.
All right. So we have a motion and second to move item 7.1 forward.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. 7.1 request to rename Park West Park to Tony Lamb Park. So staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I am Vanessa Johnson, the Acting Community Services Director, and the item before you tonight is from the Community Services and Recreation Commission recommending to request the renaming of Park West Park to Tony Lamb Park. As Commissioner Jameson Power mentioned earlier in oral communications, he did approach the council on October 27th at your meeting and requested that the council consider renaming the park. Our policy requires that to go to the Community Services and Recreation Commission, to review any park naming and request through a public hearing prior to council consideration. In light of this, council or commission's chair Con Nguyen requested the item to be placed on the commission's agenda, and the public hearing for this was held on November 29th. At the hearing, there was one public speaker and 4 comments and letters of supporting all supporting the item. Commissioner Power, like he mentioned earlier, recognized Tony Lamb's longtime service to the Westminster community and expressed naming a park after him was an appropriate way to honor that service. A motion was made and seconded to recommend to the city council the renaming of Park West Park to Tony Lamb Park. That motion was approved 5-0 by the commission. Should the council approve the request, staff will move forward the process, and it is anticipated that a new park monument sign will be approximately $25,000. With that, if there are any questions, I can happily answer them.
We want to thank you for your report, but I just had a question. In oral communication, there was a commissioner from a park commission. He raised concerns that he did not vote, along with the majority of that commission, right? So I can't really, had a concern. So what was the real outcome of the vote?
So
right, I
is that Tony Boy? Is that Tony Boy we're talking about?
Correct,
here?
yes. So is that 5 vote or 4-1?
It was 5-0. Tony Bowie is an alternate and was not present at that public hearing.
I see.
What? So Tony Boy was an alternate. He's not a voting member at that particular meeting. But didn't I hear correctly? He say he did not vote yes for that during the public comment.
Yes, from what I understand, he was not present at the public hearing on the 29th. At the meeting prior, where it was agendized at the commission level to move on, I think he voted no. I wasn't present at that meeting, but I can pull the minutes. And he was voting as an alternate member.
Okay, so the first meeting on October was that what was that the meeting was all about? Do we know? That's just a hearing, right? Public hearing.
The October 27th city council member is when it was first brought to the council's attention. It was sent back to community services. And I have that here. Believe there was a meeting early November requesting a public hearing. That's where Tony Bowie, alternate member Tony Bowie, voted no, not to move on with a public hearing.
Thank you.
So let me get this straight. So at that meeting, it was just to place the item on the agenda, correct? On the future agenda.
Correct, to hold a public hearing.
Oh, okay.
Future agenda.
Okay, so it's
He wasn't present when the agenda item came before the commission.
He wasn't present at the public hearing.
Or
on
as
the
an
29th.
alternate, he cannot vote if all the commissioners are present, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did somebody explain this to Mr. Bowie? Because I don't know if he understands quite well how things work.
Does it need translation? Does it help with translation or?
Again, I wasn't present at that meeting. I can check the minutes possibly, but my understanding, it wouldn't have been, it would be procedural.
Okay, thank you. I guess I can make some comments on this real quick. First, it seems to me like there's quite a bipartisan support for this item. And then there's also some other concerns as far as a policy, but I think we do have some other parks in our city that's named after individuals that didn't have really something necessary ties to that park that there was named after them, from what I understand. So I mean, if there's a policy thing, I think we may have to look at that policy going forward. But aside from that, yeah, I mean, this is history. Mr. Lamb, he, you know, at the time of that age of that, when he was first elected, the electorate wasn't, you know, wasn't what it is today as far as the Vietnamese population is concerned. So it was a great feat for him to be able to accomplish that, to be the first in the nation. And he has served this community well over the years, and it makes sense. You know, we all heard the comments from different speakers today on this item. And I want to say I agree with their comments as far as the contribution he's made to our community, being the first, and kind of makes sense that if there is a park named after him, that it be that Park West Park, since they're next to the mill, do immersion Vietnamese school. So there's a lot of pluses why I think I would support this item, and so I would be in full support of this item, and I would like to make the motion to approve. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, I like to second Vice Mayor Manzo's motion, and would like to make a brief comments about Mr. Tony Lam. When I first started, I remember when he was a councilman, he owned a restaurant on Westminster, just west of Purpose, I think. Being done with something like that, and I stopped by there, have lunch or dinner on the occasion. I actually remember him. You know, here come Mr. Tony Lam, the councilman, also a businessman. But I was a young person back then. I watched and observed him just like anybody else. You know, watching a public figures. And what I noticed about him was a very humble man, very nice and kind. As an owner, he came out and poured tea for me as a customer. So that's one thing I noticed about him. But later, with pay attention to what's going on in Westminster, I noticed he's a good man, very honorable man. First Vietnamese Americans got elected into a public office. He served and he protected the interests of everyone in the city, all races, not just the Vietnamese community. And just like Commissioner Jemison Powell mentioned earlier, he got elected with the majority vote from everyone, not just the Vietnamese Americans. So we had done a lot, and I think thank you, Jemison Powell. Excuse me. As well, it's Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo to bring this forward. I love to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Though I had a question though. I almost forgot to ask this question for staff. The ticket price on that, on the 25,000, is that a typical for something like this, Jake? Or is that
Yes.
you?
Yes, this is a very typical price for the concrete monument. Unfortunately, we have to remove the existing one and build a new one, and it's very costly these days.
Is there an alternate version, or can be shop around for that price? Or
We could. What happened is, our policy, if anything more than $15,000, we have to get a couple prices from different contractors. But the one that we always work and have been doing all the city parks in the past, and also any city monuments along the medians. That's what their pricing have been going up as far as material costs and everything else.
And I understand nowadays, well, I'm in the business, and nowadays everything's, all construction materials are outrageous right now. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so any other comment from council member, or we have the motion ready? Anyone else? Okay. So we have the motion and a second to approve this item.
Councilmember Doe?
I'm sorry. I was on mute. Before I go on, we go on with this one. I like this to propose with the mayor and council members. I don't disagree with with the performance and the contribution that Tony Lam do for the city. He has done a lot of for the city. I admit that, but so that's why I think that I am I'm in favor for renaming West Park to Tony Lam Park. But at this point here, what do you think if we can ask the community or the group who supported him to go along and raise funds for the redoing the monument instead of using our general fund to? Is it general fund or is it come out from the rec and creation? Instead of using our general fund to fund for the $25,000 to redo that, I'm pretty sure that the community will be able to raise fund and do that, so we can lessen the burden of the city, especially at this point here. We don't want to spend the money left and right for anything.
Vice Mayor, so
No, this is Jake. Say that you were asking me a question?
if you have anything to say, or if
No,
not,
I was just asking, this, from what I understand, this is coming from the park dedication fund, is it not?
Yes, that's what we're proposing.
The money come out from the general fund, or it's come out from the rec and creation? From
would be-
their,
The park dedication fund.
okay. So how are we doing with the funding right now from the park and recreation?
So Erin, did you want to just talk about the balance of the park, or the park
Yeah.
dedication funds and how it's funded? And
So it's from park, or it's from development fees, and I'm looking for the balance. 1 second. It has about $1.5 million in it right now.
Okay, like I said, I'm in support of changing the name of the park to Tony Lam, but I'd like to make sure that the city is not going to pay for the cost of redoing that monument. So I'd like to make a substitute motion to have to approve changing the park names, but then the cost for redo the monument to be responsible by whoever you know, group that for this change. So I don't know what.
I second that motion made by Councilman Nguyen. For myself, former council member Tony Lam, you know, I think we all agree that he contribute to our city. Yeah, he was a really good public servant. However, other 25,000 is kind of like a lot of money. I didn't know that in the past that we, when we rename other person, did we really pay, you know, or we spend with that amount. So if any staff could able to give us that, you know, amount of money that we already spent in the past, you know, every time when we rename our park, yes, I would be really appreciate that. Yeah, but I strongly support. Yes.
Can I suggest, just so for purposes of clarity, that it sounds as though you're in agreement to rename the park. So that's part of the motion. And it sounds like the substitute motion would be subject to sufficient funds being raised from an outside source, sufficient to pay for monument signs at the park. So no monument sign would be placed until sufficient funds are raised, would be my suggestion. Jake, is that a problem? Or it sounds like we could rename the park now, but not put any monument sign until sufficient funds are raised such that we could put one in.
I have as I believe, or maybe somebody can answer this. This isn't a group. It's not a group that's proposing this. This was one commissioner that proposed this, and him and another commissioner placed this on their agenda at the Parks Commission. I don't believe it's a group that's trying to do this. Is any community director? Do you know about any of that?
No, this is the city commission making this request.
This is not an outside group.
Correct.
A private group.
I have questions. Didn't Mayor Trita propose to change one of the park to name after former mayor Margie Rice? Is that you? Did you make former Mayor Margie Rice, the late Margie Rice, to raise her own fund and to change the name of the park? Did you do that?
Yeah, I like to explain, and that is a really fair question. Yes, at the time, I believe that our staff, the council already approved to improve all the park in our city. So we allocate our funding. So I think at a time, you know, I proposed that to rename one of the park to be Margie L. Rice Park. However, our staff, I think our staff advised our city council, and I totally agree that we have to wait until we have the funding allocation. So we approve all the park at the same time, and we also improve. We have a new monument of every single park. So actually, you know, that renaming Margie L. Rice did not really cost us additional cost. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Before the parks renovation project, I believe in 2012, most of our park signs are making wood. So from that project, we convert everything into the concrete monument sign as you know right now. So so instead of putting the same name back as I think Indian Village Park, the council approved it into Margie L. Rice, in which we make the new concrete sign with that name.
Did the city pay for that?
Yes, the city's, that's a part of the project.
So this was so that one proposal kind of generated or kind of triggered to update all the park signs. Is that what you're saying?
No, that was a project. It wasn't triggered by that proposal. That was a project. Then once the name change approved, instead we put in an old name back, we make the new sign with the new names.
I'm not understanding. So, I'm not understanding what you're saying. So you're saying that when this proposal happened, you just changed that one park only?
No. Let me try to explain that our city council back then, we approved to improvement project for all the park in our city. So for the improvement, we need to replace, all the sites, all the monument, like the monument of every park with with the name of the park. So I propose that, we rename one of the park to be Margie L. Rice Park. So instead of, if we did not have that improvement project in place, the city have to, to spend additional cost to come up with a new signage, or you can call that is a monument, like a small monument on the park with a name on that. So we did not have to spend any additional cost. Instead that, for renaming the park of Margie L. Rice, so we wait until we have all the money, all the funding, in place. And then so the city staff, to improve all the park at the same time, and the process, including the new side of every single park. So we didn't have to spend any additional cost for Margie L. Rice side. Instead that we just go along with the process.
So, Mr. Mayor, at the time that the council approved to change the name to Margie L. Rice, how long do we have to wait until, and until the new the decision that we are going to change all the monument or signs for all the parks take place?
I believe that we wait for a long time.
Okay.
If, any staff correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we had to wait for a long time. Yes. But hey, it's still up to the council.
So even the council approve. Okay.
Yeah, the council approved, but to rename the park. However, it's not happened like in a few months. No, I think that it took at least more than a year, for the improvement, for park improvement project in place.
And that included Frank Fry Park as well, and during that upgrade?
For that one, I couldn't remember because, renaming Frank Fry Park, it's happened long time. So I could not remember. Yes.
Yeah, the Frank G. Fry Park was renamed before the Margie L. Rice. And at that time, we only changed from just a wooden sign to another wooden sign.
Oh, so the cost is not expensive, am I right?
Correct. And then after we do the renovation of all the city parks, we convert all the wooden sign into the concrete sign.
So that add more, cost. Yes. Okay.
All right. I don't. It's fine. I just know that this is, I get what you're saying, but we have, I think it was 1.5 you said in there. I think we can, for this purpose here and for this and where we're at now, mean, we don't have this is not a group. This is not a group trying to do this. Is our own public's rec commission that's recommended. This is not an outside group. So I think for this purpose and for this reason here, I think we should. We can afford to do it. So.
My concern is that, we heard the comments earlier from the public that, 25,000 or 45,000 that we are going to spend right now, we can help a lot of people, the homeless people, and those are the I don't want to spend the money, any money at this point where we have, admit we are in the middle of COVID-19, and there's a lot of things that we may have to spend money, and that's the reason why I don't want to take a chance to pay for anything that is not necessary at this point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, from what I understand, the park dedication fund can only be used strictly for parks, not for any other use.
You can use that money for homeless, right? I mean, you cannot use park money to buy food for the homeless. Is that what you're trying to do?
I mean, that's my concern. It's up to you. It's up to the council. However you want to vote, go ahead and vote it. But that's not my concern. So I just bring it up, and you can decide how to vote it.
Well, I just want to say that you can't use park dedicated funds because we are at a park deficit, and those funds are in need to buy more parkland or whatever we got to do. But it's got to be, wouldn't be used for that.
Okay.
All right, so we have the substitute motion. So why don't we vote for the substitute motion first, and then we, okay.
Okay, before you vote on it though, I just want to clarify that it's to approve the change of the name, but that no monument sign would be placed there until sufficient funds are raised to pay for it out non-city funds. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on it.
Councilmember Doe,
No.
Councilmember Ho,
No.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes. Excuse me. No. No.
your vote is no.
No.
Mayor Cha,
Yes.
motion fails.
All right, so we go back to the original motion. Okay.
And as I understand it, just for the record, this would be to approve the change of the name of the park, but also pay for the sign using city park funds.
Councilmember Doe,
I would like to support this because Tony Lam is a pioneer. He's the one that opened up, make the road wide open for all of us Vietnamese American who want to venture into politics to honorably serve the community with transparency and integrity. Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Ho,
So I want to make my statement that I've been thinking, and I don't, so first I want to say that I really want to thank former council member Tony Lam for his service on the council and for being the first Vietnamese American to be elected to office in the United States and serve 3 terms. I am very happy to hear that Mr. Lam was recommended by the Community Services and Recreation Commission to rename the Park West Park to Thunderland Park. While I think it is a great idea by the commission, I cannot support it at this time. We need to be fiscally responsible. Our city is in dire need to save money. We need to cut back as our 1 cent tax measure is sunsetting this year. Furthermore, I don't want to rush into this. I'm not saying that I will not in the future, but I feel like I'm rushed into this, approving this agenda. So I need to hear more from the community, both sides, not just the Vietnamese. And I want to do my thorough research regarding his contribution, because I know him, but you know, of course, he was way before my time, and so he's a very good man, very nice man, and I'm not sure what qualities a person needs to have in order to have a park named after him or her. So I need to look into that, and I need to kind of have time to dig deep, because we only have so many parks, and we have so many possibilities of people we want to name the park after. So changing the name of a park is a big deal. It's a really huge deal to me. It is a huge honor. And I also want to make sure that it is not politically motivated, because this is the year, you know, midterm, and I just really think I want to make sure that it's not politically motivated. And furthermore, I cannot make this a priority while you know, we have the looming bankruptcy and the job layoffs and that we might be facing very soon. So I would like to revisit this agenda maybe when we are in better financial standing. So my vote is a no.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of points. Yeah, I understand what Councilmember Ho is saying. I get it. I mean, also, I mean, for me, this is not political. To me, I think this is the right thing to do for the circumstance of Mr. Lam. I mean, I just don't see it. We have a park dedication fund for a reason, and I think this is a good thing to spend that money on. But I get it. If you want to revisit it, that's fine. But my vote is yes.
Mayor Ta.
Then abstain.
Motion failed. 2 abstentions, 1 no, 2 yeses.
So under the Robert's rules, 2-1-2, is that fail? Christian?
That's actually interesting, because an abstention normally follows the majority in this. And so we have 2 abstentions and we have 2 yes votes. So normally that would take that to make it sufficient for passage. So I would pose that to the 2 council members that abstained. If your intention is to pass this, then the abstention, an abstention is not a no vote. So unless you have a conflict of interest and you abstain, in that case, you would not count it. But in the situation where you do not have a conflict of interest, generally it would go with the majority vote. And so in this case, we have 2 in favor and 1 against, which means the majority would be 2, which would make it a 4 in favor and 1 against.
That's not.
Thank you.
That's not.
Thank you.
That's not how I want it.
Well, you
Thank
can, can you
So
re-vote it?
I can change my vote now.
No, can you re-vote after you already voted? Now you just.
Yes.
No, I
Yes.
think that council member have the right to change his or her vote after
I
the
was
city
asking,
attorney.
I was asking
explains.
city attorney Bettenhausen.
Yeah, if they want to clarify their vote, if that's not their intent, they can do that. That's why I posed the question. If you want to change your abstention to something else, whether a yes or a no, you can state that.
Okay, so I like to, okay, if that's the case, I'd like to change my vote on the substitute motion. Would that work?
Well, we're still considering this one motion right now. We need to.
So you
deal
want to
with it
change?
first.
You want to change the rule midstream? Okay, so I'm going to ask the same question.
Okay, we need to.
If that's the case, then can I change my vote of the substitute motion?
Okay, we have not finished this motion. We need to finish this one first.
Well,
But we already finished it. We already finished it. Okay, each one of us, we consider very carefully, because we don't want a no vote. That's why Councilman Nguyen abstain. And same thing with Mayor Tree Todd, because you don't want to have the stigma of voting no against a Vietnamese, first Vietnamese American elected official who's a pioneer and swing the door wide open for the next generation to come in and venture into politics. So that's why you know, after great consideration, you cast your vote abstain.
That's not true. That's
right?
not true. That's
so
not true. Because
no, I'm just saying.
I said it very clear, Councilmember Doe. Okay, I already said that I am in favor. I'm support of changing the name of the park. But if I were them, I changing
that question.
one of
The
the
question
park,
never asked. You never have that issue until I pose a question, right? I mean, you're talking about the rules of law. This is the rules, okay? Under the Roberts rules, just like the city attorney just explained it to you, it's abstain is not the objection. So it's gonna count toward the
What
two
we're
yes
talking about,
votes.
what we're talking about is the motion that was made, which is to approve the renaming of the park and to pay for it with public funds, the park funds. So
yeah.
I have to ask the question to the two council members: is your intent to leave your vote as an abstention, or is it to change it? To Councilmember Nguyen, do you want to keep it as an abstention? I mean, generally, the obligation is to vote yes or no. We should typically only abstain in situations where there's a conflict of interest.
I mean, it's interesting when I pose a question and then the city attorney reach out to the abstain votes and ask them to clarify. And it was just like very interesting. When you cast a vote, you make the decision. I never heard that you can, change it. One of the votes is cast it, and you make that decision.
He didn't.
It is on public records.
He didn't have to clarify. He told them what the rules are, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, well, I don't want that."
Oh, it's like light bulbs went up, and it's all lit up, and look how angry he is.
No, I'm not angry. But just to mention that you were revoted before. Okay, don't tell me that
When?
you didn't. Yes.
When?
Okay, we can go back. Yes. Don't say no. But now we understand that even.
No, I don't care. I don't care
clear
really. I just want to ask the questions.
That's fine. That's fine. I have the right to revote. Because we are not done yet. So basically, if my abstain vote count as yes, I am at this point here. I don't feel that we need to use the city dollars to rebuild the monument. And that's the reason why I am voting no. We can take time and talk about it. I don't mind that we can revisit the item, just like Council Member Ho just said. I don't mind, but at this point here, I don't feel that we spend the city money for the monument.
So
Alright.
can I change? So can I change my vote on the substitute motion?
I think, of course, I think I'm really fair if, Councilmember Doe
So the quick.
want to revote on substitute motion. I think that he's more than.
So
willing.
everybody gonna revote differently? Is that gonna?
I'm
That's
okay
gonna
with that.
happen, or?
I don't have any
Okay,
issue.
let me try and gain some control here. Okay, we had a motion on the substitute. We had a substitute motion which was voted on. Okay, and that was completed. Then we moved on to a completely different motion. Okay, that votes were made, and we were announcing
It was
what that
completed too.
was. And as part of that, I clarified what would happen as a result of that vote. Okay, if it stays as is, you're voting in favor. Let me just say, under the law, there are certain rules. You have to have 3 positive votes for resolution, ordinances, or anything involving the payment of money. And actually, now that I think about that, this falls into the payment of money. So that would require 3 positive votes. So, I have to think through these things. If those 3 issues were not there, then it follows the majority. Okay, and in this particular situation, my first thought was that this I didn't think through that. If it's an ordinance, a resolution, or any order for the payment of money, it does require 3 positive votes in order to pass. So in that,
we don't need to revote.
situation, the original motion would fail.
Okay, so we don't need. So there is no need to revote. All right.
Okay, so it would be recorded as 2 in favor, 1 against, and 2 abstentions. And it fails on the rule that it requires, under state law, you need to have 3 positive.
It did not pass, right? It did not pass.
Did
It
not
fail.
pass.
It did not fail. It did not pass.
Yes.
Okay, well, I would like to bring back the substitute motion then. Can I motion to bring back the substitute motion?
The item is still open. You could.
It's actually an
bring back
original.
a new motion. It would be a new motion.
Yeah, well, I'll make the new motion to approve the name change. Well, basically go back to Councilmember Nguyen's motion, that the funds be generated from an outside party.
Second.
So even the substitute motion is exactly the same.
Yeah.
That's the. All right.
Yes.
As city attorney, I think this is all right, but I just want to confirm with you one more time, city attorney.
Yeah, I mean, you were in favor of the motion at the time. You're in favor of this coming back.
Okay.
I think it should be made by somebody who, yes, actually, this would be okay. Brought by someone who voted against it. I apologize.
Okay, so we have the motion.
I made a new motion.
Okay.
I made a new motion to approve the name change, but the funding come from an outside source, not city funding.
And that was
resurrect. You want to resurrect Councilman Nguyen's motion? I'll second it.
All right, so we have another motion on the floor, very similar to Councilmember Nguyen. However, it is what it is. And we have a second, right? All right. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
No.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, let's see. Next item. Oh, okay. 5.1, amendment to agreement with infrastructure engineers for professional planning services and approve of purchase order. So may I have a staff report, because in-house staffing and planning services purchase order in amount of 88,000 services.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. Debbie Carita, the Interim Community Development Director. This item before you is a proposed amendment to an existing agreement with the firm of infrastructure engineers for providing supplemental staff to assist the planning division at the counter and in processing applications and projects. This amendment will provide sufficient funding to maintain these services through the end of the current fiscal year. Through this agreement with infrastructure engineers, the city has been able to use the services of a part-time consulting planner who is fluent in Vietnamese. This bilingual planner provides a valuable service to our counter customers, some of whom prefer to discuss development regulations in Vietnamese. The extension of the agreement will also ensure that the planning division has the ability to provide a sufficient level of service at the public counter and support the processing of applications and projects such as tenant improvements, room additions, ADU projects, and the processing of a variety of permits. The recommended action is to approve amendment number 2 to the agreement with infrastructure engineers in an amount not to exceed $88,000. That concludes my brief overview of the item, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
All right, do we have any question from member of the City Council?
I have a question. Is this going to be just like full-time employees, or is a part-time basic?
It's basically a part-time employee, but this will give us the flexibility to adjust the hours as is needed for supplementing staff. Currently, we have one vacancy. One of our part-time planners got a full-time position in Long Beach, and that just occurred last week. So this gives staff and the management staff the ability to say, okay, for this amount of time, we're going to have this person work a few more hours per week, but then we can walk that back when we have our full complement of staff.
So this individual not only bilingual, but also qualified and knowledgeable on planning and home improvement and all that stuff.
Yes,
Am I correct?
yes. This individual is very helpful. She mans the counter and takes in the applications and things like that. So fully qualified. And although I realize that the original agreement had the ability to fill 2 positions, we are only using it for the associate planner position.
Yeah, that's I when I talk to the constituent, and most of the time I get the complaint that the people unable to communicate to get the proper licensing and permit, and as well, getting help with filling out applications. So I'm moved to approve this.
Before we do so, I just want to, I know I've spoken to you before regarding regarding public communication. So I believe that for planning to be successful, for your department to be successful, there should be like a 3-pronged communication process. So I see it's good that you have someone on board who speaks Vietnamese, who's able to communicate, with Vietnamese clients. But I do believe, this person needs to communicate. So the communication that you're thinking of is with the designer developer, correct? But I do believe that that person needs to communicate with the clients, the customers. Because if you don't have that process, because I mean, I get complaints from the clients, from the principals. And because there's a delay on their plans or their development project. So if you could develop a way for this person to communicate, not just with the designers and developers, because as you know, there are many types of designers and developers. So there's some who, and I know I've spoken to staff, I'm not even dreaming this up. I spoke to staff a couple of years ago, and many of them don't qualify, because to be a designer, you really don't need a degree, right? And so the initial payment of like $5,000 made by the customer, and the designer submits a design, but there was a lot of holding hands by staff. There's a lot of plans that were not designed properly, or the dimensions were way off. So evidently, their lack of skills, or I mean, but I don't know why there's no requirements, degrees or licensing requirement for a designer. But that's who you have, and that happens a lot. And then these folks walk away with people's money. So could you develop a communication plan for this person, to make use of this person, to perhaps have that person communicate with the customers when they
we mentioned it, you brought it to my attention this afternoon, and that's something I will be working and talking to staff about, how we can properly communicate with both the property owner as well as whoever's representing that property owner. But I need to do some more research on that and come back to you.
Okay. So this person is a plan checker, right?
She's an associate planner. Has her credentials are in planning. She will take anything in over the counter that comes up when she has the counter hours, and she may be assigned to a project, but it's planning that is her field.
Okay. Well, that's really good. The only thing is she an employee or a contractor?
No, it's a contract. This is a contract with Infrastructure Engineers. So she is a consulting planner, but right now with our arrangement through Infrastructure Engineers, she is spending 3 days a week here.
So you can cut back if you don't need her, correct?
All right, we can cut back if we can increase it if during this time when we have some vacancies, and then we'll reduce it. And it depends also on the other projects that we have that the rest of the staff is working on. Sometimes we need them to be focusing on, like, this SB9 ordinance and things like that. And then we need our consulting planning engineer, planning from Infrastructure Engineers, to be able to cover the counter more often. So it will ebb and flow based on the needs of our staffing, if we have vacancies, as well as the projects. And that's how this started, because there were so many big projects coming through in terms of like the housing element and things like that, advanced planning projects, that we needed some assistance covering the counter.
Okay, great. I like the idea, and especially with the fact that there's no fiscal impact. So I think there's a mover and a second.
I have a question though. With this additional funds, I know that we had done in the past some cost recovery to, not recovery. You have to, if the funds, the charges that we have are enough to cover the cost to process these applications. This increase here, does that fall in line with that? Or are we exceeding that? Are we exceeding the cost?
We're going to, the department generates as you said, the fees, those come in and collected and are included into the general fund. And so our division is funded through the general fund, but a part of the collection of the fees is helping to fund that. I'd have to defer to the finance director to determine exactly.
If we're increasing that cost to process these, I mean, when are we going to look into if that's the right fees that we're charging?
We just finished, right? Because there
Yeah,
was
we just finished one not too long ago.
It's whenever we do the fee study. again
Right.
next year,
That's
so, Aaron.
every 2 years. we do it.
Right. And the fees for consultants and all operating costs get added in as well. And I did just do a quick look, and planning is basically 73% covered by fees. So 73% of the department is funded through charges and fees. And I would say that since there are vacancies, it would cover it.
Okay. The other question I have is, since we have a diverse community here, as you know, so we have a staff member that speaks Vietnamese, but do we have a staff member that speaks Spanish? We have Spanish speaking folks that might want to need that service as well. I mean, are we looking into that?
Well, right now, I'm not certain exactly. I apologize, how many Spanish speaking individuals we have in the planning department, but I can get back to you with that information. And of course, there are Spanish speaking individuals within the city, and we can call on them if we need assistance in that area at this point.
So from what you told me,
Do we have other staff members that speak Vietnamese that don't work in planning?
We do have some Vietnamese speaking members in building, and of course in other areas within the city. Yes.
Okay, so it just seems like.
Debbie, sorry, this is Chris Wong, senior planner. Sorry to interrupt. To answer your question, Councilman Almanzo, yes, we do have a Spanish-speaking planner. It's our part-time planner, Fernanda Arias. So, yeah, we currently do have a part-time planner.
All right, thank you.
But the other thing I heard was that I believe you told me that this person, the person that you intend to increase her hours, she was already working for us, right?
Yes.
And she happens to be Vietnamese. It's not like, and so when the part-time person left, you had more hours for her, and
right.
That was the reason you proposed to hire her.
Yes, to extend this contract, because she is already a part, the person that provides those services through this contract.
So it comes out to like $110 per hour. I mean, isn't that kind of high for an associate planner?
Actually, in terms of a contract planner, I think it's comparable to what the other agencies would charge us for associate planner. I know I'd have to defer to staff because the contract started in 2020, so I don't know what process they went through to identify this particular contract, but it seems reasonable to me, just looking at the various types of consultants that we use.
Just to add to that, my understanding, and I forgot who had mentioned this to me, but the hourly rate for this part-time is actually cheaper than a fully burdened employee.
At the loaded costs, including benefit CalPERS and all that stuff. Yeah. Okay, I understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for our community development director. So, do you know who is the owner of the company? Because the website didn't say anything. Did not mention who owner of the company. If you don't mind.
The owner of the company. Looking at the person who's, I don't know the owner, the CEO's name is Sid J. Muzari. The letter is from to Alexa, was from Andrew Dupre, Senior Vice President, when they made the quote. I can I can try to find that information and get that back to you. Andrew Dupre is the Executive Vice President that is our contact there. But I can look up the follow through in identifying the owner, or if there is an individual that owns the company.
All right, so thank you for it. Any comment? Any question from member of City Council? If not, so may I have a motion?
I think we did.
I did move to approve already.
Okay, so we have the
We have a
motion.
second.
I think I
So we have a
said.
motion and a second
Motion and
on
a
the
second.
floor. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
thank you. Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, next item, Wells Fargo Bank Foundation, rent funding for Lee Saigon. Validation and creation of Lee Saigon Outreach Coordinator position.
Move
This
to
is
approve.
me.
So, Community Director, yeah, you want to say anything, please?
I'd be happy to answer any questions or make a presentation, whatever the council desires.
All right, any question from member of the City Council?
I have a question. And it says here in a one-year time frame for this individual. Well, what are the goals in that 1 year time frame to accomplish? Do you know?
Yes, it's the first step in the implementation of the goals and strategies in the Little Saigon Blueprint for Investment, which the council approved in August 2021. So this is the person that's going to work with the Little Saigon Advisory Committee, the business community, and the other stakeholders in the Little Saigon area to move forward in that blueprint, in the implementation of that blueprint. So when the council approved that that strategy, it included a number of recommendations, including the first one was to appoint this community outreach position, but they were also going to establish management entities for Little Saigon, develop a district brand and logo, design and implement a comprehensive marketing strategy, establish a civic art program, create a pop-up activation program, pilot a soap and water improvement block program, support the creation of shared parking, and increase street furniture and landscaping on Bolsa Avenue. Those are kind of the goals, but refining the strategies and getting the participation and the buy-in from the various stakeholders. That's what this person we need to hire to do that kind of coordination with those stakeholders. So the action before you is to accept it. When the council approved the blueprint back in August, you allocated $25,000 for this position to start this process. And then subsequent to your approval, the city received a Wells Fargo grant a matching grant that would be applied to this this position as well. So the actions before you are to recognize the revenue of those that Wells Fargo grant and allocate it towards this position. And then in order to fill the position, the council has to adopt the resolution, adding it to the salary schedule, and also approve the job description, which is a part of the packet. And then once you approve the position, we will work, community development will work closely with the Human Resources Department to ensure that we do a robust recruitment process. We already have plans to ensure or enhance the applicant pool. We've created a job flyer in both English and Vietnamese to distribute it to the colleges, posted in prominent places in Little Saigon, as well as elsewhere throughout the city. And it will be posted on our website, and we've already contacted the colleges to post it on their job portals. And we want to use our social media channels and the reader board to inform the community about this opportunity. So we want to make sure we get a very qualified individual that will be, enthusiastic about this position, as well as bilingual in Vietnamese, to be a part of the implementation of this strategy.
Can I add something, Debbie?
With that, can I add another question real quick? What's the time frame as far as hiring somebody? Because I think we've approved monies for hiring other positions. It just takes forever. I mean, it's something that we need to get on the ball, and if we're going to hire somebody, just hire them, find them and hire them, sooner rather than later, not take 6 months to hire somebody.
Well, we'll work with Human Resources to make sure that we do a robust outreach so that we get good candidates but do it quickly.
Okay. Yes, interim assistant city manager.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Just to add a few more comments to what Debbie had provided. There is a timeline to utilize these funds, so we will be moving quickly to recruit and activate this person. One of the things that's important to note is that once this person is onboarded, she will have a complete team, and then the assignments and the scope of services, the scope of services that will be provided in order to get us into the implementation phase. We'll be working that out and then coming back to council with an update on that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, I think this is a really good item, and Wells Fargo Bank is really tied to our city. I remember several months ago, they are supporting us with 25,000. That was really, really nice. And now they continue to provide more funding for us to improve leadership on area. I think that's a really good thing. And I just have a question that, so after we receive the funding from Wells Fargo Foundation, does our city come up with any matching funding?
You, as a council, Wells Fargo was matching the amount that you had already allocated for this position. So
basically the position, so this is a part-time position, and
yes.
then the salary is like 45 or 46,000, something like that. Am I right?
The salary is in the salary is in, we have the hourly range. It was at starting at step A is $25.46 an hour. It goes up to $32.49, which is very good in terms of getting, I think, interest from someone that has these types of skills on a part-time basis. That's why we're kind of focusing on the colleges and areas like that, to get someone that would, be interested in a part-time job that may be going to school and working part-time, and somebody that would be enthusiastic about helping in the Little Saigon area.
So basically that the position is under your department supervision, and the schedule is kind of really flexibility. Am I correct?
There will be some, and the hours will depend too on the availability of the position of the person. Perhaps they're going to school, so we'll have to work that in. But we do, we are looking for someone that has those skills and like I said, is very enthusiastic and will help generate that interest in investing in that part of into the activities in Little Saigon.
I'm sorry. Let me just add into that, because we're a little bit more familiar with the project, but what we're looking in this coordinator position, it is a part-time position. We're not necessarily looking for a student per se, because we do want someone energetic, enthusiastic, who's a little bit more modern and less old-fashioned, just because of of how things develop these days as far as outreach and just outreach. But that being said, this position would be working under the community development director, but also the economic development manager.
Right.
And right now, the economic development manager position is housed under the city manager's office. That was a position that this council approved in the last budget. I just do want to add that while we currently don't have a person in that position right now, we're expected to do interviews for that position in the next 2 weeks or so. So we do have, potential economic development an economic development manager that could potentially be starting relatively soon that would be working with this person. So there is some direction. So it's not quite a student position per se. It's an example,
It's an example, yeah.
Yeah, it's an example, but we are looking for someone who can definitely drive and coordinate and do outreach for this very dynamic area that we have in our city. And so that would obviously require some finesse. It'll require some, strategy, and we'll just make sure that the person, whoever ends up being, fits that mold for us and what we need. And I don't know if anybody else, Adolfo, if you had anything to add.
No, I just want to thank you, Christine. I just wanted to point out that in order to develop the Little Saigon Blueprint, we brought in a consultant team that focused on culturally diverse communities. That consultant is still involved, and that consultant will be providing community development director, city manager, economic development director with additional plans and strategies to move forward. And this employee will be a key part of implementing those strategies. So this employee won't be developing those strategies, but they'll be a part of implementing the strategies that our team, along with our consultant that everybody knows well, will be putting into play.
Thank you so much for your information. I think that really helpful for City Council. But I think this is a really good item, and I think West Franco Bank is really nice to our city. We received their support for many different projects, and I really appreciate that. Yeah.
I move to approve.
Second. Okay, so we have the motion and second to approve this item as recommended. And City Clerk, is there any way that after the motion, after the vote, can you read?
We already had a motion and a second prior.
Oh, okay, so if we have that, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Okay, so roll call vote, please.
So for clarification on the first motion, we didn't hear a second. So currently it is Councilmember Nguyen making the motion and Mayor Ta as the second. Councilmember Do.
Originally it was Councilmember Do motion, and I believe Councilmember Ho seconded.
Okay, that's okay too. Yes, not a problem. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and change that. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
The resolution reads, a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster amending the Westminster part-time salary schedule as adopted by the city council on December 8, 2021 per city resolution number 5086.
All right, next item, 5.3, successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency, approval of 2022-2023 annual recognized obligation payment schedule. And the last final recognized obligation payment schedule, this is item that our city we have to do according to the state law.
Move to approve.
Second. All right, we have a motion and second on the floor.
I'm sorry, we're having audio difficulties.
Okay, so
Can
we
you,
have the motion and second for this item.
And that was-
5.3,
The motion was made by Councilmember Doe, is that correct?
correct,
Yes.
And then the second by Mayor Ta?
correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right, next item, construction costs for mayor and city council offices in the council chamber building. So may I have a staff report?
Absolutely, Mayor. Let me share my screen. I want to put this on. Hang on. And good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the council members. So at the meeting on December 8, 2021, the City Council requested staff to provide a cost estimate to convert 2 offices in the council chambers into the mayor office. So staff met with the contractor as well as the building staff to look at the feasibility and constructability of their project. So the proposed work will include the architectural plans for the building permit, creating an opening to link the 2 offices, relocating several electrical outlets, lights, switches, and thermostats, installing new carpet, and as well as repainting the new mayor office. Staff also recommends to convert the other 2 offices into meeting rooms for the city council by removing the work desks and replacing with the conference tables and chairs. One of the meeting rooms will have a stationary area with the mailboxes for the mayor and the city council, a printer, and a supply cabinet. So the overall estimated cost for this project is about $45,000. It will take about 3 to 4 weeks for the conversion after the building permit issued. For this project, there's no plan for making modifications to the existing restroom, and the large conference room and city council are going to stay the same. So staff recommended the mayor and the city council to review the construction costs for the conversion project and provide staff with the direction. That concludes my report.
All right, I want to thank you so much for your report. I think it's really detailed. It provides all information for all members of the council. And now is a member city council. it's a time for input, time for action. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I want to start with considering the council previously voted to place an item on the ballot for the possible rotational mayor. To me, it makes no sense to do anything with any kind of modification to the council chambers at this time. We don't know what's going to happen, what the voters are going to decide. So at this time, I want to make a motion to not do anything, any kind of modification to the council chambers. It just doesn't make any sense right now to do anything with it.
A second.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with Vice Mayor Manzo. We adopt the ordinance with the goal of trying to protect the city's employees from elected officials. So just set the guideline, how, guideline boundaries, how the elected official and the city employees operate. And that's the main objective of that resolution. The little clause that we put in there is basically saying that the mayor office, as well as the council members' office, shall be kept separate from City Hall. At this point, I don't think there's any rush that we have to constructing the mayor's office in the chamber or have any plan to move his office. There might be a lot of changes happening this year. We don't know yet, so I agree with Vice Mayor Manzo. Let's table it until for the next few more months until we figure out what's going on. Thank you.
I'd like to add to my motion. I'd like to say that
my motion. Go ahead.
In June, we are going to, we have that measure on the ballot. So we may have 5 council members. And so if so, what are we going to do when a council mayor serves as a mayor? He occupies the big office, and then at the end of the year, he moves out. And so I don't leave anything there at my office. So I just think it's just easier right now just to keep it as is. I know that construction cost has gone down from over $100,000. So I know I've spoken to staff before, or maybe some developers before, that this $45,000 a year ago would have been like $150,000 to do something simple as what we're proposing to do, to connect the 2 offices. So maybe in a year, things will change politically, maybe we won't have an elected mayor anymore. And then maybe at that time, we could figure out it's a better time to get a quote for construction. If we wish to do that, we can put that back on the agenda at that time.
Yeah,
So,
that was my original motion. At this time, it doesn't make any sense to do anything.
So I second that.
Yeah. So, and as far as the ordinance has already been passed, and when the time comes, there's 4 offices there to choose from. So at this time, the motion is to not make any modifications to the council chambers.
So may someone repeat the motion again, the motion to table it or the motion not doing any modification?
The motion is to, at this point, not make any modifications. We can bring this back later, depending on what happens in the future.
All right, so we have the motion and second as stated by Vice Mayor. and second by Councilmember Ho. Vote please, yes.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
So the
Motion.
only thing I wanted to ask was where is he gonna go now? So I know you said we're going to be, so is he moving? And so I think the next, we gotta decide on the date of his move and whether or not he's moving now or later.
So that's definitely a question. Yes, so you read my mind on that one. Yes, so as of right now, based on the last meeting, he's allowed to stay in his current office. But yes, now that, you know, now there's a delay in not doing, or that there's a motion, an approval not to do any modifications. So as of right now in the council chambers, there are 4 offices and a restroom. So the 4 offices are assigned to all the council members. And we had talked about potentially, you know, at the last meeting, potentially converting those to like multi-purpose rooms. So some ideas were like, you know, we can take out those really big L-shaped desks and put like a smaller conference type table in each of those rooms. Or we can, you know, keep the 4 offices the way that they are right now, but just have, you know, certain council members, just if you need to use one, you can make a reservation through Lynn, you know, to make sure that it's available. I will say I've never seen more than one of you at the same time on that side, so I don't think it's really a problem. But yes, staff would need some clarification to know what, you know, what we're going to do as far as moving.
You know, I would support the idea that Mayor Trita stay in his office. I mean, there's no rush. I mean, it's not the objective of moving him, get him out of that office. It's just the ordinance was passed to protect the city employees. So yeah, in the future, I mean, you know, in a couple more months, we'll figure it out, the direction how we're gonna implement this agreement. But right now, there's no hurry to get him out of his office.
I have a concern. So I mean, like, first I want to thank like the vice mayor, not, you know, spending the money for, you know, for something like this. However, I mean, I do have a concern. I mean, like my office is kind of really limbo situation. I mean, like, I'm still like elected mayor in the city, you know, until like the end of November or beginning of December. And my office, you know, is kind of being discussed or renewal like every other month. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, like the majority of the city council, you all pass the ordinance that my office shall be kept separately from the city hall. And you know, in October, like I mentioned earlier, and you have to agree that, you know, there was no plan. And until this moment, we don't really have any plan. And, you know, majority of the city council vote to keep my office separately based in the ordinance. That's in the city policy. That is a guideline from, for our city to follow. But my office is kind of, I mean, like, it's kind of in the really limbo situation. At least that, I mean, like, the city council needs to come up something really solid. That's what I asked for.
What is that? If the council chooses, we have 4 offices to choose from at the council chambers. Council chambers not in a mobile van, council chambers. So if council chooses, there's just choose one and one of the offices that you like. That's about it.
I mean,
there is no time frame. There is no hurry that you have to be out of there in 30 days or whatever. But if the council chooses to give you a time frame, this in no way, shape, or form is again, we've talked about this before, and the fact is that this is not targeting. It's not meant to target. This is meant for the benefit of the city employees. So that's the whole point behind it. So there is no urgency for you to be out of your current office, my view. But if the council chooses to have a date, then so be it. I don't know.
I do not agree with that. I respect that, but I do not agree that that statement, because when majority of the city council approve the ordinance, approve the rule that my office shall be kept separately from the city hall, and ask me to choose any office from the council chamber building, I don't think that's a good. I don't think that's a good policy, and I don't think I think that the city council, I expect that we need to have something really solid, rather than, they discuss my office every other month. I don't think it makes any sense.
Well, your office is never an issue. It's only you that drum it up and make it a big, huge issue. I don't see anyone in this council really want you evict you out of that mayor office, and the office to yours. Okay, you don't go in there and run the city every day. You have an office. We elected officials, we all have an office. We don't run the operation of the city. So we come in there, check the email, meet some constituent if you have to. But most of the time, the office is there and it's stay vacant. It's mostly for show. So, right now at this point, I don't see the reason why we have to be in a hurry to, get the mayor out of his office. Your office still your office. Okay? It's there. It's there. This is not the city ordinance was not passed to punish you. No, it was passed to protect the city employees. This is something that we won for years. I introduced this when I got elected in 2018, and the majority of city council back then fought and resist that until now. So this is something that we operate in state law for years. This is what that we've been operating on, but we never have it written down as a formal city policy. So right now at this point, and you're running for a state assembly anyway, and your goal is not going to stay here forever. So, and there's a lot of things that are going to be on the table for this year. So we don't know the direction of the city going to go, the elected officials, if it's who's here, who's not. So I think it's a council, the majority of the city council agree that we're not taking any action. We're not trying to get you out of your office unless you insist. At this point, your office, your office. Nobody touching it. Nobody has authority to get your stuff and throw it out the door. No, we don't do that. So I understand your concern because wait just a second. Let me finish. The mayor can speak for himself. So your office, Thank you.
I mean, I totally disagree with Councilmember Doe. I mean, this is not, elected like Councilmember approve like the ordinance and that become a policy. I mean, like majority of the council already approved the ordinance. And I don't know, how come you mentioned that I'm running for something else? That's a different story. But as a current time, I think that I'm still mayor of the city. And I need something kind of really, I mean, like in solid, rather than, okay, majority of the city council, if you want to discuss about my office, you can, have that on agenda for anyone that you want. And I do have a concerns because I have a right to have that concerns because as elected, we need to have something really, really solid. I mean, you have your right, you have completely your own right not to use your office. Hey, that's your business. It's not mine. But I'm kind of really busy. The staff give me a lot of paper for me to sign. So I do need an office, and I don't know. I mean, what my office going to be like? Do we have the office until like December or maybe the next few months? I'm going to be, remove it again, or this item coming up for the city council to discuss. And they do have a right to raise that concerns. Yeah, I think that's a really fair concerns. Yeah.
Well, I think we need to move along, and I think at this time, we just need to decide whether the mayor stays in his office or he is going to move into one of the 4 offices. So let's make that decision now. And we'll talk about the rest later.
Yeah, I think we already decided last meeting. The mayor stay in his office.
So help me to understand, staff. I believe that we passed the ordinance and one of the policy said that the mayor office need to be separated from the city hall. Was that in the policy that we passed? And if we passed that, okay, and if we passed that, and now we said that, it does not take effect, then what does that mean? I don't understand. Are we passing something that is not going to take effective? Go ahead.
So like we had talked about earlier in the other item. So in the spirit of having, so you did pass an ordinance regarding that the mayor's office shall be kept separate from City Hall, and specifically in the council chamber. So that did pass. It does take effect 30 days. That ordinance in its entirety will become law 30 days post-adoption. That being said, I believe it was Christian that mentioned this, or maybe even myself, it was a few hours ago, but we, in the spirit of, moving toward putting the mayor's office out there, there is a transitional period in which, because this is the first time that we're implementing this, there is that transitional period. So you're still allowed to do that, where he can stay in his office past 30 days while we're trying to, while the council or, staff trying to fulfill that requirement of moving the office. So, it's not, it's not wrong. It is still going to be a law that the mayor's office shall be kept separate. But you do have some discretion as to when you want that to be, considering this is a brand new ordinance, brand new office, brand new plan for transition.
Well, it takes a process. It does. You do go through a process. You don't just snap your fingers and overnight, you pop into your new office. So we understand that's the spirit of the law. That's what we plan to do, but we have to go through a process, a planning process. So today we're making that it's at the discretion of the council, as Christine said. And we have to decide whether we're going to just let the mayor stay in his office. Then we would just state that so he knows clearly that he could stay in his office through his term.
So I get it. So I get
Yeah. I can understand.
For, you know, for future as well. So this is, it's going to be a process. So, yes.
And I don't mind about the process, but I understand from the mayor's standpoint. You know, he has to know where he, you know, we can't bring it, you know, this meeting and the next meeting and this month and the next month. We are talking about, you know, his office, his moving. You know, I agree with you. If we decide that, okay, let's decide for him to stay until the end of his term. Yes, if that's the case, let make the decision so he knows that his office is there until then. We don't bring it up, you know, this meeting and then the next meeting we are going to revisit that again. I don't support that.
So can I add in the interest of time, we still have quite a bit and 37 minutes left. It's the beginning of the year. This is an election year. It's absolutely true. There is a ballot measure that you don't know which way it's going to go. You know, construction costs may change. You know, we don't know what's going to happen. So, you know, there was in your discussion some consensus about allowing the mayor to stay in his current office that he's in, but also waiting for, you know, the results of what happens in June. So that being said, maybe at this point, because we know June is a you know, a benchmark date, and so is November, that you perhaps just allow the mayor to stay in his office, you know, like most of you have expressed. And then when the June election results come in, once the, you know, if it becomes an appointed, you know, an appointed rotational mayor position, then you can have a robust, you know, discussion about construction if you want to do construction. That would take effect after the current mayor's is completely out of the end of the term. So regardless, mayor still gets to stay in the current office through the end of this term, which is through the end of November, beginning of December, but you can have another discussion post-election results in June to discuss what you want to do for the next, you know, for the next council after the November election.
I support that idea.
I mean, like, I agree with our interim city manager. I mean, like, I appreciate that. If majority of the council state that, you know, like in the second meeting of October, I mean, like, we wouldn't have any problem. I totally agree that. I mean, the city council can come up with, you know, any policy, but I mean, at least I need to have like the plan. But you have to agree with me that on October 27, you vote that as an ordinance, but did not give our staff any plan, completely nothing. That's why, I mean, at a time.
Is there anything wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with that?
We don't give staff the plan. We direct staff to give us the plan. And that's why they're coming back today with the plan. So let's move beyond that. Let's go, please. I mean, we already said that we're going to allow the mayor to stay until the fall through his term. So what do we need to do? Take a vote? Can we move along?
I think let's revisit this as interim city manager mentioned. Let's revisit the offices after the June election to see if there's any modification that needs to be made to the building, to the office, and then
you know what, the vice mayor,
in the meantime, just leave it as is.
You know, vice mayor, you know, we can revisit in June. The council, any council member, including the mayor, can bring it back anytime. I mean, you put on the agenda to talk about it. There's no set time frame, but right now, you know, I don't think there's a need. I mean, this is not like retaliation or whatever. I mean, you know, his office still his office. He still operate, and I don't see anything wrong. I mean, you look like you're so sad that somebody, you know, just losing your office or something. You still have your office.
You know, let me. I move to have the mayor to stay.
I think that Councilmember Nguyen allowed to speak, please. Yes.
I move to have the mayor to stay in his office until the end of the term. and maybe that in June we can see the result of the election, then we can talk about it. But right now, as of right now, he stay there until the end of his term.
We already proposed that.
It's cleaner.
Well, but then nobody say make any motion that this is
I think this is a more clear statement. I think what I want to say is that I think we have a policy that says that the council members' offices should be separate from City Hall. But what we need to do is we need to, in some clear way, say, where's the mayor supposed to go? You kind of said that last time when you said, well, for now, he should stay in his office. I think we need to maybe be more specific about it. Are we saying until June, until July, or until November? I think we should be a little more specific, because we need the mayor, as he's saying, he's an elected official, has a very specific office, elected mayor, and he needs to know where is that person supposed to go. He's been told he can continue to meet in his office. I think a specific motion such as is being made right now is a good idea. It could be just till June, or it could be till November.
We already talked about that last month already.
I propose for him to stay until through his term, meaning November. But then when we get the results from the June, the June, the measure on the June ballot, then we will bring it back. So staff, you just mark the day, you bring it back to discuss. It's not about this particular mayor. Where's he gonna go? Because he's gonna stay until through his term, 2022 November. Okay.
Is that your motion?
Actually, that was Councilmember Nguyen's motion. That was your motion.
Yeah. So I don't know what the city attorney is saying, but if it's the same thing, then okay, let's move.
Okay,
on.
there's a motion made that he would remain in the office through the end of his term, and that you would also revisit this issue after the June election and to discuss it. What are we going to do about the offices? That's the motion that's on the floor. Is there
I'm sorry to interject, but didn't we have the same thing on December 8th? We talked about this.
It wasn't specific as to the end date. It just said he could use his office until we come up with a new plan.
Because any council, we can revisit it any time at the council pleasure. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't want to do a motion, you don't have to. What I'm saying is
that's okay. Well, I think we spent too much time on this. We need to move on. We got a lot of things onto the agenda to talk about. The mayor still stay in his office. We all agree with that. Let's move on. Thank you.
There's still a motion. So there's still a motion on the floor. You need a second. If there's no second, it will die. Yeah. But yes, it's true. Anytime if a council member finds a need to bring something up, you can always bring it up aside from this. This is not set 100% in stone, because yes, you can bring it up. But this just makes it clean right now that there's something definitive.
Okay, I will second that.
Okay, so we have the motion and a second, and who make the motion? Is that Councilmember Nguyen or something?
Yes.
Nguyen.
Okay. So roll call vote.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, next item, consideration of closed captioning services. So may I have a staff report?
So just very briefly, this is a follow-up. This discussion about closed captioning for our council meetings, particularly in Vietnamese, has been brought up by several different council members over the time. So what I've presented here are some quotes for closed captioning in Vietnamese languages from a few companies. And basically there are different options available for closed captioning, but generally how it works is you have a feed that's embedded into the video and stream, and the audio is captured, translated into text in live text by either a person or artificial intelligence. So again, provided a couple of different quotes here. It would require, depending on the system that you would go with, it would require, additional purchases such as like an encoder, so hardware, software, live transcribing equipment, etc. There have been talks about as far as doing post closed captioning, which would be, which would be possible, but it's pretty much the same kind of cost. You would send send a video out to someone else, and it would come back after a certain period of time, usually something like that. It's a charge of, X cents, per minute, or whatever the case may be, and they type text over, over these videos. So again, these are basically quotes that we've provided, and just asking for council direction if there's any interest in proceeding with this. The only thing I would say is that we're not required to do this. But if you opt to do this, you may generate some pushback, because we're doing this, for one particular language and not all of, all languages. YouTube, we do broadcast on YouTube. And so I do want to say there is a YouTube, there is a feature that people can do, closed captioning after the fact.
So, my question to you is that for closed captioning, is it translate from English to Vietnamese or from Vietnamese to English?
For this, it was to do English to Vietnamese so that Vietnamese viewers can understand.
So what happened to those people they calling in and they speak in Vietnamese? Can they be translated by the human AI or AI?
From Vietnam. So if they're talking in Vietnamese, to go from Vietnamese to English?
Yes. So, right now we have a translator, right? Translator, they do the translate for us. Yeah. And if we have this, new implementation, I don't know whether they do the job that we want to do it right now.
Well, so with the interpreter that we use for the city council meetings right now, so the whole point of having the interpreter is to allow for public participation. And specifically, it's for the members of the public to be able to address you as the city council. So obviously, if someone isn't able to speak English to address you, then that's where the interpreter comes in. And so, we've gone through this in the last 3 years or so. That's why we have the interpreter, is because we obviously have a very large Vietnamese speaking community, some of which who would like to communicate with you during our meetings and can't. And so that's the point, that we have a consistent interpreter every single time. That's the spirit of what we're required to do. In this particular case, what's being asked is that, we have our council meetings, and people in the Vietnamese community don't understand what the council meetings are like. And so this is, it's not a requirement that we produce it this way. Generally, someone who doesn't understand, maybe knows somebody, can, watch, translate, go on the YouTube, do the subtitles that way. But it's a little different. Like if we were, it's not meant to translate necessarily from, like, in your case, if somebody's speaking English, or somebody speaking Vietnamese, and then we're going to subtitle it to English.
So by having this system implement, we still need to have live interpreter, right?
Yes, you have to have a live interpreter, because whoever's in this is a behind the scenes process when it comes to closed captioning. So if you still have a person that needs an interpreter to interpret from any particular language to you, the person that's doing the closed captioning is just doing typing. That's all they're doing, is they're just typing for the people that are viewing at home or whatever platform they're doing. They're not typing it so that you can see it. They're not doing that interpretation. So somebody still has to physically be here or, you know, to do that specific interpreting.
So this will incur additional cost
This isn't
above and beyond.
Yeah.
And do we think we need to be closed caption, you know, for the whole meeting or not?
I mean, that's really at the discretion of, you know, that's really at the discretion of the council if you feel that there's, you know, subject matters and things that would require it. But, you know, but I will say it is costly, especially, you know, especially for, you know, you would want to use a human, you know, a human instead of AI. It sounded weird for a second there. But it would be, you know, it would be costly. You know, at the same time too, I know that, you know, when you're doing it live. So the reason that we've been bringing in, you know, professional interpreters, because there was at some point discussion about, you know, not liking how a particular person has interpreted something. So even if you did subtitles and it's going live at the moment, no one's really able to quality check that. And so they're going to be translating on the fly without any real, you know, any oversight from, you know, from any of us or, you know, or any of you. So, you know, you're not really sure what's being transcribed. And we all know English to Vietnamese or just any language interpretation, you know, can be a little different depending on, you know, on how someone interprets a phrase or a sentence. So it's a little bit more complicated.
Can I answer questions real quick?
All this, so we can have this closed caption, this translation live on TV. It's just for YouTube and computer live stream, right? You can't have it on TV.
What city website? Archive.
City website, yeah. You can't have it on your TV, right?
So so on TV, and we had asked about this about a year ago. So we don't have the equipment. Our production does not have the equipment for live closed captioning on TV. The second part of that too is the characters for the Vietnamese language. You know, I've been told by several vendors that it would burn into the screen because it's not, you know, it's just not common. Like they're, you know, things aren't built with Vietnamese.
I think it's a scare tactic.
Yeah, well, it could be. I mean, it could not be. I mean, you know,
look at Vietnam. I'm sure the TV is not burned into the.
No, it's anyway. Not. But yeah,
it just seems like a lot of money.
Burn, but
I think the
you know, I have a question. You know, the council has passed and approved this since, if I'm not mistaken, Eddie Manfro was here.
We've been talking about this since 2019.
For a longest time, and I keep. And the problem is that, you know, the leadership, the City Hall leadership no one really keep track of this council decision. And it's left behind the back burner. And I have to resurrect and have to dig it up and keep asking questions about it. Apparently, there's no one that had done any quotes or did any legwork on it until very recently, until we have Christine Corton. I asked her to look into it and check on it. Well, you know the reason the council, we talked about the council to approve this because the council meeting is very important to the constituent, to the voters, and most voters in the city are Vietnamese American, and most of them are unable to speak the language or understanding. I mean, you know, even Vietnamese media. I mean, you know, yesterday we had to talk to the people from a local newspaper and about the meeting that happened, and they don't understand exactly the content of that meeting. A lot of confusion. So I know it's going to cost the taxpayer money to have this service, but the level of understanding from the community, just from watching the city council meeting with a direct captioning. I mean, maybe it's after the fact, maybe it's watching the archives videotape of the meeting, but it's with the translation and captioning is going to help the community tremendously. You know, an informed community is a very strong community, and we need that our citizen, the resident, to be informed, so that the elected official cannot use the Vietnamese language to go out and spread fake news and false information, because that's been happening for so many times. We've seen it time and times again, that the voters have to depend on the elected official to to convey the city business to them, and most of the time it's fake news. It's not accurate. So this service is very essential to this community, and in order for Westminster to change, we need to inform the voter. We need to help the voter understand what is going on in City Hall, especially decision which has been made during the council meeting, and this is very important. So I'm asking the City Council to help to approve this. The cost that we have to pay now will outweigh the cost later when the citizen become informed. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question, and I hope that our probably that in the room city manager could able to answer. So I just want to confirm again with this item. So if the city council approve this item, so basically there will be a human being, sitting, behind the scene, do all the translation, typing on the keyboard, every work, for anyone in the council meeting. So basically, we consider to have like a second translator. One would do the speaking role. The second one, like, would do the typing. And from the one who want to translate directly, in our meeting that we've been having that service, like he or she go to translate from Vietnamese into English. Am I correct? And with this service, the person going to translate from English into Vietnamese for the caption appearing on the screen. So we kind of, have like two person, working at the same time. So I want to lay out that picture so all the council member understand, what the service are going to be. And if another resident, from Latino American community request that in our city we have to do the translation, behind the scene, have someone to do all the typing from English into Spanish. So what are we to do? And how about the other languages? So I have to lay out, all the different circumstance. So the mayor of city council, we would have the clear picture. So do we have to consider for an additional cost if we approve for one community and then we have to approve for the other community because of the language barrier? And yes, and how can we sure that a person going to translate, behind the scene, do exactly what all the mayor of the city council or any speaker in a meeting who speak English? I just want to make sure that how can we assure that, like the translation right there at the spot, that carry this, the really good or the same meaning. Because when we talk about translation, we all know that we cannot trust Google translation. And I think that I remember like several years ago when I entered our city website and I realized, oh, there is the Vietnamese version. So I went to the Vietnamese version and I kind of really shocked because, I realized that that's not a real translation, but that came from the Google translation. But we all know that we cannot do any Google translation because the meaning totally different. So that is one of my big concerns. I think that the good intention here that our city council, we want to inform the community. I think that's a really good intention. But I hope that all members of city council, we look at all the angle of the issue, and we can come up with a really good direction. That's my concerns. Yes.
If I can add to some of your concerns that you have there, which is completely understandable. So I giggle because one of the hottest shows that came out, Squid Games, over the fall, had the same issue where you had translations where people were saying one thing and you're reading the subtitle and it wasn't the same translation. You also have subtitling issues too when you're watching the news on TV, etc. They're not typing out everything that's being said because they can only type out, so much. So if it's a matter, a couple of different things. If it's a matter of maybe getting a transcript for the meeting, that's something. It is expensive. It is expensive to do. But we did do that for a couple of other things where provide the videos in Vietnamese. And then it was transcribed to English, and then, it was transcribed in Vietnamese and translated to English. It's the same thing. We could take our video, it would be transcribed entirely in English, and you can have it translated in Vietnamese. You could also do that for any other language that you wish. But again, that cost is expensive. Turnaround time is obviously long, considering our meetings are like, half a day. So
does YouTube have translation service for free?
YouTube does have it. So if you're watching it on YouTube, you're able to do it. It's an AI, so read it at your own risk. But it is free that people can actually access and do on their own, on their own time. The other thing, as far as trying to understand what what's happening with the meetings. Aside from having, council meeting minutes that are after the fact, the city does put out, it's what we call our meeting recap. It is in English, but it's more like a news article type recap in the city standpoint of everything that's happened at the council meeting. It usually comes out the day after, or, the day after the meeting, or, 2 days after, if it's a very long meeting. That's something that could be used as, as a tool for, you all as well, but also anyone who wants to see what happened at the meeting without the highlights of the meeting, without actually watching the full meeting. In the past too, we've provided action agendas to the city council as well. Those are slated to come back. Those basically are, they are drafts, but they do give you the motion so that you do have at least a record of what the motion was and what the vote was for a particular item. That's always something that's asked after the meeting. And then, of course, any resident or media, I know a big problem is media. If they have any questions, they are more than welcome to contact the city to clarify, what motion was taken, what the action was. I do get those phone calls. I used to get those phone calls, over in the clerk's office as well. And I just think that a lot of our media groups and in particular, don't use us as a resource to clarify what it is. I appreciate all of you as, council members reaching out to clarify or find, I guess I'm not moving enough in my office to clarify and just get a recollection of what's happened at the meeting, so that you're able to provide information to your outlets. But certainly we do have ways for people to learn and understand. I think people just don't, for whatever reason, and we're more than happy to help anyone that wants to understand what's happened or what's happening. We're more than happy to help with that, but not necessarily closed captioning or subtitling the meetings. Unfortunately, this is probably the worst analogy. You can teach someone how to say a word, but if they don't know the definition, then they're not going to understand the context anyway. So, I get everyone's concerns on our meeting and our meeting contents, but I would always say that the best resource is coming to the city to understand. So I urge anybody watching out there, Vietnamese media, American media, residents, businesses, if you don't understand, just contact the city.
Before we go on, let me ask the city attorney. We know that this council body already voted. It is right now 11:52. Does it take effective yet, or if do we need to?
We're going to
I
need
understand. I understand that we also have to go back to further closed meeting, right? Closed session meeting.
Yes, and we do have an attorney waiting on item 6.1, which is, so it would be helpful if we could get to that item.
We actually do need to get through that one.
Okay, Christine, let me ask you this. Okay, which one have you? All these people submitting quotes. Have you seen their work, or have the staff seen their work? Do you have any recommendation?
I don't
Who's
have
the last? Or you just leave it up to the council to go through, murder through this and figure out which one we want.
No,
Is that what you?
No, not at all. It's
is that the intention?
No. So at this point, we provided quotes, but just for you to have an idea of what a cost would look like, AI versus human, et cetera. So at this point, it's like we're at a checkpoint where you see how this could potentially be expensive. Would you like me to keep moving forward? Start getting demonstrations, start, looking at, maybe an estimate of how much this would be for an entire year's worth of meetings or something. We are not budgeted for this. So it would have to come back at some point for a budget appropriation.
Well, the way I look at it, I mean, the Google translation was like 3 years ago, and compared to now, it's like night and day. It has been improving every day. So I'm looking for something that's available out there that we can easily, adopt and use this, which costs the least amount of money. With Google Translation and other translation service. I think it's sufficient. Okay. So I would make a recommendation that you have city staff continue to look into this, okay, and figure out the best way to take care of this, provide the translation service as a minimal cost, using as much free information that's floating out there right now instead of paying.
Okay. All right.
So basically the motion that we are going to continue that. So our city staff explore more time. Okay. So we have a motion and second on the floor.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Tong.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so may I ask our staff that, okay, so how many hours that we allow to
extend to, or?
I don't know.
So at this point, the way that the resolution works is that you just need to make a motion to extend it past midnight. There's no end time past that. So
okay, so among all the item, any item that kind of really urgent needs to be removed right away, and then we discuss first. And the item not really kind of urgent, so we may discuss later, or we defer to the next meeting. So, but it's up to the council.
Yeah, and
I make a motion. I make a motion to go through all the items until 6.1 at the minimum, and then see if we can have time to continue the rest.
Okay. I'd like to make a substitute motion to have 6.1 to
Do
move.
we get a
Second,
second on that
yeah.
first? Let's wait till there's a second before we make another
Okay,
motion.
sure, sure.
Oh, second it go. Councilmember Doe, motion it. I'll second it, go past midnight.
Okay. So that's just to consider through 6.1, 6.1 being the last item.
And may I ask you, I think that 6.2 is really important too, because that's relating to issue of water.
Correct.
You have a deadline.
And
for that?
so is 6.3 and 7.2, right?
We'll go through.
No, let's go through them. Let's go through them.
Want to go through all of them?
Okay,
Yes.
let's go through all of them.
Okay. So is the second okay with that motion?
Yes.
Okay. And extend past midnight. All right.
Okay.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. So we continue. Also,
So-
5.
So I would actually say now is a good time for a break so that we don't have to break later to change the tape.
Okay. All right.
10 minutes?
So
And
10?
could we start with 6.1 just so we can?
5 minutes.
Or do you want to just go, do you want to just make the motion to
no,
move
we're going to take
6.1?
5 minutes.
You want to take 5 minutes? All right.
Yeah.
See you guys at
Okay.
12:05.
Right.
Okay, just checking to see if everyone's back.
Yes, I'm back.
Yeah.
Somebody wants.
Christine, I have a quick question for you.
Sure.
Okay.
Do you want to now?
So the city have its YouTube channel, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so YouTube they pay.
Uh-huh.
So if you think that if the city with the translation servers will increase the viewers, you think the city will get a check from YouTube? Just a lot of news organization, they have the YouTube channel and they get paid.
So you're telling me I need to do some unboxings and some TikToks to post up there?
No, but you understand what I mean.
I do. No,
if we provide a quality service and that help motivate people to pay attention to our city and not just the city of Westminster, but any Vietnamese speaking audience want to learn more about American government, certainly they will generate more traffic, right?
Oh, we're working on it. Like I said, Rome wasn't built in a day, and this is
Rome wasn't built in a day. Okay.
This is
okay,
a brand,
2 days. 2 days.
It's a brand new Westminster. We'll work.
Okay, so I'm sure you're way ahead of the game, but I'm just saying that we can justify business to spend, and at the same time we can generate some revenue with the city. That would be so awesome.
Sorry, I'll be your city blogger. I'll go on TikToks and film random things and get endorsements for us.
I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to.
Okay.
All right. So I'd like to reconvene the city council meeting.
Are we live or let's see? Let me make sure that our TV is running live. Okay, I guess I will count down for PCTA so they know we're live. So we'll just go 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
All right, so I'd like to reconvene the city council meeting. And the next item will be 5.6, request for resolution of censure based on comment alleged to have been made by Mayor Trita.
So I am so sorry to interrupt you, Mayor Trita, but we actually staff was wondering if we could request council to move item 6.1 up because we actually have an attorney that's been for this item that's been waiting.
Okay.
So if we could move up 6.1, 6.2.
I think we should move like 6.1 and 6.2 because that's important. Okay. Yes. So 6.1, consideration of an urgent ordinance adopting a regulation. Oh, we need to make a motion first, right? Or we already did.
You didn't. Yeah, that's just my staff recommendation.
So may I have, someone make a motion to move 6.1 and 6.2 forward.
Motion to move 6.1 forward.
My second.
Okay, so there's a motion to move 6.1 and 6.2 forward.
Yeah, yes.
So roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Tom.
Yes, so 6.1, consideration of an urgency ordinance adopting regulation consistent with state law regarding implementation of Senate Bill 9, SB 9. So
yes, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council, Debbie Carita, the Interim Community Development Director. As the Mayor mentioned, this item is the consideration of a proposed urgency ordinance to implement the provision of the state's Senate Bill 9 regarding development in residential zones. As you can see, we have a short PowerPoint presentation that we'd like to share with you on this item. This will be a joint presentation between the Community Development Department and the City Attorney's Office. Lisa Kranitz of the City Attorney's Office will provide a general overview of the SB 9 legislation, discuss the purpose and nature of the urgency ordinance, and provide some details about the provisions of that are included in the state's legislation. And then I will provide an overview of the objective city standards that are incorporated into the proposed ordinance and review the recommended action. Before we begin the overview of SB 9, I do want to emphasize that this legislation is complementary to the state's legislation and city codes related to the construction of accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. This new legislation will not affect the way that the city reviews and processes applications for ADUs. The city has a well-defined and accelerated process for these applications, and that will not change. And I just wanted to share that information with the mayor and council. Additionally, I do want to acknowledge and recognize the hard work and efforts of a number of members of the planning staff, specifically Alice Tu, an associate planner, Chris Wong, our senior planner, and Steve Ratke, our planning manager. These individuals dedicated many working hours, working collaboratively with the city attorney's office to review the state legislation and to prepare an ordinance that is fully compliant with state law. At this point, I am going to turn the presentation over to Lisa Kranitz of the city attorney's office.
Thank you, Debbie. And I just want to piggyback on what you said about your planning staff. I work with staffs all over in many different cities, and I think your staff is about the best staff I've ever worked with. And they have analyzed this state law in the most careful and thorough way, and it's been a pleasure to work with them. So let's start on SB 9. It has added 2 sections to the government code relating to housing developments. One section amends the provisions, general provisions of the zoning law that requires the city to ministerially approve 2 residential units on a single family lot. And the second section amends the Subdivision Map Act provisions to require the city to approve an urban lot split on a single family lot. And ministerial approval means nothing discretionary, no planning commission, no city council. You just apply the law straight away to the applications that come in. The law was signed into effect signed by the governor on September 16th, 2021, and it became effective on January 1st, 2022. The next slide, thanks. So now we'll go into the basics of the ordinance. The urgency ordinance puts a temporary measure in place until a permanent ordinance is prepared. It is effective immediately with no public hearing process. This is very important. It requires a 4/5 vote for approval. If there is not 4/5 vote, it's not that these provisions don't apply because the state law is already in effect. But what you lose is all of the objective standards that staff has so carefully crafted to try and preserve the residential neighborhoods. The permanent ordinance will reflect additional actions that may come out by the state, although I was just informed today by HCD that's the Housing and Community Development Department. They do not expect to really be coming out with a technical advisory memo in the near future. But certainly there will be changes due to experience with projects processed, not just in Westminster, but in cities throughout the state. And, you know, the city attorneys group very much shares their experiences. Next slide. So the purpose of this urgency ordinance is to protect and preserve the character and the nature of your R1 residential communities. It establishes the objective design standards above and beyond minimal state standards. It provides clarity to SB 9 project applicants. They know what the standards will be. They know how to apply for it. And it ensures consistency in processing these SB 9 projects. Next slide. Okay. Thank you. As I indicated, hang on, I need to actually move my pictures. One section deals with the general zoning provisions. There's a section in it that cross-references another section, and it says these certain sites are prohibited from development of the SB 9. None of those sites that are listed in the government code section have applicability to the city of Westminster. The statute prohibits demolition or alteration to existing residential structures that restrict rents to affordable income levels, or if they have been occupied by a renter in the last 3 years. As I stated before, it applies only to the single-family residential zone. It allows 2 new units or the addition of 1 new unit to a lot that already has an existing unit. It allows the city to impose objective standards, provided that these standards allow at least 2 homes of 800 square feet on a lot. It sets maximum side and rear yard setbacks that the city can impose of 4 feet. That is consistent with what they did with the ADU standards. It doesn't mean that an applicant has to keep it at 4 feet. They could do 5 feet, they could do 10 feet, but we can't require anything more than 4 feet. And it sets a maximum of 1 parking space required per unit. Short-term rentals of units are prohibited. The urban lot split key provisions are that a parcel in an R1 zone may be subdivided into 2 at the owner's discretion. The minimum lot size has to be at least 1,200 square feet, and at most, there can be a 40-60 split of the original lot. So if you had a 5,000 square foot lot, it could go into 2,000 square feet and 3,000 square feet. That would be your 40-60 split. I understand that Westminster's lots are a little bit larger. So basically every R1 lot would be eligible to be split into 2. You can then put those 2 dwelling units per lot that we just talked about in the previous slides on each of the new lots. So your 1 house on a lot now turns into 4 houses on a lot. The law states that, and I'm using this language because it is quoting out of the code because it's so strange, that the applicant must intend to occupy 1 unit for 3 years from the date of the map approval. And there are restrictions, so you can't have developers coming in and going down the block, because there's ownership restrictions that you can't be the same owner or working with an owner on an adjacent lot that's already been split. Once a lot has been split under SB 9, it can't further be split, even if you could still have lots that were 1,200 square feet in size. Parcels have to have access to or adjoin a public right-of-way, and staff will touch on that further on. The city is not allowed to require dedication of rights-of-way or construction of off-site improvements. but the city can require easements for provision of public services and facilities. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to staff so they can talk about the details of the ordinance. And then we're here to answer any questions you have about this wonderful new law.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. The next 4 slides provide a description of the development features and the requirements for each feature that is incorporated into our proposed urgency ordinance. The maximum number of units for each lot is 2. The maximum unit size is the 800 square feet. The maximum height included in the proposed ordinance is 1 story or 16 feet, with a minimum open space of 225 square feet per unit. In terms of minimum setbacks, we maintained our existing front minimum setback of 20 feet. The side and rear is consistent with the SB 9 requirement that the minimum setback be 4 feet. And then we also have 6 feet between structures, with a maximum lot coverage of 40% and a maximum driveway and walkway area in the front yard ranging between 50 to 70%. It's a tiered system based on the width of the property. In terms of architectural design, this proposed ordinance requires the same design for all units. And when it is an urban lot split project, the minimum required access to the street is a 20-foot frontage or an easement. And then if the lot is less than 81 feet wide and it's an urban lot split project, then the driveways must be shared between the 2 lots. In terms of the demolition restriction, no demolition can occur if the unit has been occupied by a renter in the last 3 years. That's consistent with the SB 9 state legislation. And then maximum of 25% demolition if the unit is owner occupied. As was previously mentioned, the SB 9 legislation requires that the city standards not prohibit the development of 2 800 square foot units on a lot. Therefore, some standards may have to be either waived or adjusted to allow two 800 square foot units, and that depends on the size of the lot. In order to be able to address this issue on a consistent basis, the proposed urgency ordinance identifies a prioritization of the development standards. This list is prioritized with 1 being the city's highest priority and 6 being the lowest. So in reviewing the applications, staff would waive or modify the standards beginning with the lowest priority item, and then move up the list as necessary until the project could have 2 800 square foot units on the lot. The prioritization of the standards that is incorporated in our proposed urgency ordinance is, as it says on the screen, the highest priority would be given to the maximum height limit, followed by the front setback requirement, the maximum driveway and or walkway coverage, then the open space requirement, the lot coverage requirement, and the lowest one would be the building separation requirement. So that would be the first one that would be amended if our standards created the problem of not being able to build the 2 800 square foot units on a lot. In terms of our recommended action, staff recommends the adoption of the urgency ordinance amending Title 16 and 17 of the Municipal Code to implement the provisions of SB 9 related to urban lot splits and 2 residential units per lot in the R1 residential districts. In order to assist the residents and the developers who may be interested in constructing SB 9 units, staff will be preparing a checklist of items so that they know what must be included in the application. We are also developing a web page on the city's website that is dedicated to information on SB 9. Following the adoption of this urgency ordinance, staff will begin the preparation of a permanent ordinance. That permanent ordinance would follow the regular process of adoption, including public hearings before both the Planning Commission and the City Council. That concludes our presentation, and staff from both the City Attorney's Office and Community Development are available and happy to answer any questions.
Yes, I want to thank you for your very detailed presentation. It kind of a lot of information tonight.
Yes.
And so basically, I have a couple of questions. That what is the main differences between the new law and the current law, or maybe the past rule about ADU? Because we all know that in our city we have a lot of people who can't really submit an application. So with that new law, that does that depend on the day that they submit application, or is going to be affected right away? That's my first question. And then my second question, that can you please explain the issue of like urban lot split into a single family home or something? Is kind of information about it. Yes.
Mayor Tom, council members, the ADU law does not go away by virtue of SB 9. It stays there as well. I think one of the things we're trying to understand is planning attorneys and planners is exactly what is the difference between an SB 9 unit and an ADU unit. I think in Westminster, you have a maximum unit size of 800 square feet for your SB 9 unit. ADU units would actually be a little bit bigger because state law requires 850 square feet for a unit of one studio or one bedroom, and 1,000 square feet minimum for anything over one bedroom. I'm sorry, it's getting late. So the size is a little bit different on them, but in a lot of ways, they're very much the same as to whether it's SB 9 or a ADU unit. If somebody comes in under an SB 9 unit, they would be required to put in fire sprinklers. If they come in under an ADU unit and there's an existing home on the lot, and that home doesn't have fire sprinklers, then they're not required to be fire sprinklers. I don't think it was a well thought out piece of legislation. I think there's a lot of legislators who everybody wants to do something to help housing, but I don't think they're thinking it through, and they have planning professionals to help them to see how it all works together. An urban lot split, I'm not quite sure I understand the question. It's basically all of your lots are urban lots in the city of Westminster. There are certain areas of the state that don't qualify as urban areas, outlying areas, and this provision wouldn't apply to those cities. But basically everything in LA, Orange County is a urban lot. So it just allows you then to divide the lot in two. You can sell that separate lot to another person, and then you can develop 2 homes on each lot. Debbie, do you have anything to add?
So,
No, I think you explained it well. If that answers the question, the mayor's question, is that providing the information you were asking about?
yes, so under SB 9, so based on the information that you provide, we only need one parking space for one unit. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So that's a kind of like different from the current ADU we are having now, right?
ADUs, if you're within a half mile, is one space per ADU. But if you're within a half mile of a public transit stop, then you don't have to provide any parking. On the ADU, on the SB 9, if you'll give me 1 second to try and open up my comparison. On the AB 9, you don't have to provide parking if you're within a half mile of a high quality transit corridor or a major transit stop. It's harder to meet that qualification than simply having a bus stop near you. So parking will more likely be required for a SB 9 unit than it would be for an ADU unit. Also, if you were to tear down an existing garage as part of an SB 9, you'd have to replace it, or at least put in parking for, put back one parking space. If you tear down an existing garage to build an ADU, you don't have to replace that parking.
Okay, I have a question.
Please.
The top of page 4 of the staff report stated that maximum number of units, no lot may have more than 2 units. I want to clarify. So so it's clear that when there's a lot split provision is used for an existing lot that already, but for an existing lot that already has an ADU or a JADU, can you add another unit using the 2-unit development?
If you have a house and an ADU and or JADU, and those would be your allowable units. If you then split that lot and the house and the ADU are on one of the lots, you can still put 2 homes on the new lot.
Okay. So the split is always going to be not lengthwise, but across.
That I can't say. I think it's going to be dependent.
So it could go lengthwise? It could be lengthwise? It can, right?
Yeah, I believe it can be. You would just have to make sure that if, however you split it, you've got access to it for purposes of the people who live there getting on and off the lot.
No. Okay.
And you could probably,
Utilities, etc.
sorry, Christian, you could probably split it so that the ADU then becomes attached to a new unit on a new lot, and then you put a second home on the first lot.
Okay.
I'm not sure why somebody would do that, but that's not prohibited.
Okay.
But the ADU, JADUs do count as units, unless the council wanted to allow more. But I haven't yet seen a city who's saying, great, let's let 6 units per lot.
Okay. No, I think that would be plenty. So the ADU, our ADU, I think we could build up to like 1,200 square feet.
Yes,
Yeah,
I believe that's correct.
And then you've got the requirement of 225 square feet of contiguous open space on top of that. And so, you know, our lots are not that big compared to other cities like Garden Grove. And so I know our lots are like on the average about 6,500 square feet. You know, so to about 7,000. So my next comment was that for lot split provisions, we should have some language that requires separate utilities and meters. I don't see anything that's talk about separate utilities and meters, because
I'm going to defer to the senior planner, Chris, regarding those kinds of questions. Chris, are you available?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The separate water heaters and separate utilities. Do we not require separate utilities for the SB9 units?
The building division would require separate utilities for the separate units.
That would just be something standard that happens, right, Chris? I mean, I don't know that it needs to be written in
Correct,
the
yeah.
code.
It doesn't, yeah.
It's
that's
just
correct.
part of it.
So my last comment is that for small lots that already have a 2-story building, we might want to consider allowing 2-story SB9 unit over waiving the minimum lot coverage and minimum open space. So, because I know you mentioned that everything has to be single story. And if you already have a 2-story building, would you consider maybe for our permanent ordinance, we would think about allowing for 2-story?
Yes, we were doing some research, and the urgency ordinances that we found that included allowing 2-story buildings, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, were ones that it was allowed if the lot was a certain size, less than a certain size, about 2,000 square feet, and it required a setback on the second story, so that because of the minimum of 4 feet from the side and rear setbacks. I think the concern is privacy and other issues, but if you build it in a way that that the second story is set back, then that might give some relief. So that's what we're looking at, is what other cities have implemented, and we can bring that back and we'll discuss it and recommend it or provide it as an alternative in our permanent ordinance when that comes through.
Okay. And then regarding your architectural design standards, I know a lot of our developers, they were doing ADUs. We complained that because a lot of the buildings or the houses in Westminster are quite old, and what you propose here is that we must have the same exact design as the existing unit. That might be a hardship for a lot of people with old homes. So would you consider changing that to like, I'd like to see if we can change it just the material and colors don't have to match, or we got to upgrade or something, but to look for something that that was like built long ago and try to match to the architectural design standards, it might be difficult.
Councilmember Hope,
is very realistic.
but as long as the council agrees on an objective standard, we can draft it. And you just can't use language like it shall be consistent or it shall match. And I think that was why staff originally chose the language that it would be the same, because it has to be something that you and I and Debbie and the person off the street all objectively can say, yes, that's the same. But we can do we can remove the requirements for colors and design and say something like the roofs shall match. Or
yeah, for sure, the roofs should match. Yeah, that I am in agreement with. So that would be the one architecture design.
And
that match, but not
that's a
colors and
change.
material.
That would be a change that could be implemented. That's an easy change to fix tonight.
Okay.
I can't remember if somebody in staff can remind me what page that was on. I think it under architectural design on page 16. we can just strike out in A and B, the language of exterior materials and colors. And
Yep.
then it would just say, the unit must be exactly the same in roof design and dominant roof pitch.
Yeah.
And then that would take away that the rest of it had to match.
That's all for me. Thank you.
And with the 4/5, you know, if everybody agrees to that, if the motion includes to adopt it with that change, then that's.
So I would like to make a motion to adopt item 6.1, urgency ordinance. And with that change on the architectural design stated earlier.
In under the SB 9, so the unit is only be rented by affordable housing status, right?
No, it's not limited to affordable housing.
So anyone could able to rent it.
The legislators' thought process is trickle down theory, that if everybody keeps building houses and there's a larger housing supply, then people will have to reduce the rents. Housing will become more affordable because there'll be more available.
And as Lisa had mentioned, though, they are not supposed to be short-term rentals. It is intended for families and individuals to be living there rather than being used as a short-term rental.
But just
Correct.
like EDUs, so they can rent them out. They don't
Yes,
have to rent to low income.
correct.
But I think it requires that the owner lives in one, correct? Whereas the ADU, I think they got rid of that. The owners did not have to live.
So what this says is with regard to the lot split, when you do a lot split and you wind up with 4 units, when you apply for that lot split, you have to sign a affidavit saying it is your intent to live in the unit for 3 years after the date of map approval. One, I think HCD, I had a conversation with them early on after the law was passed, and I don't think they were even aware of all the provisions, because when I asked, what does that mean and how do we enforce it? There was kind of laughter. And they said, well, what does that mean? What does an intent mean? I can intend something today, and when you saw, you know, and 3 weeks later, my intent can change. I'm not guaranteeing I'm going to live in it. So the law gives no enforcement mechanism to that. But I would guess that if you had one house, you're supposed to live in the existing house if you're not demolishing it. But if you were building all new housing, then to say you're going to live in it for 3 years after the date of map approval, from the date of map approval till the date there is a certificate of occupancy could be 2 years. So it
only need to live in it for 1. Right. Okay.
So in all honesty, it's probably a meaningless provision that they threw in the state at the end to try and make people feel better. But the language is so weak, I don't know how much protection it's going to wind up giving cities.
Okay, thank you. So I make a motion.
So can you also explain to all of us that with the SB 9, is that going to be a more burden for the homeowner who want to build, you know, the new ADU unit, or it going to be like more flexible?
I think it provides more options for the homeowner because they can split their lot and then sell off the units. The houses on the other lot. It allows them to build more on it. It gives them other options. Like I said, the ADU provisions don't go away. From what I can tell, just like an applicant gets to decide if what they're filing is a JADU or an ADU and it's within an existing house, they'll get to tell you whether it's an SB9 unit or an ADU unit that they're filing. So it's not taking anything away from them.
I have a question. I know this is not for you. I guess this is just me venting. So what does all these laws do for that American dream that someday you're going to own a home and have property and have some privacy and not have a bunch of people living next to you? I mean, have a million cars parked on your street. What does that do to those people? This law.
Glad you prefaced that with it was a rhetorical question.
I know. That's just me. I hate the whole thing. I think all these laws are an attack on the middle class and the American dream of home ownership and pride in home ownership and maintaining your property and beautifying your home. And I just hate the whole thing. That's just my two cents.
I second the motion.
All right, we have the motion and second for this item.
And to be clear, does the motion include the changes that Lisa Granite said indicated? There was some change, modified language. Does the motion include that, the maker of the motion?
Yes.
And the second, you agree to that?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I have an answer for Vice Mayor Manzo. I was going to say that not everybody wants to split their lot or sell off or build 4 units. So you just have to find neighbors that you have to find neighbors that don't want to split the lots or overbuild on their lot and live next to them.
Yeah, but you can't control what your neighbor does.
I know. Then you move and then you find some that don't.
I guess you have to move out of state, I guess.
All right, so we have the motion and second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mamzol,
No.
and Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1. And that
Right.
is an
So,
urgency. I'm sorry, I'm going to read that into the record, Mayor.
Please.
An urgency ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster adopting amendments to Title 16 subdivisions and Title 17 land use of the Westminster Municipal Code implementing a Senate bill relating to the creation of urban lot splits and 2 residential units per lot in the R1 district.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
next item, a resolution in support of federal PFAS legislation that protect ratepayer in water wastewater agency. So I may have a staff report about this item.
Absolutely, Mayor. Good evening again. So this item is about PFAS, that's known as a forever chemical, which was widely used since 1940s. So it was found in cleaning products, cooking pans, and other similar products. This chemical is highly soluble, mobile, and very difficult and costly to remove through the treatment process. So in 1980, Comprehensive Environmental Response and Compensation and Liability Act created a tax on the manufacturer, which released the hazardous material, including the PFAS, that could endanger public health and environment. The current language also put the cleanup and treatment responsibility to local water agencies like Westminster, who had no responsibility of discharging this material or this chemical into the environment. The Orange County Water District managed the groundwater basin that supplied water to 19 water agencies and about 2.5 million people in North and Central Orange County, including Westminster. In April 2020, the mayor and the city council adopt a resolution to execute a 30-year PFAS treatment facility and program agreement with OCWD. From this agreement, OCWD will provide funding to construct PFAS treatment plants and ongoing operation and maintenance costs for the impacted water wells in Westminster. OCWD also quarterly inspect the 3 water wells in the city of Westminster, and so far our wells are doing very well. OCWD is requesting the member agency to adopt a resolution supporting its legislative platform with 3 principles. Number 1, exempt the liability for water and wastewater agency from the current language. Number 2, include long-standing cost-benefit analysis in development of water regulation from the US EPA. Number 3, provide federal funding for the PFAS treatment. So tonight, staff recommends the mayor and the city council to adopt this resolution to support OCWD's PFAS legislation platform. That concludes my report.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and second to approve this item. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0 for resolution of City of Westminster supporting federal PFAS legislation that protects ratepayers and water wastewater agencies.
All right, next item, 5.6, request for resolution of censure based on comment being made by Mayor Ta.
Yeah, it's this is my item, and you know, the last meeting on the December 8th, that's promised, you know, with all the information that the mayors, Trita, and then Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen, you know, it's been spreading false information in the Vietnamese media. So, you know, today I make a formal request that this item to be placed on the agenda. The purpose of the item is to discuss certain statements that I allege have been made by Mayor Ta, which he believes warrant the issuance of those, which I believe warrant the issuance of this resolution of censure. Councilman, I have prepared a list of statements the mayor is alleged to have made. These are presented word by word below, with very minimal formatting changes from staff. I desire for the city council to consider these statements and to then provide direction on whatever resolution of censure should be prepared. The allegation from the council, from me, are as follows: that Mayor Trita engaged in the following conduct of violation of the City of Westminster ethics policy, which require council member to treat all public officials with respect, patience, courtesy, civility, and be honest with other public officials, city staff, and the public. Mayor Trita has been using the Vietnamese language media to claim that the majority of the city council kicked him out of his office, and he is officially, quote unquote, officeless. Number 2, on October 29th of 2021, on a YouTube interview with a blogger, Trinh Nguyen, and 2 other bloggers who are the big who are the big supporter of Mayor Trita. Mayor Trita claimed that he got kicked out of his office. He also claimed calmly listened to other blockers, expressed their opposition regarding the council decision. Mayor Trita once again objected that being kicked out of his office affected immediately. He then went on and called for the voters to take action against Council Member Kimberly Hall, Council Member Taido, and the Vice Mayor Caleb Manzo. I have attached a link in the staff report. On November 1st, 2021, Mayor Trita appeared on a Vietnamese television channel as a mayor and following asserted that the majority of city council has conspired, attacked, and kicked him out of his office in City Hall. Mayor Trita went on and accused the majority of the city council did so for personal vendetta. These statements were false, defamatory, because no discussions or action had ever been taken to actually remove the mayor from his current office at City Hall. The mayor still occupies the same office to this day, and the item in question only talk about council member offices, generally not just the mayor. Mayor Trita went on and make a statement calling the Westminster resident to respond appropriately and correctly, which implied signing a recall petition against Council Member Kimberly Hall and Vice Mayor Caleb Manzo. I have attached a link to that YouTube video. Number 4, on November 6, 2021, in a YouTube video titled, "Is the Communist Attacking California?" Westminster mayor got kicked out of his office. Mayor Trita again stated that it was unprecedented that he was kicked out of his office, and he has no office to serve as a mayor. This was a childish act, dictatorship, and personal vendetta. Mayor Trita explained the recall process and called for the voters to sign a recall petition to recall Councilmember Kimberly Hall and Vice Mayor Caleb Manzo. When asked if Mayor Trita has been moved out of his office, Mayor Trita could not keep a straight face and respond in Vietnamese. Legally, I don't know where is my office. The council voted to let me sit in my office. The council voted not to let me sit in my office, and it effective immediately. They clearly voted on October 27, 2021, and clearly I have no office. I'm not sure what to do with my personal belongings in my office. They make an unresponsible decision without no planning for my new office. Mayor Trita praised the blocker for his influence in Westminster, and he asked for the voter to sign the recall petition. A link to the YouTube video is enclosed. Number 5, December 2nd, 2021. In a video interview with YouTube blogger Huy Đức, Trita said that it was unprecedented that he was kicked out of his office by Council Member Kimberly Hall, Taido, and Caleb Manzo, who did so out of personal vendetta and dictatorship. Mayor Trita claimed that he has no office to serve as the mayor. Then Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen make a statement attacking City Council for kicking the mayor out of City Hall. He stated that Mayor Trita currently does not have an office. He further stated that if any resident wanted to meet with the mayor, Trita should contact him by phone so that they could set up an appointment to meet with Mayor Trita at various intersections, parking lot, and coffee shop in the city, because Mayor Trita has no office in City Hall. He said that the voter cannot meet him in City Hall. Then Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen doubled down the false statement when he stated in Vietnamese, "Điều đó là điều thật ra đã và đang xảy ra." What it means is that this issue involving the mayor's office in fact happened and has been happening. Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen then also stated in the Vietnamese that although Mayor Tri Tha currently has no office, the mayor continued to serve the public selflessly. When they need his help, Mayor Tri Tha and then Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen went on to reaffirm his call for people to sign the recall petition of Council Member Kimberly Ho and Council Member Caleb Manzo. There's a link for YouTube, that particular YouTube video. On October 24, 2021, Mayor Tri Tha and Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen were interviewed by a blogger, King O. But then Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen make a statement that Council Member Tai Do, Council Member Kimberly Ho, and Council Member Caleb Manzo intentionally and maliciously took the right of contacting the city department heads away from Mayor Tri Tha and then Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen, knowing that the statement was completely false. The council had discussion to try and determine when it was appropriate for all council members to contact city staff and determine they should only contact them in limited circumstances when it was necessary to obtain information and should not order city staff to do anything. All direction should come from the city manager as set forth in state law. There was nothing in the city council discussion that targeted these rules only to the mayor or vice mayor. These false statements once again appear to be a calling for support to the recall effort of the council member Caleb Manzo and council member Kimberly Ho. Interestingly, this morning when I checked this YouTube link, this particular video has been so-called not available. That means it's they changed the privacy status, so it's not available on YouTube right now. On December 10, 2021, Mayor Tri Tha appeared on the YouTube live stream with blogger King O, who was driving around in a white SUV, which duped at the mayor's mobile office. Since he claimed to the community that he got kicked out of his office and the mayor has no office to serve as the mayor. This appeared to be another calling for support to recall Vice Mayor Caleb Manzo and Council Member Kimberly Ho. The YouTube the link to that YouTube video. On December 5th, 2021, Mayor Tri Tha met with a group Save Westminster, which is an organization trying to collect signatures to recall Council Member Kimberly Ho and Vice Mayor Caleb Manzo. A member of this group, in an effort to motivate a voter to sign for the recall petition, asked Mayor Tri Tha a leading question about the mayor's claims to be kicked out of office and is officially, quote unquote, officeless. Mayor Tri Tha once again reinforced the idea that he has no office and was unable to serve the public. As a result of his remark, several residents expressed their opposition to several members of the Westminster City Council. Number 9, Mayor Tri Tha in several city council meetings allowed then Vice Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen to be repeatedly argumentative and disruptive during the council meeting by interrupting other council members when they speak. And on one-on-one occasion, has responded by saying the word craps when another council member make a comment and before voting on an agenda item that he disagreed with. Number 10, the above conduct were untruthful, improper, unprofessional, and unacceptable, and constitute a violation of the city ethics policy. Furthermore, that Mayor Tri Tha was acting as a mayor when he engaged in this conduct and was acting without any authorization or ratification by the city council and contrary to the legitimate interests of the city. Based on the above, I respectfully ask the city council to A, consider ordering a resolution of censure to prepare against Mayor Tri Tha. B, that the resolution of censure include a statement that council expresses the strongest possible disapproval and disavow of its statements, and that the council respectfully but earnestly requests and expect Mayor Trita to cease and desist from using the Vietnamese language to make any further statement to the public to attack other council members.
So,
You know, and you know that, and this is it's interesting that they you know, I read the Người Việt Daily News paper a couple of days ago. They published an article about the rumor that Mayor Trita and Councilman Chi Charlie Nguyen has been spreading out there that Councilwoman Kimberly Ho and Vice Mayor Carlo Manzo is trying to destroy the general monument statue on both on private property, that they're gonna have it removed because number one, Vice Mayor Carlo Manzo, the vote against the project when he was planning commission, he's a racist, and same thing with Councilwoman Kimberly Ho. They're spreading the rumor that the two members of the city council are gonna remove that monument. And you know, it's bothered me that when the Người Việt newspaper have a sentence saying that they call a left message to Mayor Trita asking for clarification and never got a response.
all right.
That's my
Okay.
report.
I mean, I kind of disappoint everything you said, and I mean, I feel really sorry for Westminster residents who elected council member like you, who is completely irrational and does not care about like the city policy. So let me repeat again. On October 27, majority of the city council voted that the mayor office shall be kept separately from the city hall. And we all understand, we all know that once the item passed, when a proposed ordinance passed, it went into effect immediately. So, and at the same time, on October 27, there was no direction whatsoever on when the new office should be, where my new office should be. And that's what I mean, no office. I mean, like my office circumstance completely in limbo because of the majority of the city council decision. And when you mentioned that you heard rumor, I never said any council member, you know, like destroy like Trần Hưng Đạo statue. You have to show it to me. I mean, like anyone in the community, when they said that, you need to ask that person. And I truly believe, you know, I strongly against majority of the city council decision to vote to separate my office from the city hall. Yes, I strongly oppose that. However, I never call anyone to recall anyone. I mean, like, that's the will from the people in the community. You have to show me that what day that I call the people to sign any petition. I mean, that's the will of the people. We live in a free country. I mean, if the voter, they do not agree with you, they may not agree with me, hey, they sign like the petition to recall any council member that they totally disagree with. So it's really normal. And I did not go to any like channel to ask people to sign any petition. I strongly oppose majority of the city council to remove my office from the city hall without any plan. You're more than welcome to go back to the report or to a minute to see again on October 27, when majority of the city council, you vote to keep my office separately from the city hall. On that meeting, majority of the city council did not provide any plan. You cannot say that, okay, I vote to separate the mayor office from the city hall, and like the staff will look into it. That's not responsible. So your decision completely irrational and irresponsible. And now you come up with a resolution to censuring me. I mean, like, against it only give me more reason. I only say about myself, but I'm pretty sure that Councilmember Nguyen, have another thing he would like to add into it. So give me more reason to state the fact, to continue to bring the truth to the community, how irrational majority in the city council. Hey, if you want to approve this kind of irrational resolution, go ahead and do it. I'm not really worried because, majority of the city council give me more reason, and I really mean it, give me more reason to continue to state the fact, continue to tell the truth to the community. And less than an hour ago, majority of the city council to decide that okay, now I am allowed to stay in my office until the end of my term. It just happened an hour ago. And you try to say that I didn't tell the truth. When the city council we vote that became the policy. So if you want to approve the resolution, hey, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it, because I believe I will have more reason. Because you are trying to violate my First Amendment right. You try to silence my free speech. And my free speech, based on the real fact, you vote to separate my office from the city hall on October 27. That was a fact, without coming up with any plan, without coming up with any direction that, okay, Mayor, we vote your office going to be separate from the city hall, and we give you another 6 months to move to another building, to move to another office. It was not happening on October 27. So go ahead and approve that. I'm not really worried because your irrational resolution would give me more reason to continue to state the fact to the community. Okay, that's all I want to say.
All right, it's going to be my turn. So
yeah, I'd like to play this video.
It doesn't matter.
Chính thị trường tại cái làm việc với các nhân viên thì làm cho họ stressful quá, họ làm việc không có được căng thẳng quá. Thì điều này anh có lý giải gì không? Với lại hồi giờ thì cái cách thức anh làm việc với nhân viên trong thành phố từ cái department của thành phố thì nó có bao giờ nó gặp rắc rối chưa thưa thị trưởng?
Chúng tôi rất là cảm ơn Mỹ Linh đã hỏi một câu hỏi này, nó rất là thực tế để cho chúng tôi có cơ hội. Thưa tất cả quý vị, chúng tôi đắc cử thị trưởng từ năm 2012 cho tới năm nay là được 9 năm qua. Và hiện nay đó, 3 nghị viên mà bỏ phiếu mà dời văn phòng chúng tôi ra khỏi thành phố đó, cả 3 nghị viên này thì là người làm việc lâu nhất đó, là Kimberly Hồ cũng chỉ là năm thứ 5, rồi nghị viên Tài Độ cũng là năm thứ 3, còn nghị viên Carlos Menzo là phục vụ cũng chưa được 1 năm. Và từ 2012 cho tới hiện tại đó, chúng tôi đã làm việc với lại một số những nghị viên trước đây á, chưa bao giờ mà chúng ta thấy một cái quyết định mà nó phi lý như thế này. Chúng tôi làm việc từ ngày chúng tôi trở thành nghị viên vào năm 2006 cho tới chục này, chúng tôi làm việc rất là hài hòa. Từ ngày đầu, từ 2006 cho tới giờ phút này, chúng tôi làm việc rất là tôn trọng các nhân viên trong thành phố. Hầu như là trước khi mà chúng tôi hỏi các nhân viên, trước khi mà chúng tôi có một cái câu hỏi gì, chúng tôi đều gõ cửa phòng các nhân viên và chúng tôi xin phép để được gặp các nhân viên để mà mình hỏi những cái thắc mắc của chúng tôi khi mà người dân có những cái thắc mắc. Chưa bao giờ có vấn đề mà các nhân viên cảm thấy bị có một cái áp lực hay có một cái vấn đề gì đó. Chưa bao giờ có chuyện này. Bởi vì chúng tôi đã là thị trưởng từ năm 2012, đến nay là năm thứ 9 rồi. Và khi mà ba nghị viên này đưa ra cái vấn đề là các nhân viên họ lo ngại là một cái chuyện là hoàn toàn phi lý nữa. Và trước đây đó, những cái đời và trước đây đó, chúng tôi cũng làm việc với một số các nghị viên khác. Chưa bao giờ có cái chuyện này xảy ra. Thành ra một cái văn phòng của một người thị trưởng và không nằm ở trong City Hall thì bây giờ nằm ở đâu? Đây là một cái chuyện mà chúng tôi phải nói rằng cái chuyện rất là căn bản của một xã hội của một thành phố tại Hoa Kỳ. Cái điều căn bản mà ba nghị viên này đã tước đi những cái sự phục vụ của chúng tôi rất là căn bản tại một thành phố Mỹ.
Dạ vâng, kính thưa thị trưởng, thì theo cái sự tìm hiểu của thị trưởng Tạ Đức Trí thì không biết là có một cái thành phố nào ở trên ngay tại miền Nam California của mình đi để mình nói cho gần là có một văn phòng của thị trưởng nào lại nằm khỏi cái City Hall và không phải nằm trong khu vực của City Hall không thưa?
Theo chúng tôi được biết tại quận Cam là có 34 thành phố, thì có thể là Westminster là thành phố đầu tiên sẽ trở thành và đã trở thành thành phố rằng là người thị trưởng không có văn phòng trong City Hall.
Dạ như vậy đó.
Và cái việc bỏ phiếu của ba nghị viên này thưa tất cả quý vị là cái mục đích là chỉ là một cái mục đích cá nhân mà thôi, mục đích chính trị cá nhân mà thôi. Cái vấn đề là tất cả các thị trưởng hay là nghị viên gì đó trong cái buổi họp đều có quyền, thưa quý vị, đều có quyền có bất đồng ý kiến và có thể bất đồng ý kiến cho tất cả những vấn đề, cho tất cả những đề mục trong nghị trình. Tuy nhiên mà khi mà họ đã bỏ phiếu, họ loại bỏ văn phòng của người thị trưởng ở trong City Hall đó, tòa thị chính đó, thì cái chuyện này chúng ta thấy là chúng tôi chỉ biết cái dùng cái chữ là không thể tưởng tượng được. Chúng tôi phục vụ cư dân của thành phố đã 15 năm qua đã có cơ hội để phục vụ làm việc với một số những nghị viên khác. Chưa bao giờ đã thấy một cái quyết định mà nó có một cái tính chất độc tài, chỉ là nhắm vào vấn đề cá nhân mà thôi, không có vì quyền lợi của cư dân, không vì trở lại với chuyện này.
Dạ, cảm ơn thị trưởng, và câu hỏi cuối dành cho thị trưởng Tạ Đức Trí đó là sự việc này sẽ được giải quyết như thế nào? Bây giờ thì văn phòng của thị trưởng đã bị bỏ phiếu để mà loại ra khỏi cái City Hall, tức là tòa thị chính của thành phố, thì bây giờ giải quyết ra sao và văn phòng của thị trưởng Tạ Đức Trí sẽ được đặt tại đâu ạ?
Thưa chị Mỹ Linh, thưa tất cả quý vị, vào ngày thứ Tư 27 tháng 10 vừa qua, họ bỏ phiếu, họ đóng cửa văn phòng của chúng tôi tại City Hall. Họ cũng không cho chúng tôi biết là văn phòng mới của chúng tôi nằm tại đâu. Thì chúng ta thấy được cái cách làm việc của những nghị viên trong thành phố đó, một cái sự vô lý. Họ đóng cửa văn phòng của chúng tôi tức khắc, và họ không cho biết là văn phòng chúng tôi sẽ nằm ở đâu. Và bây giờ họ cũng chưa có kế hoạch. Và bây giờ chúng tôi hiện tại chúng tôi hoàn toàn là một người không có văn phòng, không có văn phòng làm việc. Đây là một cái điều mà chúng tôi nghĩ rằng chỉ có xảy ra tại thành phố Westminster mà thôi, chưa bao giờ xảy ra một nơi khác. Đây là một cái quyết định vừa độc tài, vừa thiếu suy nghĩ, vừa vô lý, vừa phi lý, mà lại vừa không có trách nhiệm đối với cư dân. Cá nhân chúng tôi đó thì họ muốn quyết định như thế nào cũng được. Văn phòng thị trưởng của chúng tôi là cái nơi để phục vụ cho cư dân. Họ đóng cửa văn phòng của chúng tôi là một cái nơi làm việc, nơi tiếp xúc với cư dân. Mà ngày thứ Tư vừa qua, họ cũng chưa cho biết là văn phòng chúng tôi sẽ nằm ở đâu. Họ cũng hoàn toàn không có một cái kế hoạch nào hết. Thì chúng ta thấy đó, những cái sự suy nghĩ của những nghị viên này chúng tôi cũng chỉ để cho người dân, để cho cư dân thành phố, để cho cộng đồng họ sẽ có cái câu trả lời rất là chính xác, và cộng đồng cư dân chắc chắn rằng sẽ có những cái suy nghĩ về việc này, sẽ có những cái quan tâm vào việc này. Chúng tôi vẫn tin tưởng vào cư dân của thành phố, bởi vì họ đã tước đi văn phòng của chúng tôi, văn phòng phục vụ cư dân của chúng tôi, nhưng họ quên rằng họ không bao giờ lấy đi niềm tin của cư dân đã dành cho chúng tôi trong 2 thập niên vừa qua, cũng như sự ủng hộ của cư dân đã và đang và sẽ tiếp tục dành cho chúng tôi.
Dạ, cảm ơn thị trưởng Tạ Đức Trí rất.
You know, you twist the whole council decision, to adopt a policy of that regulated interaction between the elected official and CD staff. And it's just one clause in that to say that the mayor's office and the council members shall be kept separate from City Hall. So you manipulate the Vietnamese language to drum it up and saying that you got kicked out, you're being bullied. You get bullied by the three council member on the city council. You got kicked out of City Hall, and you say you have no office. Very obviously, okay. The last sentence in that interview clip that you say you have no office, and you're calling for people to respond appropriately and correctly, which imply sign a petition to recall Council Member Kimberly Ho and Councilman Carlos Menzo, right? And that's not acceptable. You are a mayor. Okay, people love you, people believe in you, they voted for you. Okay, so when their beloved mayor cried, saying that, oh my goodness, he got bullied. These 3 monsters on the city council bullied my beloved mayor. I have to take action. And you know what? It touched my heart when I see all those elderly people who come to support you. And they were so angry when we're talking about myself, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho, and Vice Mayor Carlos Menzo, because they believe that we bully you, and Councilman Chi Charlie Nguyen. And you know what? If you speak in English and you're telling the truth, or even Vietnamese, any language, it doesn't matter. But if you can use straightforward and honest, I have no problem with that. Tell the truth, okay? But you and Councilman Nguyen manipulate the Vietnamese language and thinking that no one will pay attention, no one will bring this forward into life. So the mainstream understand what you're trying to do. It's just like you operate on the regular web and then the dark web that nobody monitoring, nobody listen. And the voters, that's mostly speaking Vietnamese, they respond to your Vietnamese, especially the call for help. I mean, there's so much turmoil that's going on in our community right now because of what you and Councilman Nguyen has been doing, spreading out fake news. Spreading out fake news that you are being a victim, you're being bullied. And that has to stop, okay? Great power comes with great responsibility. You are a mayor, you're an elected official. People believe in you. You understand that well after all, 1 and 2 decades of repeatedly getting elected. You understand that, and you stop manipulating that trust and twist that trust, telling people false information, and it is not acceptable. This has to stop, and that's why every council meeting needs to have some kind of translation or closed captioning, so that help the Vietnamese American, the voters, understand exactly what's going on in City Hall. Even now, I mean, a lot of people out there still believe that you got kicked out of your office. You have no office. I mean, even the media, or some of the reputable Vietnamese media out there, the reporters, they still believe that you got kicked out of your office. You have no office, and that is not acceptable. This have to stop. Please do not create a psychological warfare. And you know who's going to suffer? The elderlies, the one that trust you and support you, the one that's going to trying to save you. Because they believe that you are being picked upon, you're being bullied. And that's not good. I don't know how you go to sleep at night, knowing that you're still telling these people lies. These people love you, support you. Please stop. Thank you.
You done?
I'd like to
I
speak.
cannot believe. I mean, like.
Can we let
I
somebody
want to
else
say the
speak?
fact. I mean, like, I
Go
cannot
back and
believe.
forth.
Hold
So,
on. I
Christine,
cannot
Claudine,
believe Council Member Doe. I mean, like, came up with completely different, translation when, basically I asked the people, I have my right to ask, the community, if the community understand what's going on. So as a community to have appropriate response. And then you really want to twist my statement, said that I call the people to sign the petition. I mean, like, what's going on here? I cannot imagine that, I said exactly as a community, if the community understand, community, strongly supporting me, community, I have my right to ask the people to respond. But I didn't ask anyone to sign any petition. And I mean, like, you need to look at the vote. You need to go back to a minute. And I don't want to repeat many, many times. I wish that on October 27, even that majority of the city council, you vote to separate my office from the city hall. I wish that you came up with a direction, at least with a
You already heard all this.
plan to, where my office is going to be. Completely no plan. And then now you try to accuse me that I didn't state the fact. I state the fact. You vote to separate. I want to repeat 1,000 times. You vote to separate my office from the city hall. And that was the fact. That never happened in Westminster.
Okay, speak, please.
In Westminster for more than 64 years.
Okay. Well, okay, so it is, I'm gonna ask Christine Corden to pop up some.
I can't pop them up yet because I got to email it to myself to put in the Dropbox to get it on the Zoom and put it up. So it's gonna be a few minutes. So
Yeah, it is very unethical of you to lie. Okay, and you purposely misinterpret, purposely. Okay, so that's a lie. You stated very clearly that the majority of the council asked you to close your office or have voted to close your office immediately. You said the cat. Okay, so you understand Vietnamese. You understand Vietnamese more than I do. Okay, so you use those words to incite the community, to get them to sign the petition to recall us. How unethical. Okay, it is your prerogative, your choice to stay away from your office. You've been on this council for 17 years, and you've stated that over and over again. If you were on the council, and the newest member is Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo. I think even the newest member knows that when we approve a resolution, it is not today. It doesn't start tomorrow. So you purposely lie to your constituents to get them, to incite them. Okay, so you're irresponsible. And so what I'm showing you is that the same video. Okay, you're in cahoots with these media groups, Vietnamese media groups. Okay, to lie, to continue to lie. Okay, so this is the VNA Vietnamese media. That's the one that we just watched Councilmember Tai Do play. And you look at the subject line that they put on the video. Okay, that Lộc Mặt Nạ Nghị viên Kimberly Hall. Okay, so based on what you told them, what you said to them, okay, these lies that you fed to the public, that you told to Mỹ Linh, okay, on VNA TV, that you unmasked me, unmasked. So, you know, look at that subject line, okay? So I'm saying to you is that if you please stop, do the right thing, stop lying to the public. I cannot respect you anymore because of your lies. Repeatedly lying to your constituents. Okay, and Councilmember Tai Do is right. You know, you've had a lot of people over the years who love you and repeatedly voted for you. We want you. We want them to vote for you. Continue to vote for you, but not based on lies. You know. So I mean, as I state, I mean, remember that I believe Vice Mayor Manzo and I put the censorship on the agenda like back in September or October, correct? We put that on the agenda, but we never followed through. We were hoping, I was hoping that you would stop your lies, but you continue for the last 3 months. One lie after the next. So, you know, so are you able to pop them up?
Yeah, which one did you want up?
I mean, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I mean, like,
show what I said.
I mean, like, you've been lying to the community for years, and you know, you don't have to make any argument here. So who spread more light? Go to the community, please, and ask the people. You guys voted, you know, it never happened in the Westminster history before.
Vote to close your office.
Now you try to defend for your action. That's not acceptable. I want you to look in what action that you did to me. Don't try to twist, you know, the action that you already did.
It's pretty shameful for you even now with all the video link that YouTube link that I sent it to you in the staff report. One will immediately remove, you know, the one that Councilman Nguyen say that the council took your right from contacting the department head in there. And you were right there, Mayor Tri Tha, you were right there, and you nodded in approval because that was fun and game to conspire with Councilman Nguyen to go out there and inflating the flame of lies to recall your colleagues, your council member. They're not trying to call me. I understand that, but I'm just upset because the level of lie that you're doing, and it causes so much pain and suffering in the community. The communities are fighting. There's so many factions out there that yelling and screaming at each other at the recall booth out in Asian Mall. I mean, it's caused so much chaos. It's caused so much drama, and you know who suffer? The elders, the one that you are supposed to be respectful, okay, and bound to. No, you cause them PTSD-like condition because they so upset. You know, some of the interview, they would say they're so upset because I cannot believe that The mayor got kicked out of his own office. That's, you know, just tell me, and I'll get 500 YouTubers to come over and demonstrate in front of City Hall. Did I say it correct? Yeah.
I asked
Wait, just a second, just a second.
Be considerate. You've been talking for hours.
No. Well, I'm respond to.
I have not got the chance to talk about it. Come on.
Your turn will be next. I'm responding to Mayor Treetop because he shamelessly will continue to saying that he did not. He is saying that he did not tell the lie. That is a lie on top of a lie. I mean, you know, it's just you know how to ease yourself to sleep, but you're telling yourself that what you're telling is not it's not lying. Okay, that's how you cope with it. Thank you.
Councilmember Doe, before
Can somebody else speak? This thing is going on too long.
Hold on a second. Councilmember Doe,
keep going back and forth.
Lecture me, please. Councilmember Doe, don't try to lecture me. I want Councilmember Doe, you know, go to ask every single member in the community how you think about you. So don't try, even if you try to use like the word like,
oh, people love me. People understand English, love me.
Whatever, hey.
Yeah.
But you know, we here to serve the community. So I mean, like we need to trust, you know, the feedback, the reaction, everything from the community. Hey, you guys don't have to trust me because I know that you strongly oppose me. Hey, that's fine.
You tell a lie or call it out.
However, go to ask a community, what do they think about you?
Oh, they love me.
So, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. You know, I would think that if you think that you are good, you should be considerate and let people, you know, express themselves. You know, you talk and let other council members have the floor and also talk about it. You've been talking for what, over half an hour? And I've been quiet to listen to you. Now, all I ask is let me finish mine. Don't jump in, okay? Is that fair? Now, it's ridiculous to see that you play that tape. There is nothing wrong with that tape. I thought you played something else. Everything there, what he said there is true. And it's good that you play it, okay? All the people that they look at that right now, they will see the fact, okay? And again, the mayor already said that you twisted his words, that calling for signing petition. Where in that tape? Play it again. Where in that tape that he actually calling people?
I have more. I haven't got time to do that yet. I have more. I'll be happy to do it.
I ask you to let Councilmember Nguyen finish, please.
Yes, I told you already. Let me finish. So it's ridiculous that you are playing that tape, okay? So Councilmember Doe, please grow up, be a man. Stop having this childish behavior. I mean it. Ask yourself, what have you been doing for this city ever since that you were elected? If not, trouble, make it yourself. Trying to censor your college is the only thing that you are good at. Come on. Who is next in your list? Admit of that public is overly concerned with the COVID-19. And I propose an urgent matter that needed to be discussed by the staff and by the council so that we can come up with a plan to protect the safety of the city here.
Not on the agenda.
You guys, hold on.
It's not on the agenda.
Quiet.
No, he tried to make his point. He didn't discuss about anything with COVID. He only mentioned it to prove his point.
So you try to ignore, all three of you trying to ignore it, citing that we have a lot on the agenda. No concern whatsoever. I can't believe that you guys just ignore that things that's going on right now in our city. And here we are talking about nonsense. So listen, Councilmember Doe, Mayor Ta and I have done nothing wrong. We stated the facts and we stand with the facts, and we will continue to do so. Shutting people off when they are presenting the facts is a barbaric act that is not acceptable by anyone. You know, the reason that you are alleged and can censor us are nonsense. And you should be ashamed of yourself. And so those people who vote along with you, that means Ho, Do, and Manzo, all three of you, the community knows what you are doing. The barbaric acts from you three, the gang of three, trying to censor us with no substantial evidence, had no weight and means nothing. It will be judged by the community members, by the voters. They are recalling some of you right now. Wait and see. Soon you will have to face the fact. You know, you said that you better censor, you know, for council member Doe, you better censor yourself for accusing us, spread the rumor that the monument on Bosa that's going to be, you know, destroyed. Where did you get that? Show me that where I did say that. You are just lying, lying, and lying. Councilmember Do, Councilmember Ho, if you want to know whether you are lying or not, ask your fan, Tai Do. He repeatedly said it on the YouTube that calling you lying, Kimberly Ho. It's not me. It's your friend right there. So trying to censor us doing nothing. But a lot of things that you guys said right now are lying. You guys very lying, pen on fire when you are lying. I can't stand it with you guys lying after lying after lying. You know what? You know, after you lying that much, what you become? A liar. A liar.
Okay,
Wait, I have not finished. I have not finished. Let me finish. Your turn.
Did anybody
Your turn is next.
You know
Your
what?
turn
It's
is
a
next.
personal attack. Why
You
you
know
have to
what?
attack
All you
people?
guys are talking, now it's my turn.
Why
Now it's
why
my
you have to
turn.
attack people personal?
Every single one of you guys have been
Charlie
having
Nguyen?
You guys attacking me, okay?
Every single one of you had an
did
opportunity
attack
to
me.
say something. Now
Okay.
let's stop already. This is
Say something
very,
positive.
Come on.
Say something
very
positive.
unproductive.
Say something truthful.
It's true. Everything I said is true. I said it's true. You are lying.
Oh my goodness.
That's all.
That 3,000 Hail
This
Mary for you,
conversation
okay?
sounds like we're in high school or something. Really.
Well, doesn't matter.
That liar.
Stand with the people who are lying.
Man.
You, Manzo, you tell me that
Oh
I
my
said things
God.
behind your
That
back.
vice mayor
times.
to you. That vice mayor Manzo to you.
Well,
First of all,
doesn't matter.
this is what I'm going to say, and this is a fact. This is the fact that all this and what's been going on in the city, what you see in front of you today is a effing cancer on our city. All of this is a cancer on our city.
It's cancer because the three of
every
you.
single one of you, everything that's going on right now is a cancer.
So let the wise man speak.
Cancer in the city.
Okay, you
Nothing,
see that
nothing that's been going on.
Councilmember Nguyen, so
Years
now
prior
the time that the
to-
vice
years
mayor.
prior
I don't know. I don't
Why
know.
don't you
I've
shut
been
up?
talking just
Years
about
prior.
not
Let's be
about
quiet,
the
please.
Councilmember
Be
Nguyen,
quiet.
so the wise man speaking. Yes.
Years
It's not a
prior,
bar.
years prior, and up to this point, this has been a cancer in our city, and it continues to be a cancer in our city. This is embarrassing. This is totally embarrassing. We're supposed to be elected officials, supposed to be an example to the community. Everything that I've seen here is just since I got on here is just disgusting. Really. I mean, there's no other nicer way to say it. I've been sitting here quietly listening to some of the words that's been, I hear is something you hear. And I mean, honestly, I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything, but it's something you hear from adolescent people, kids, the words that are being said.
Then stop lying.
I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking.
Well, you did.
When?
Well, when? You know when.
This is, I mean,
you see, you
clearly we had a tape. We had a tape here earlier that
Charlie, take a deep breath. Let him
I have no
speak.
idea what was said in that tape. What was said in that
I'm afraid
video?
of you guys.
I have no idea. Right? I have no opportunity for somebody to translate. What happens when somebody lies to somebody? That means you don't respect that person. And when there's lies being told to the community, that means you have no respect for the community. We as elected officials took an oath to protect the city and protect its residents. Us as the elected officials, and this is for the mayor, if you know your supporters are saying something that is not true, you have a responsibility as elected official, the mayor, to correct them. I see videos of I mean, you're always with them. I always see pictures with you and I guess Kino and Nam Quoc Nguyen saying that I'm going to destroy and I'm going to knock down the statue of this general when I'm the one that I approved it when I was in the commission. Not only is that's dangerous, you're not doing your job as the oath that you took about protecting the city. You should have went over to them and told them that that was wrong, that was not correct, that is not true. That's the responsibility. And when you're silent, means that you agree with them because you know they're on your side. That's when and then you twist the words and say, oh, I never said it. Well, yes, you did by not correcting them. The same thing for Councilmember Nguyen. He's very good, very talented as a spin master. You always say, I never said it. Yeah, you may never said it, but you made sure that the mayor, your supporters are saying it, and then you play Mr. Innocent that you didn't say it, right? And what I see standing on the sidelines, listening to all this play out in the Vietnamese media, is that the mayor and Councilmember Nguyen absolutely have no respect whatsoever for Vietnamese people. You absolutely have no respect for Vietnamese people and their intelligence. You have no respect. You think that Vietnamese people are gullible enough to believe such foolish lies. You disrespect Vietnamese people thinking you're truly going to drive around in an SUV with a desk in there. Come on. How disrespectful is that? Come on, have some respect. Do you really think that Vietnamese people aren't intelligent enough to know that that's such a foolish and childish thing to do? Don't you respect your own kind, your own country folk? Come on. By you staying silent when Kino and Nam Quoc Nguyen are saying that I'm going to destroy the statue, you're putting myself and my family in danger. How do you know? Can you guarantee that a Vietnamese resident will not take that to heart and get so angry that he would want to come at me if they see me out in public? Can you guarantee that won't happen to me? Can you? You see what's going on in our country with so much hate and division politically. Can you honestly guarantee that something won't happen to me? Really? And if that does to me or my family, I guarantee I'm going to hold you personally accountable. Because you said nothing to make sure to correct them that wasn't true. That means you agree with them. If you say nothing, we took an oath to protect the city.
I have to admit what the Vice Mayor say is true. That's exactly what they call you.
If we as elected officials hear information that the public is getting that is not true, we have a responsibility to correct them. And you and Councilmember Nguyen did not do that when you guys were on TV. Have you heard them saying that? You have a responsibility. All of us have a responsibility to make sure that that what they're saying is factual. Like
Why don't you
I said,
correct yourself?
How would I know?
I
Do I
let the vice mayor speak.
Do I speak Vietnamese?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Do I speak
let the
Vietnamese?
vice mayor finish.
Do I speak Vietnamese? I have to depend on somebody translating for me. Come on, man. Be smart.
I don't even know when they're talking about it.
Yeah,
Come on.
Councilmember Nguyen, I asked you to come down a little bit. Let the vice mayor finish. Yes, because I want to respond. But yes, please.
So, again, this is just such a cancer on our city. Everything has been going on for years. All this misinformation going to the non-English speaking Vietnamese people, that's a cancer. It's totally disrespectful to their intelligence. This is just so childish. I'm done. Let's move on to. I had to get up and be at work at 5:30 in the morning. So let's go.
Okay, so you're done. I'd like to respond really brief. So I mean, like, I couldn't believe it. You the one went along with the other two council members to vote to separate my office from the city hall. And when you did that, did you respect the community? Because you understand the fact that I did not establish the office. The office been there for years after I became mayor. So my office is in the city hall. That's very normal. I did not establish the office. The mayor office already there before I became mayor. So you try to say that I didn't respect the community. How about yourself? When you did that, and you know that your action is irrational and irresponsibility. I mean, it makes no sense. You vote to separate my office from the city hall with many irrational reasons, and you didn't come up with any evidence. And now you try to explain. You, the one who did not respect the community, because you understand you have your office. I have my office. And your office and my office only serve one mission: to provide services to the community. And you voted, you did on October 27th.
We told
and
you.
I don't want to repeat many times, so do not
You have no
try
shame.
to lecture me and Councilmember Nguyen. Doesn't make any sense. The
Thanks,
community.
Well, you know,
you know why?
you know, that's the many times that your supporter, the one that have control of the media, that make allegation that Vice Mayor Manzo is a racist. Okay, as a leader, okay, you and Councilman Nguyen never once stand up and say Vice Mayor Manzo is a stand-up person. He's not a racist. You never say that. You never stand up and say that. Just like you know, Vice Mayor Manzo saying, being called a racist carry an inherent risk, okay, of great bodily harm, because that will trigger so much hate in all of us, especially in the minority group. We all experience hate, racism in one form or the other. And you allow your supporter to use that race ticket to call for a side of a petition. This is not fun and game. We're talking about, you know, a human life here, family here, family man here. And you have no shame, you have no compassion in yourself at all. And allow this kind of political game, psychological warfare go on in our community. And you're happy. You know, look at the way you justify yourself right now. You have no shame, no compunction, no remorse whatsoever. You know, like a sociopath, you know? Just like, you know, all the criminals out there, they prey on the victim because the victims are not human. The victim are resources. And your resources are the voters, the one that out there that you're gonna spread lies to get what you want. And then at the end of the day, they become just like a faint memory for you. They mean nothing to you. okay, until you need them. And you have to stop doing that, okay? You know, successful, it's really easy to become successful, but maintain that level of success is very difficult. You become very successful. You become arrogant. Just start going out there and start flexing your manipulation and start lying, okay? And then people encourage you and you start going and, you know, that will never end. 5,000 Hail Mary a day will not help you.
Before
know?
you go on,
Thank
like
you.
to listen to you.
Thank you.
But let me when it's come to my turn, please listen to me, okay?
We
Yes,
done with this
so-
conversation?
Done. Everybody's got a turn already, so can we?
Do
move on?
you have to lecture me every time you talk?
Are we done? This is
Everybody
It's
had
like
a
a little
turn
kid.
already. Call for a vote.
I make a motion to.
I have one last thing to say. I have
Okay,
one last
so
thing.
I make a,
let the Councilman Win said.
I
have
make a
one last
motion
thing
to.
say. I don't think that I have
censure the
said
mayor.
that long compared to
Okay, so Councilman Win.
It doesn't matter. You had a turn.
so let me have my
Motion. Do you have a vote?
Please,
consent
please,
in.
let him.
Okay.
I
You're
second.
more than welcome to have the motion, but
No, no,
after
It's
Councilman
not
Win,
nothing
okay,
personal attack, nothing valuable every time he
Of
open
course.
his mouth. It's
okay, so
personal
please
attack.
no personal attack, please.
Say something
Councilman
a personal attack. Say it.
We have a motion
Please.
and a second on the floor. I mean, a call
Councilman
question.
Win,
I
please.
want
Call a
to say,
question.
okay? I am not responsible for
City
the
Attorney,
people, for
Benhausen,
wait.
we have a motion and a second. I called the
Why didn't
question.
you let him to speak?
We already did. We went enough round and round
No.
enough.
Let
already.
him speak for the last statement, and then
Yeah.
you guys more than welcome to vote yes. That's fine.
Round and around. Then we're done.
Why you have to worry? Okay, Councilman Win, that's, say something really.
I made a motion to
Real
call the
quick, please.
question.
I will not responsible for other people saying or action. Okay.
You're an elected official.
Oh, come on. Be quiet. Let me
You
finish
call for
mine,
peace.
Okay.
You call for
Okay.
peace. Look
I
at you.
cannot be
One person speaking only, please.
for what
We
Kimberly
have
said
we
on
have a
the
motion
other
to
days.
call the question. We need to take that up immediately. If there's a motion to call the question, that takes precedence.
Okay, so after we vote, Councilman Win can speak.
No,
Okay.
call the
so-
question means that we're done talking. That's what it means. And that's what call the question
No
means.
decorum. What's
Is there a second to that motion? To call the question?
Yes, second.
Okay. Take a vote on that, and that means to stop debate.
Okay. Do we have a motion and second on the floor?
So just to verify, the motion was made by Vice Mayor Monzo and seconded by Councilmember Ho. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
I am not debating, but for the record, I am not responsible for the people talking about anything about anybody. It is freedom of speech, and people have the right to say what they say. I can't go out there and then stop them or do what, and tell them that not to
Let's
say
call the
anything.
question. There's no more talking.
Okay? Now, this is for the record. Okay, I want to state it before I vote. Okay. I'm not
We're still
debating.
gonna need, a motion, so after this.
No.
Vice Mayor
Call the
Monzo,
question.
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
No.
This is to call the question. You understand that, right? Yeah, and we really need a motion to act upon, I think, at this juncture. Been called, I think we need to have someone make a motion immediately since we.
I make a motion to
City Attorney.
direct staff to prepare a resolution of censure.
I have a question from Mr. City Attorney.
Yes.
We already voted. We already voted on that. You don't have to repeat that again.
No,
It's being fair. All right.
No. A motion to call the question means to stop debate.
I
It's
understand,
stop
but we
discussions.
already everything already voted. We just move on. Why you
No.
have to bring it back?
Oh my goodness.
Can
Well,
understand.
there's an item on the
That's
agenda.
that.
There's been no action.
Move on, move on, move on.
You know, I
I
understand.
would
the
encourage
effect
you
of
to
adrenaline.
someone to make a motion.
Christian,
either
I would like to
table it-
do it, please.
Okay.
I understand the effect of adrenaline. You know, it's just like take all the logical.
Yeah, we already
out of the
had a
person,
motion
so
and a second.
I would like to make a motion to the direct staff to prepare a resolution of censure Mayor Trita for all the action that I mentioned earlier in my the staff report.
As recommended or as you
Yes.
recommend staff report?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I already just did.
Okay.
All right, so there's a motion and a second on the floor.
Councilmember Doe,
You know, I'm gonna vote yes because I really want the mayor to stop this so that we can bring peace to the city. Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
I'm going to vote no because these are false accusations.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
I'm voting no because, you know, this is completely irrational action from majority of the council, right?
Motion carries 3-2.
City Attorney, can we? It seems like we desperately need, maybe not today, because it's really late, but I desperately need you to explain what a question is, because obviously this is like,
You know, wait.
this is multiple times that council doesn't seem to understand what it is and how it works.
Wait, you know what?
Maybe not today.
We already explained
Not
that. We
today.
went through it. We went
Yeah,
through
not
that
today,
already.
but
We just have the council member choose not to
Yeah.
to understand that,
Yeah.
you know, so
But not today.
you know,
maybe
you
later.
explained it so many times already. I can recite that verbatim.
Yeah, another meeting, we need to clearly explain that because I don't understand what's going on.
Okay, so we have the next few items. Okay, so
Let's
the
do
next
it.
item, 6.3, consideration of an ordinance related to conflict of interest for public official. Staff report.
Okay, this item was prepared at the request of Councilmember Doe. He requested that an ordinance be drafted that would accomplish two things. Recently at a training, he received a copy of the League of California Cities publication, which was called A Guide for Local Agency Counsel Providing Conflict of Interest Advice. So it's a pamphlet that covers a lot of the conflict areas of law and provides advice on what to do and not do. So he wanted to have that publication in an ordinance adopted by the city to serve as an informal guide for city officials in the same way that the Brown Act, well, not so much the Brown Act, is like say the Robert's Rules of Order is not like an official, it serves as a guide for the city. And so that's kind of what we're doing here in this attached ordinance. He also wanted to have the ordinance include a rule that going forward, if an elected or appointed officials, that they would be prohibited from participating in any decisions that involved organizations, whether they're nonprofit or for-profit, if the official has been a member of that organization or has been a board member during the preceding 12 months. So that's what the attached ordinance seeks to do. As far as the league guide is concerned, the way it's drafted, it's really just to put, again, this document in the city's ordinance that says that it's a guide for elected and appointed officials. It's to make sure that they get a copy when they first start office and also when their term is renewed. They're also to sign an affirmation at that same time that they've received a copy and that they agree to abide by all the applicable state laws and regulations that are referenced therein. That's the basic intent of it. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. This is, again, presented by Councilmember Taido, and he may have comments as well.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Christians. I really appreciate it. So, I mean, you know, the city council never have anything in writing about conflict of interest and how to recuse yourselves. So, so I should reach out to the city attorney and asking for guidance in terms of drafting something that we can, the council have something to work with and something in writing to base upon, so that you know, anything that anything that resemble conflict of interest, we all know that we're supposed to distinguish ourselves from that, because we don't want this to be considered bias, you know, decision making, whether or not there's a financial interest involved, get paid, not getting paid. So, you know, we when we work in the city council, participating in a governing body, we serve. We have to clearly identify which master we are serving. You know, the resident of the city of Westminster, or the organization that we are part of, that wanting to have some kind of a decision from the city for that will you know, go in their way, and that's clearly a conflict of interest. So, as a council member, I'll first and foremost is the resident of the city, and so that's why I asked city attorney to draft a city ordinance for the city council to consider to adopt. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Well, we have the motion and second.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Sorry. Abstain.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Tong.
Abstain.
Motion carries.
All right, so next item.
I'm sorry, let me,
Okay.
I may read the title, please. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Westminster, California, adding Chapter 70, Conflicts of Interest for Public Officials, Title II, Administration and Personnel of the Westminster Municipal Code regarding conflicts of interest.
And for the record, and I neglected to mention this earlier, it was referenced by the city clerk earlier. There was one change, which was, I believe, communicated in late communications in one section of the ordinance to add the word no. The language was, this section does not no, but actually this section does not prohibit the city from entering into contracts. That section where it states that. So the word not should be added there. And that, I believe, city clerk, you can clarify, that was put out as a late communication.
That's correct. It was put out as a late communication earlier and included on the website.
Okay, so that's included as what was approved.
All right, so next item, consideration of an ordinance establishing the Westminster Cultural Art Mission. Staff report.
I guess I can take this one. So this is a request from Councilmember Doe regarding establishing a cultural arts commission. So once upon a time, before my time, there was a cultural arts commission, and it was it was terminated along with two other commissions and committees at the time. Unfortunately, we don't know why that happened, but Councilmember Doe has expressed interest that since we are a city with a very vibrant culture and arts presence, that we should consider reestablishing this commission to help promote that. Some of the ideas that this type of commission would be looking at would be things like arts in the public right of way, like art on the electrical boxes or art in the street intersections. They have overlays for that. Maybe establishing arts programs with the local school districts, working with the Parks and Recreation Commission to increase the presence of art, and not just art like artwork, but things of cultural value, but to enhance the cultural presence in this community, all cultures. So if anything that Councilmember Doe would like to add to that.
Well, thank you very much, Christine, for the staff report. This cultural arts commission will go well with the Little Saigon blueprints, because we need to have a commission that focus on arts, and something that we want to create like a tourist destination. We have to have some art, especially when I see that art crosswalk, and that's just it's an amazing idea. We can have the commission start working on planning on that type of artwork on the crosswalks throughout the city, especially in the Little Saigon corridor. Thank you.
Question for staff. In the staff report saying that January 11, 2011, then the council disbanded the Cultural Arts Commission. Do you know that since the day that they established the commission until the day that they disbanded, you know how long that they have that commission? What's the length?
Good question.
Before they cancel it?
I can look at that real quick. Off the top of my head, I don't know how long they had it for.
And I also heard that you said you didn't know the reason why.
Yeah, so the staff report in the minutes, and unfortunately, no one here with that institutional knowledge was able to provide why it was disbanded. It was just an item that was on the agenda so it was an item on the agenda to make appointments to other committees, but also to consider disbanding that one. There was a financial review committee and the mobile home commission. That was also disbanded at the same time. Like it just terminated at the same time.
Yeah, I just wondered that there must be a reason why they cancel it or they disbanded it's just that we don't know right now what was the reason, right?
And I don't know that we would ever know, unfortunately, because the minutes didn't reflect that discussion, if there was any discussion.
I would say that the minutes should say, why they disbanded.
Yeah, and it should. It doesn't. I did take a look
Actually,
at that.
There's something here in the staff report from 2010, and this is put out by Westminster Police Department. It says, recently the mayor and the council received notice from the city clerk's office that the recruitment process for the boards, commissions, and committees was about to begin. I asked the affected department heads to review those boards, commissions, and committees that fell within their span of responsibility and provide a recommendation on whether those entities should remain in effect. In their deliberations, they were asked to consider the amount of staff time utilized to manage the entity, the budgetary cost to the city, and the resultant benefit to that the city received. And to that end, staff has recommended the following commissions and committees be terminated. until such time as their services are required and they are reformed. Mobile Home Commission, Cultural Arts Commission, and the Financial Review Committee. So it seems that at some point, it doesn't really explain specifically, but somebody made a determination that the costs and the resultant benefit didn't outweigh each other, or there was more cost involved than was benefit being received. But it does also contemplate the idea of reforming it when they were needed. So.
All right, so based on our city attorney already explained that, the reason a long time ago when, the past city council, disbanded the commission because maybe like the financial issue was one of the reason. And I have a question. I'm okay, if the majority of city council, if everyone is city council, we want to reestablish that commission, I don't have any problem, but I just want to ask that. So if the council established that commission, so that commission go to report to, what department in our city going to supervise or provide like supervision to that?
Community services. So it would be community services.
And if I may, it was under community services prior to being disbanded.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay. So so if the city council that if we feel the need that we need to reestablish that commission, yeah, I don't have a problem.
So let me ask. So this commission will approve our project and it goes straight to the city council. Does it go anywhere else?
So we did a little cleanup on the commission itself, but it is advisory. So it's the same kind of setup as the Parks and Recreation Commission, where they would make a recommendation to the city council. So they're not a decision-making authority. So they would still require council approval for things to move forward.
One more question. Is that important for a member of this commission to have some kind of arts background, or it doesn't have to?
So, and that's where it's loosely determined. In the past, there was basically, based on the commission membership back then, it was just anyone who was just interested in serving the city, had an interest in culture and arts throughout the community. So we kept that in there because, not knowing if someone has an art background, but necessarily doesn't have that same kind of connection and enthusiasm per se. So you definitely don't want to close off anyone who's interested, given the fact that this is a brand new commission and we're not sure what the interest will look like in the public, but we're hoping that, if you do move forward, that we'll get, that you'll get applicants that you can, choose from who are excited to do this. I do want to note though that, and this is important to note, I believe the previous compensation, there was a compensation for the Culture Arts Commission members. The proposal that we're doing for this one does not have there's no stipend for the members. So it's completely voluntary.
And so another question for staff that, if the commission of this commission going to be established, is that another burden for staff or anything associated with financial issue?
So it's just part of the cost of doing business, for any commission committee that we have, as far as staff time and liaisoning and, materials, et cetera. It's, it is cost of doing business. I would say we originally had like the homeless task force that we no longer have. There was a cost associated with that. We also had, the recently, the monuments and memorials committee one that would have had a cost of that. We've canceled that. So, it's just part of the cost of doing business.
Yes, because like, several months ago, like our city council, we established the monument committee. But after that, we had to cancel that because we didn't have enough applicants who would like to submit their application. So that is a reason.
That's a park and that's a park commission, right? Not,
Oh, that's a new commission.
Yeah, that was that specific monuments and memorials one, and we didn't really have an interest in it.
Okay.
And this commission would be, it has a more broad scope. So,
So I mean, I don't mind if our staff believe that, staff have time to handle the new commission. I look at the smile at your face, so I think that you would be, because at the end of the day, probably will be more work for you, for staff. But if majority of the city council believe that there's a need, so I mean, like, yeah, so there's a need.
So I will add a little bit to that. Yes, so there's a smile on my face because it's absolutely true. This is going to impact, staff work. And we do have a lot of things that we are working on, especially, with the expectations that we have now, and especially in the last few months. But, as you know, we, anything that's going to be positive for this community and is going to enhance our future, we are here to support and administer that. So, if it would be more work, that's one dynamic, but we certainly don't want that to be, a factor in why you wouldn't want to do something, if it's the desire of the council to, to enhance or promote something positive.
I have a question. Anything to promote beautification in our city and promote art. But I have a question how this would work. So, typically, our other commissions, they review, applicants or they come in with a proposal. So this committee would it do the same, or would they be out, promoting or trying to come up with projects for our city to do on their own? We really don't have like applicants coming in, or maybe we do, I don't know. Maybe we do have applicants coming in wanting to do some art project in the city. I don't know. And
so I don't know either. It's an interesting conversation that I had with our interim ACM the other day. So we don't focus on these types of projects. So I think part of an issue that we've had before is that members of the community who may be interested in putting some kind of project out, they don't have a mechanism and they don't know that this is an interest that we have. So I don't know what kind of projects we have. I don't know that we're engaging these conversations. Like, let's say, for example, with our existing Parks and Recreation Commission, if, it's one thing to wait for someone to bring in a project, but on the other side of it too, staff and commissioners, are we really meeting and talking about these types of projects, or, or this type of, vision, having a vision for what we want to do to beautify the city, or et cetera. So, unfortunately, I don't know if anyone's been coming in, and I don't know if Vanessa, would know if anyone would be coming into like Parks and Rec trying to present these ideas.
We haven't had requests recently. I remember this commission being involved in some public art in public places, some developments that had an art component. They were tied with the Rose Center, some art there. So, this was many years ago, so forgive me, but I do see there are cities of this size that do have cultural arts commissions that are active, that seek and respond. So I can see us being both of that.
if we can make it something that's under their preview to seek, I think that would be a great plus for our community if they're actively, engaged and seeing what we can do. That would be great. That's just another, another body that's out there looking, just like all our commissioners and different commissions, they can bring ideas to their commission and bring them forward. And maybe this can be the same. So yeah, seems like a great idea. If it works, it works. Hopefully we'll try it. Hopefully we get interest. And then we can get something going. All right.
Knowing that these members are volunteers, but what kind of qualification that when you are recruiting members, do you have any idea of, of the qualification?
Sure. So just for a foundation for you all to consider, we left the so obviously it has to be a resident over the age of 18. And so what we left the language from the original ordinance that established this, and it's just seeking persons who are interested in serving the city, have an interest in culture and the arts throughout the community. Each commissioner should be concerned with improving the quality of life through cultural activities. Commissioners are not selected on the basis of representing a specific organization or cause. Some of the duties that they would be having would be to recommend policy, and of course, at the prerogative of the city council, give due attention and study to the arts and cultural affairs and development of facilities as they affect the people of Westminster, stimulate community interest in cultural arts, that includes visual and performing, interpret the cultural needs of the community, encourage individuals, citizen groups, and the business community to donate time, funds, in-kind services for the development and implementation of programs, special events, projects, and facilities. And then this is an odd one, the way it sounds, but to serve as a sounding board to which the city council may test their plans and ideas.
Look like you have a plan, okay?
But if there's anything that you wanted to include as a criteria for the membership, like, I don't know,
I see a lot there already.
Okay.
Can we just add on there, arts background? It's
like
not necessary, but
I was going to say
a priority to arts background.
Well, yeah, something similar, kind of that, driving that thing of art that there's a student. That doesn't have to be a qualifying.
Right.
I'm going to exclude you if you didn't, but it's a plus. It's a plus if you have one.
Sure.
I was going to say a preference shall be given to applicants who have a demonstrated experience or in the arts, something like that.
Yeah.
And how about the residency of the applicant? So those applicant need to live in Westminster then?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So they will have to meet our residency verification requirements that we've established over the years.
All right.
Do we have a motion? Anything?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
And that's amended to include the language that preference shall be given to
individuals
with demonstrated experience in with an arts background.
Mm-hmm.
We'll wordsmith that slightly.
All right, we have motion and a second on the floor.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ho, did you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries for an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster, amending Westminster Municipal Code to add chapter 2.57 relating to Cultural Arts Commission as amended.
So we still have one closed item. And unless, council member want to say anything, like comment, or it's already late,
Can
9.5
take-
hour. So if you okay with that, so we go to the closed section.
Can we do a closed session next month, next meeting?
I like to honor the city attorney request if we can do really, really quick.
Okay.
All right. So we have closed section, please.
So I'm going to put everybody in holding, lock the meeting, and then we will go back into open to close the meeting and with the comments.
Correct.
Okay, give me a second. And good morning, everyone. So actually, Mayor, I'm actually just going to dismiss my department head team because I don't think that they're going to be needed after closed session. So everyone except the interim ACM, everyone, all the department heads, you're all dismissed. Oh, and city clerk, you're not dismissed either.